Tonight, my sleepy friends, we begin with a story shaped by stillness and time. Over thousands of years, the world's deserts formed slowly through shifting climate and repeating cycles, quietly guiding where people could travel, settle, and survive long before anyone understood why. If you enjoy these slow journeys through the deep forces that shaped human history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you if you'd like. Now dim those lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and let's ease in, shall we? You are drifting back through thousands and thousands of years to a time when the world's great deserts were still forming, slowly and patiently, grain by grain. The landscapes you know today took tens of thousands of years to dry, cool, and settle into their current shapes, and tonight you'll follow that quiet transformation as it unfolds across deep time. The sun rises over land that has been drying for longer than any single generation can remember. The change happens so gradually that no one living through it would describe their world as becoming a desert. Instead, each day simply arrives a little warmer, a little drier, following patterns that stretch back before anyone's grandfather's grandfather could recall. You wake in a landscape where the morning light feels familiar. The air carries the scent of dust and distant grass. Small shrubs dot the ground between patches of exposed stone. This is not yet desert in the way you might picture it today, but the transformation has already begun, written in the spacing between plants and the colour of the soil. The sun moves across the sky in the same arc it has always followed. Its heat builds through the morning, reaches its peak around midday, then softens again as afternoon gives way to evening. This rhythm repeats itself day after day, season after season, century after century. There is comfort in this predictability, even as the intensity of the heat increases by imperceptible degrees over generations. Rain still falls, but its patterns are shifting. Where your ancestors might have expected steady seasonal rains, you now notice longer gaps between storms. When water does come, it arrives in the same familiar way. Clouds gathering, the smell of moisture in the air, drops pattering on stone and earth. But the intervals between these welcome events grow gradually longer. The land responds to these changes with patience. Grasses that once grew thick and tall begin to thin. They don't disappear all at once, but rather spread themselves more carefully across the available space. Each plant stands a bit farther from its neighbour, making the most of whatever moisture soaks into the ground. Trees that relied on consistent rainfall slowly retreated to areas where water ran beneath the surface. You can trace the presence of underground streams by following lines of green through increasingly brown terrain. These corridors of life become important landmarks, places where the old patterns of growth continue while the surrounding land transforms. The wind picks up loose soil and carries it in gentle clouds across the open ground. This happens more often now that fewer roots hold the earth in place. The dust settles into new patterns, filling low spots and building against rocks. Over time, these small movements of soil reshape the land's surface in subtle ways. Animals adjust their routines to match the changing availability of food and water. Herds that once roamed widely begin to follow more specific paths, moving between reliable water sources on schedules that sync with the seasons. Their tracks wear into the ground, creating trails that future generations will continue to use. Birds time their migrations differently, arriving and departing based on when they can expect to find food and nesting sites. Some species that once stayed year-round became seasonal visitors instead. Others that prefer drier conditions appear more frequently, filling niches left by those who have moved on. The drying happens so slowly that each generation inherits a world that feels normal to them. Children grow up knowing the current spacing of water holes, the present thickness of vegetation, the existing patterns of animal movement. They learn these conditions as simply the way things are, not as a departure from how things used to be. Your own observations span only a lifetime, perhaps noticing that a particular spring produces less water than you remember from childhood, or that certain plants your grandparents described are now harder to find. But these changes fold into the natural variation you expect from year to year. Some seasons bring more rain, others less. The long-term trend hides within normal fluctuations. The soil itself changes colour as it dries. Rich browns fade toward tan and pale yellow. The surface develops a crust where minerals concentrate as water evaporates. When rain does fall, it takes longer to soak in through this hardened layer, and more of it runs off across the surface instead of seeping down to roots. Rocks that were once hidden beneath soil and plants emerge as the covering thins. Their surfaces, exposed to sun and wind, begin to weather in new ways. Temperature swings between day and night cause the outer layers to expand and contract, gradually flaking away. The resulting fragments add to the dust and sand accumulating across the landscape. In areas where water occasionally pools, salt crystals form as the liquid evaporates. These white crusts mark places where temporary ponds once lingered. They create patterns on the ground that shift with each rainfall and subsequent drying. A slow conversation between water and earth that plays out across centuries. The horizon seems to stretch farther as vegetation thins and the air becomes clearer. You can see greater distances now, making out landmarks that would have been hidden behind dense growth in earlier times. This openness changes how people navigate, relying more on distant features and less on nearby markers. Shadows lengthen and shorten with the sun's movement, providing a natural clock that governs daily activities. The quality of light shifts through the day, sharp and bright at midday, softer and golden at dawn and dusk. These variations in illumination become familiar references, ways to gauge time without conscious thought. As evening approaches, the heat begins to release its grip. The land has absorbed warmth all day, and now it radiates that energy back into the cooling air. This transition happens gradually, a gentle unwinding that brings relief without suddenness. The rhythm of heating and cooling, repeated endlessly, shapes everything that lives here. Wind becomes the patient sculptor of drying landscapes, working grain by grain across spans of time that dwarf human lifetimes. It lifts the finest particles from exposed surfaces and carries them along invisible currents, sorting them by weight and size. Heavier sand grains settle out first, while lighter dust can travel remarkable distances before finally coming to rest. The movement of these particles is constant but never rushed. On any given day, you might notice dust in the air, or feel sand moving past your feet, but the cumulative effect of millions of such days creates entirely new landforms. Dunes begin as small accumulations around obstacles, a rock, a shrub, anything that disrupts the wind's flow enough to cause particles to drop out. Once started, a dune grows following rules written in physics and probability. Sand grains hop and skip along the surface, kicked up by the impact of other grains falling from above. They climb the gentle windward slope and tumble down the steeper face on the opposite side. The dune creeps forward, one grain at a time, in the direction of the prevailing wind. Different wind patterns create different dune shapes. Steady winds from one direction build long linear ridges. Winds that shift with the seasons produce star-shaped formations with multiple arms. In areas where wind speed varies, crescent-shaped dunes form, their horns pointing downwind. Each shape reflects years of consistent conditions, a readable record of atmospheric patterns. Between the dunes, flat areas of exposed bedrock or hard-packed soil stretch out in patterns determined by erosion. Water, during its infrequent appearances, flows across these surfaces in sheets rather than channels. It picks up loose material and carries it to lower elevations, slowly levelling high spots and filling depressions. The exposed rock itself changes texture over time. Daily temperature swings cause expansion and contraction, creating stress within the stone. In the heat of midday, the surface can be too hot to touch comfortably. At night, especially under clear skies, it radiates heat away and cools significantly. This repeated cycling weakens the bonds between mineral grains. Eventually, thin layers flake away from the surface in a process so gradual that individual events are barely noticeable. But over centuries, these small losses reshape boulders and cliffs. Rounded forms emerge where sharp edges once stood. Surfaces become smooth, polished by wind-borne sand acting as a gentle abrasive. In areas where harder and softer rock layers alternate, erosion creates distinctive stepped landscapes. The softer material wears away faster, undercutting the harder layers above. Eventually, slabs of the harder rock break free along natural fracture lines and tumble down, coming to rest in jumbled piles at the base of cliffs. These rockfalls happen infrequently enough that witnessing one is noteworthy, yet frequently enough that the landscape is constantly being reshaped. Valleys that once carried regular water flow begin to fill with sediment when the water stops coming. The material washes in from surrounding slopes during occasional rainstorms, spreading out across the valley floor in thin layers. Over many repetitions, these deposits can bury what were once deeply incised channels, creating flat surfaces where water once carved deep. Ancient stream beds remain visible as slight depressions or lines of different vegetation, marking where underground water still flows even though the surface has gone dry. These buried channels become crucial resources, places where digging down just a few arm lengths can reach moisture that sustains life. The colour of the landscape shifts as different minerals concentrate on the surface. Iron compounds oxidize in the heat and dryness, creating rusty reds and oranges. Calcium carbonate forms white crusts where water evaporates. Dark desert varnish develops on rock surfaces where manganese and other minerals, carried in dew and occasional moisture, slowly accumulate over thousands of years. Salt flats emerge in low areas where water has no outlet. Any moisture that collects here evaporates, leaving behind dissolved minerals. Over time, these deposits build up, creating surfaces that are alternately hard and crunchy or soft and muddy depending on recent rainfall. They reflect light intensely, creating shimmering effects that can be seen from great distances. The formation of these distinctive landscapes follows predictable patterns, but each area develops its own unique character based on local conditions. The composition of underlying rock, the direction of prevailing winds, the amount and timing of rainfall, and countless other factors combine to create variations on common themes. Mesas and buttes stand as remnants of once continuous layers, isolated by the removal of surrounding material. Their flat tops preserve the original surface level, showing how much has been worn away from the adjacent land. The steep sides expose layers of different rock types, creating striped patterns that record ancient environments, lake beds, river deposits, volcanic flows, all stacked in chronological order. Canyons develop where occasional water flow concentrates along fractures in the rock. Each flood, rare as it may be, cuts a little deeper. Between floods, nothing seems to happen, but the patient work of erosion continues through chemical weathering and the gradual weakening of rock structure. Over immense time, these episodes of activity separated by long quiet periods carve impressive gorges. The land maintains a kind of balance even as it changes. Material removed from one place accumulates in another. Energy from the sun drives the heating and cooling that breaks rock down. Wind and water transport the resulting fragments. Gravity pulls everything toward lower elevations. These processes work together in a system that is dynamic yet stable, constantly moving yet maintaining recognizable patterns. Pavements of closely fitted stones develop on some surfaces where wind has removed all the finer material, leaving only rocks too heavy to move. These areas become remarkably stable, protecting the soil beneath from further erosion. They can persist for thousands of years, surfaces that feel almost intentionally arranged despite being entirely natural. The slow transformation of landscapes continues whether anyone observes it or not. The mechanisms remain the same across vast stretches of time. Heat, wind, gravity, and the infrequent presence of water shape everything. The results surround you, a world that appears permanent yet is always slowly changing, built by processes too gradual to see, but profound enough to create the distinctive features of desert lands. As landscapes gradually dry, the people living within them adjust their patterns of movement and settlement in response to shifting resources. These changes unfold over many generations, with each cohort learning from the previous one and adding their own observations to a growing body of practical knowledge. You notice the locations of reliable water sources and organise your movements to include them in your regular circuit. Some springs continue flowing year-round, while others produce water only during certain seasons. Learning the timing of each source becomes essential information, passed from experienced travellers to those making the journey for the first time. Routes between water sources become well-established paths, worn smooth by the passage of many feet over many years. These trails follow the most efficient lines across the terrain, avoiding obstacles and taking advantage of easier ground. Along the way, markers help with navigation. Distinctively shaped rocks, unusual plants, or places where the path splits to serve different destinations. Settlements shift location as the balance of resources changes. A site that once had good access to water and plant foods might become less favourable as those resources diminish or move. Rather than struggling to maintain a position that no longer offers advantages, groups relocate to areas where conditions remain suitable. This flexibility allows communities to persist even as their specific locations evolve. The size and permanence of settlements adjust to match what the land can sustainably support. Where abundant resources once allowed larger groups to stay in one place through all seasons, smaller groups and more frequent movement might now make better sense. Structures become lighter and easier to rebuild, acknowledging that future moves are likely. Knowledge about which plants remain available and when they produce edible parts becomes increasingly detailed. You learn to recognize dozens of species by their leaves, stems, and growth patterns. You know which produce seeds or roots at particular times of year, and you plan movements to arrive when harvest is possible. This information accumulates across generations, creating a sophisticated calendar tied to plant cycles rather than abstract measures of time. Sharing information with others who travel similar routes creates informal networks of mutual support. When someone discovers a new water source or observes changing conditions along familiar paths, that knowledge spreads through conversation at meeting points. These exchanges help everyone adjust to current conditions without each person having to rediscover everything independently. Cooperation in gathering and processing food resources makes the work more efficient and more social. Groups working together can accomplish tasks that would be difficult alone. Processing tough plant materials, carrying water back to camp, or keeping watch while others focus on detailed work. The time spent together also allows for teaching younger members and sharing stories that contain practical guidance. The timing of movements between locations develops a natural rhythm tied to resource availability. You travel to areas where certain plants ripen, stay long enough to gather what you need, then move on to the next seasonal opportunity. This circuit might cover considerable distances over the course of a year, but each segment is manageable and the pattern becomes familiar through repetition. Temporary camps at resource-rich locations might be used repeatedly over many years, with each group adding small improvements or repairs to existing structures. These sites become recognised meeting places where different groups might encounter each other during their seasonal rounds. The overlap provides opportunities for the exchange of goods, information, and companionship. Tools and techniques evolve to work well with available materials. Containers for carrying water become lighter and more efficient. Methods for processing particular plant foods improve through experimentation and refinement. Skills for reading the landscape, predicting where water might be found, identifying useful plants from a distance, and navigating by landmarks and star positions are cultivated and shared. Children learn by accompanying adults on daily activities, observing, and gradually taking on more responsibilities as their skills develop. This hands-on education transmits not just techniques, but also the reasoning behind choices. Why camp in this spot rather than another? When is it time to move on? How do you decide which route to take? The answers embed practical wisdom developed over many lifetimes. Rest periods during the heat of the day provide time for maintenance of equipment, processing of gathered materials, and social interaction. People gather in whatever shade is available, working on tasks that don't require much physical exertion. This regular pause in activity helps manage energy expenditure in hot conditions, while still keeping everyone productively engaged. The gradual drying of the landscape creates some challenges, but also opens new possibilities. Areas that were once too wet or too densely vegetated might become more accessible. New resources can be discovered as the plant community shifts. The changes require flexibility, but they don't necessarily make life harder, just different from how it was before. Some groups develop closer relationships with particular areas, becoming experts on local conditions and seasonal patterns there. Others maintain broader territories and more varied knowledge, trading depth for breadth. Both strategies can work well depending on specific circumstances and personal preferences. Exchange networks allow specialized resources from different areas to reach people who value them. Stone useful for making tools, pigments for decoration, or particularly productive patches of favoured plants can be shared across distances through chains of giving and receiving. These connections create ties between groups and spread innovations in technique or technology. Stories about the land and its history carry practical information wrapped in memorable narratives. A tale about ancestors finding water in an unlikely place might also teach observation skills useful for finding similar situations. Accounts of long journeys preserve knowledge about distant areas and the routes to reach them. The entertainment value of storytelling ensures the information gets transmitted even when it's not immediately needed. Adaptation happens through small, incremental adjustments rather than dramatic transformations. Each generation inherits a working system and makes minor modifications based on current conditions. The accumulation of these small changes over time allows human communities to maintain themselves across shifting environmental circumstances without crisis or upheaval. The intensity of midday heat shapes daily patterns of activity and rest in drying landscapes. As the sun climbs higher and temperatures rise, it makes sense to pause strenuous work and find shade for a period of relative quiet. This rest time becomes a natural feature of each day, as predictable as the sun's movement across the sky. You seek out whatever shade is available, beneath a rock overhang, under the spreading branches of a hardy tree, or in simple shelters designed to block direct sunlight. The relief is immediate and significant. Air temperature and shade can be noticeably cooler than in direct sun, and the absence of solar radiation hitting your skin reduces the sensation of heat even more. During these rest periods, activity slows but doesn't stop entirely. Small tasks that don't require much movement or exertion can be accomplished while waiting out the worst of the heat. Repairing equipment, preparing food gathered earlier, or working on crafts that involve careful attention rather than physical labour all fit well into these quieter hours. Conversation flows easily during midday rest, creating social time that strengthens bonds between people sharing the same space. Stories are exchanged, plans are discussed, and observations about the land and its resources are shared. This regular opportunity for communication helps maintain group cohesion and ensures that knowledge circulates among all members. Children who might have been energetic during the cooler morning hours often nap during midday heat. The quiet time allows them to rest while adults remain nearby, attentive but not actively engaged in demanding work. This pattern of activity and rest teaches the young ones natural rhythms that will serve them throughout their lives. The position of the sun provides a reliable indicator of when the hottest part of the day has passed and movement can resume. As it begins its descent toward the horizon, the intensity of heat gradually diminishes. Shadows lengthen, providing more areas of shade. The transition is gradual enough that there's no single moment when activity must restart, but rather a general resumption as comfort increases. Evening hours become productive and pleasant for work that requires movement and effort. The fading heat makes travel comfortable, gathering tasks feel less taxing, and physical work more enjoyable. This late-day activity period can extend well past sunset in many seasons, as cooler air and softer light create ideal conditions. The rhythm of rest during peak heat and activity during cooler hours repeats itself day after day, creating a natural structure that requires no conscious planning once established. Your body becomes attuned to this pattern, naturally feeling ready to pause when the sun reaches its zenith and ready to move again as it descends. Seasonal variations adjust the timing and duration of rest periods. During the hottest months, midday breaks might extend longer, while cooler seasons might require only a brief pause or none at all. The flexibility of the pattern allows it to accommodate different conditions while maintaining its basic logic. Water consumption increases during rest periods in heat, as your body continues to use moisture for cooling even when you're not moving much. Having water available during these times is important, and the knowledge of how much you'll need over the course of a day, including rest periods, informs decisions about how much to carry and when to seek replenishment. Shade-providing features in the landscape become recognised and valued stopping points. A particular cluster of rocks that casts a good shadow, a tree with wide-spreading branches, or a cave with a cool interior might be regularly visited by many different travellers. These spots can develop into informal gathering places where paths naturally converge. The practice of resting during heat is something you observe in animals as well. Lizards retreat under rocks, birds become quiet in whatever cover they can find, and larger animals seek shade or remain still to conserve energy and reduce heat generation. This shared response to temperature creates a kind of quiet across the landscape during the hottest hours. Rest time also provides an opportunity for simply observing your surroundings without the distraction of active tasks. Details you might not notice while focused on movement or work become apparent when you're sitting still. The pattern of light filtering through leaves, the texture of rock surfaces, the small movements of insects going about their business. The value of rest becomes clear through its effects. After a period of sitting quietly in the shade, you feel refreshed and ready to continue. Without these breaks, sustained activity in heat would be much harder to maintain. The rest periods aren't interruptions to productivity, but rather essential components of it, allowing for consistent effort across the full day. In cooler months or cloudy conditions, the urgency of midday rest decreases, but the habit often persists as a social custom, even when it's not strictly necessary for comfort. The regular gathering time has value beyond just avoiding heat, creating predictable opportunities for connection and communication. Different landscapes offer different opportunities for shade and rest. In rockier areas, overhangs and crevices provide numerous options. In flatter, more open terrain, you might need to create your own shade using materials at hand or carry simple structures. This variation adds to the skills required for moving through different types of dry country. Night brings its own rhythm of rest, but the midday pause serves a different function. Nighttime sleep restores energy used throughout the previous day. Midday rest helps moderate current heat stress and positions you to make good use of the cooler evening hours ahead. Together, these rest periods bracket the day's activities in a sustainable pattern. The quiet that settles during midday rest feels peaceful rather than empty. It's a chosen pause, a recognition of natural conditions, and a sensible response that makes the rest of the day more pleasant and productive. This balance between activity and rest becomes second nature, woven into the way you experience time in landscapes shaped by heat and dryness. Managing food and water in drying landscapes requires attention to patterns, careful planning, and knowledge built across generations. The abundance of resources varies by season and location, creating a complex map of when and where different foods become available. Learning this map and moving accordingly becomes essential. Water sources, springs, seeps, and places where digging reveals moisture are known locations that you revisit regularly. The amount each produces might vary from season to season, but their positions remain consistent. You learn to recognize the subtle signs that indicate water nearby. Certain plant species, patterns in the rock, or slight changes in soil color. When you reach a water source, you drink your fill and replenish containers for the journey ahead. The amount you carry depends on the distance to the next reliable source and the temperature you expect to encounter. Experience teaches you to calculate these needs accurately, avoiding both the burden of carrying excess and the risk of running short. Some locations allow for staying near water for extended periods, while gathering other resources in the surrounding area. These sites become seasonal camps where you might remain for many days, taking advantage of the security that comes from having water readily available. Daily tasks can be planned without constant concern about water supply. Between water sources, conservation becomes important but not difficult. You drink when thirsty, but awareness of supply helps moderate consumption naturally. Travelling during cooler parts of the day reduces water needs. Resting during peak heat minimises the amount lost through perspiration. These practices are sensible responses to conditions rather than hardship measures. Plant foods require knowledge of which species are edible, when they produce usable parts, and how to process them if needed. Some plants offer edible leaves or shoots during their growing season. Others produce seeds that can be gathered and stored. Roots and tubers from certain species provide nourishment when other options are scarce. The variety is considerable for those who know what to look for. Gathering techniques develop to make efficient use of time and effort. You learn to spot productive patches from a distance and move directly to them, rather than searching randomly. Processing methods passed down through generations make tough plant materials more digestible and improve flavour. Sharing the work among several people makes large harvests manageable. Some gathered foods can be dried for storage, extending their usefulness beyond the immediate season of abundance. Seeds naturally keep well if protected from moisture and pests. Certain other foods can be processed and dried to create portable nutrition for journeys or times when fresh gathering is less productive. The timing of movements across the landscape is often governed by when different plant foods become available. You might spend late spring in one area where certain seeds ripen, then move to a different location for midsummer gathering of other resources, following a circuit that returns to earlier locations when their seasons come around again. This pattern of movement means you rarely deplete any single area. By the time you return to a gathering location, plants have had time to grow back, produce new seeds, or otherwise recover from previous harvesting. The natural regeneration cycle matches your pattern of use, maintaining productivity over many years. Sharing food within groups ensures everyone has enough regardless of daily variations in individual gathering success. What you collect today supplements what others gathered yesterday. Over time, these exchanges balance out, providing stability and security for all members. Cooperation makes more sense than strict individual accounting. Knowledge about where to find emergency resources, plants that produce edible parts even in less favourable seasons, locations where water can be found through digging, areas that reliably support animal life that might be hunted, provides backup options if primary resources fall short. This information is valued and carefully maintained. Processing areas near camps might show signs of repeated use, accumulations of nutshells, areas worn smooth from grinding activities, or cleared spaces where people regularly work. These locations become familiar spots that future visitors recognise and continue to use, adding their own marks to the accumulated evidence of long human presence. Water found at different sources has distinct qualities. Some taste slightly mineral, others are perfectly sweet. Some runs cool even in hot seasons. Others feel lukewarm. Preferences develop, and you might detour slightly to reach a particularly pleasant spring if time allows. These small choices add character to journeys that might otherwise seem purely functional. Food preferences exist as well, both personal tastes and broader seasonal cravings. After many days of eating preserved foods, fresh greens might be particularly welcome. Certain flavours become associated with specific times of year or places. creating positive memories that link sensory experience with landscape and season. Teaching younger people about food and water management happens through participation rather than formal instruction. Children accompany adults on gathering trips, learning to recognize useful plants and good digging spots. They help carry water and watch how it's rationed during travel. Through repeated experience, they absorb the knowledge they'll need to manage these resources independently. The landscape provides enough for those who understand it well and move with its rhythms. Scarcity is rare when you know what to look for and time your presence to match availability. The system works through knowledge, flexibility, and the maintenance of patterns that have proven sustainable over long periods. Gratitude for food and water comes naturally when you are aware of the effort required to locate and gather them. Nothing is taken for granted, yet nothing needs to feel desperately precious either. The balance between appreciation and confidence in continued availability creates a healthier relationship with resources. Careful use isn't about anxiety or deprivation, but about respect and intelligence. You use what you need, gather what makes sense, and move on when it's time. The land continues to provide because its use is calibrated to match what it can sustainably offer. This equilibrium, maintained through generations of accumulated wisdom, supports ongoing human presence in drying landscapes. As the sun descends toward the horizon, the quality of light across dry landscapes shifts from the harsh brightness of midday to softer, warmer tones. Long shadows stretch across the ground, creating patterns that change moment by moment. The intensity of heat begins to fade, replaced by air that feels gentler and more forgiving. This transition from day to evening brings renewed energy for activity after the quiet of midday rest. People move about more freely, resuming tasks or beginning new ones in the pleasant conditions. The coolness is relative. Evening temperatures might still feel warm by some standards, but the relief from peak heat is noticeable and welcome. Gathering tasks that were postponed during the hot hours can be completed in evening comfort. You might walk to nearby plant patches to collect items for the next day's meals, moving with easy efficiency now that exertion doesn't bring overwhelming heat. The lower light angle can actually make certain plants easier to spot, their shapes standing out against long shadows. Evening is a good time for longer walks to check on familiar landmarks or visit nearby areas of interest. The cooler air makes distance feel less daunting. You can cover ground at a steady pace without the need for frequent breaks. The changing light reveals the landscape in different ways than midday sun, highlighting textures and contours that weren't as visible earlier. Social life expands in the evening hours. As individual tasks conclude and people return to shared spaces, conversation increases. There's time to discuss what was observed during the day, share information about resources or conditions, and make plans for tomorrow. The communal atmosphere grows stronger as night approaches. Food preparation often happens in the evening, creating pleasant aromas that drift through the camp. Fires might be lit if fuel is available, and there's a need for cooking or warmth later in the night. The process of preparing and sharing a meal provides structure to the evening, a familiar sequence of activities that marks the transition toward rest. Children who napped during midday heat might be particularly lively in the evening, playing in the cooler air while adults work nearby. Their games and interactions add energy and sound to the camp, creating a different atmosphere than the quieter midday period. This burst of activity helps tire them out before nighttime sleep. The sky transforms as the sun continues its descent. Colours intensify. Oranges, pinks, and purples spread across the horizon, where dust and distance create vivid displays. These sunsets can be spectacular in dry air that holds little moisture to diffuse the light. The show is brief but memorable, a daily gift from the interaction of sun, atmosphere, and landscape. As darkness begins to gather, birds that were quiet during the heat become active again. Their calls mark territories or communicate with mates. The sounds add another layer to the evening, natural background music that signals the healthy presence of life in the landscape. Different species have distinct calls that you learn to recognize without conscious thought. Stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. first the brightest ones, then gradually more and more as night deepens. In dry climates with little artificial light, the number of visible stars can be astonishing. The familiar patterns of constellations rotate through the seasons, providing another way to track time's passage and orient yourself in space. Evening temperatures continue to drop as heat absorbed during the day radiates back into the night sky. The rate of cooling depends on cloud cover. Clear skies allow faster heat loss, while clouds act like a blanket, slowing the process. You can predict how cool the night will become based on whether clouds are present at sunset. Movement between areas within camp becomes easier in the gathering darkness, as your eyes adjust to lower light levels. The shapes of familiar objects remain recognizable even when details blur. Memory and familiarity guide you around spaces you've been using all day, requiring less conscious attention to navigate. Conversation in the evening might turn to stories, recounting events from the past or sharing traditional narratives that carry both entertainment and instruction. These stories often feature the landscape itself, memorable journeys, unusual discoveries, encounters with animals, or explanations of how certain features came to be. The telling strengthens cultural knowledge while providing enjoyment. Evening routines develop that suit the particular conditions of each season and location. During warmer months, activities might continue well into full darkness, taking advantage of every cool hour. In colder seasons, evenings might involve gathering closer together, sharing warmth as temperatures drop more significantly after sunset. The transition from evening to night is gradual rather than sudden. There's no single moment when day ends and night begins, but rather a gentle progression through deepening shades of twilight. This slow change allows for natural adjustment of activities without abrupt shifts. Work that requires good light winds down as visibility decreases, but tasks that can be done by feel or near firelight might continue. Hands stay busy with familiar work, repairing equipment, preparing materials for tomorrow, or crafting items that don't require fine visual detail. The combination of productive work and social time creates satisfying evenings. The cooling air settles into low areas, creating subtle temperature variations across the landscape. Higher ground might remain slightly warmer, while valleys and depressions collect cooler air. These microclimates affect where you choose to sleep and how you arrange your resting space for comfort. As full night approaches, the pace of activity naturally slows. Energy that surged with evening's relief from heat gradually winds down toward the rest that will come with sleep. The day's efforts have been completed, tomorrow's plans are roughly sketched, and the present moment opens into calm anticipation of restorative sleep. Night in desert landscapes brings a quality of coolness that balances the heat of the day. The temperature drop can be significant, creating comfortable conditions for sleep after hours of warmth. This daily swing between temperature extremes becomes a reliable pattern, something you anticipate and plan around without conscious thought. The air feels different at night, often still and calm, with less wind than daylight hours might bring. This stillness creates quiet that enhances the sense of peace. Small sounds carry farther in the silence, but they're generally soft and unthreatening. The rustle of a small animal moving through sparse vegetation, the settling of cooling rocks, or the whisper of a gentle breeze. Your sleeping space is arranged to match nighttime conditions. During warmer seasons, you might sleep in the open, where any breeze can reach you and radiate heat easily escapes upward. In cooler months or locations, you might seek more shelter, using natural features or simple structures to block wind and retain some warmth. The sky at night, especially in dry regions far from any artificial light, displays stars in remarkable abundance. The Milky Way stretches across the darkness like a river of light. Familiar constellations wheel through their seasonal positions. Planets, brighter than surrounding stars, mark specific points in the heavens. This celestial display is available every clear night, a constant presence that connects you to deep time and vast space. Sleep comes easily after a day of activity and the natural tiredness that accumulates through waking hours. Your body responds to the darkness and cooler temperatures by settling into rest. The regular rhythm of day and night, repeated without variation, keeps your internal timing synchronized with the external world. Night sounds create a subtle backdrop to sleep. Insects might chirp or buzz in patterns specific to their species. Occasional calls from nighttime animals punctuate the quiet. These sounds are familiar rather than alarming, part of the normal acoustic environment that confirms everything is as it should be. The temperature continues to drop through the early night hours, reaching its lowest point typically just before dawn. Your body adjusts to this cooling without waking, perhaps shifting positions slightly or drawing coverings a bit closer. The changes happen gradually enough that they don't disturb rest. Dreams blend elements of daily experience with deeper patterns of thought and memory. The landscapes you move through, while awake, might reappear in sleep, mixed with other elements in ways that don't follow waking logic but feel meaningful nonetheless. These nighttime mental wanderings process experiences and consolidate memories without requiring conscious effort. Middle of the waking, if it happens, is usually brief. You might notice the position of the stars or moon, gauge how much of the night has passed, and then settle back into sleep. The darkness and quiet support rest, making it easy to return to unconsciousness. There's no anxiety about these brief wakeful periods. They're natural parts of the sleep cycle. The moon, when present, creates its own quality of light that transforms the nighttime landscape. Surfaces that seemed dark become visible in shades of silver and grey. Shadows shift as the moon moves across the sky. Full moons can be bright enough to move around comfortably, while new moons leave the landscape to starlight alone. Clouds passing over at night are usually invisible except as they block stars, creating moving areas of darkness against the otherwise light-filled sky. Their passage might bring subtle changes in temperature or humidity, but typically not enough to disturb sleep. The minor variations blend into the overall experience of night. Other people sleeping nearby create a quiet companionship, their presence reassuring even though everyone is unconscious. The shared space of sleep strengthens social bonds in ways that don't require words or waking interaction. Simply being together through the vulnerable hours of darkness builds trust and connection. Children sleep soundly after their evening energy has been expended. Their deeper, less conscious sleep might be punctuated by moments of movement or quiet sounds, but they typically rest through the entire night. Adults with more years of experience reading the environment might sleep more lightly, subconsciously monitoring conditions even while resting. Night's coolness allows your body to recover from the day's heat exposure. Core temperature that might have risen slightly during peak warmth returns to its optimal range. The cooler external temperature actually aids in maintaining comfortable internal conditions, making sleep more restorative. The stillness of night creates space for the land itself to settle and recover from the day. Rocks that expanded slightly in the heat contract as they cool. Plants that wilted in the sun recover some turgidity. Animals that hid from midday warmth emerge to go about their nocturnal activities. The landscape remains dynamic even in darkness. Pre-dawn hours bring the coolest temperatures, and you might pull coverings a bit closer or shift to catch any residual warmth from your sleeping spot. These small adjustments happen automatically, requiring minimal waking consciousness. Your body knows how to regulate its comfort, and does so with practiced efficiency. The approach of dawn begins subtly. The eastern sky might lighten almost imperceptibly at first, and the coolest air seems to deepen just before this hint of coming light. Stars begin to fade in areas where the sky brightens. The transition is so gradual that pinpointing the exact moment day begins is impossible, but the overall shift is unmistakable. Night has provided the rest needed to meet another day. Your body has restored energy, processed the previous day's experiences, and prepared for whatever the coming hours will bring. The cycle of activity and rest, heat and cool, waking and sleep continues in reliable patterns that support ongoing life in desert landscapes. Desert landscapes, once fully formed, continue to shape human experience across countless generations. The patterns established during the long drying period persist, creating conditions that influence how people move, gather resources, and organize their lives. This influence is subtle but pervasive, woven into daily routines and long-term planning. Trade routes develop along paths that connect water sources across arid regions. These routes become increasingly important as the value of moving goods between distant areas grows. Caravans follow trails established over many generations, each journey adding slightly to the knowledge of optimal timing, reliable stopping points, and potential hazards along the way. The goods that move along these routes include items not available in all regions: salt from dry lake beds, obsidian or other tool-making stone from specific outcrops, dried foods that travel well, and crafted items that showcase particular skills or local styles. The exchange creates connections between people separated by considerable distances. Desert crossings require planning and preparation that become refined through repeated experience. You learn to travel during cooler seasons when water needs are reduced. You memorize the locations of every reliable spring and seep along your route. You prepare for the specific conditions you'll encounter: loose sand that slows movement, rocky ground that demands careful footing, or areas where navigation is tricky due to few landmarks. Stories about desert travel accumulate, carrying practical information wrapped in memorable narratives. Tales of successful crossings note the timing, route choices, and preparations that worked well. Accounts of difficult journeys identify what went wrong and what might have prevented problems. This collective knowledge base makes each subsequent journey safer and more efficient. Settlements along desert edges and near reliable water sources become meeting points where different groups exchange goods, information, and social connections. These locations might host seasonal gatherings when the weather is favourable and resources are abundant enough to support larger groups temporarily. The interactions strengthen networks that span beyond any single community. Architecture develops that responds intelligently to desert conditions. Structures use thick walls to moderate temperature swings, small windows to reduce heat gain while still allowing light and air, and designs that create shade while catching any breeze. These features become standard elements, refined over many building cycles. Water management techniques grow increasingly sophisticated. Systems for collecting and storing rainwater make the most of infrequent precipitation. Wells are dug with knowledge passed down about where to find underground sources and how to maintain them. Channels direct water to areas where it's most needed, creating productive patches within otherwise dry landscapes. Plant cultivation begins in some areas where water can be controlled reliably. Certain species that naturally grow in desert margins respond well to a bit of extra water and attention. Gardens near water sources supplement gathered wild foods, adding security and variety to diets. The knowledge of which plants can be encouraged and how to care for them develops through patient experimentation. Cultural practices reflect desert realities. Hospitality traditions ensure that travellers can find welcome and resources at settlements along trade routes. Sharing water with visitors is considered essential rather than optional. These customs recognise the mutual vulnerability everyone faces in arid environments and create networks of support that benefit all. Spiritual and artistic traditions incorporate desert imagery and symbolism. The stark beauty of desert landscapes, the clarity of night skies, and the drama of rare rainstorms all find expression in stories, songs, and visual arts. The physical environment shapes cultural identity in ways both obvious and subtle. Navigation skills particular to desert environments develop into specialised knowledge, reading subtle variations in terrain, predicting weather from cloud formations, using star positions for direction, and recognising the signs of approaching seasonal changes all become valued abilities. Those with particular skill in these areas share their knowledge with others. The continuity of desert landscapes creates a sense of connection to past generations who move through the same spaces. You walk trails worn by countless feet before yours, You camp at sites that show evidence of long use. You draw water from springs that have flowed for time beyond memory. This temporal depth adds meaning to daily activities. Adaptation to desert conditions becomes so thoroughly integrated into ways of living that it feels natural rather than imposed. The rhythms of movement, the patterns of work and rest, and the social customs that facilitate survival and comfort. All of these simply are the way things are done. The desert has shaped culture to match its requirements, and the fit feels comfortable. Changes continue even after deserts reach their current extents. Climate variations bring wetter and drier periods over decades and centuries. Water sources might shift location or change their productivity. Plant communities adjust their ranges and abundances. People respond to these changes with the same flexibility that served their ancestors during the initial drying periods. The knowledge required to thrive in desert landscapes remains valuable and continues to be transmitted from experienced individuals to learners. Each generation adds their own observations and innovations to the accumulated wisdom. The tradition is living and dynamic rather than static and fixed. Desert crossings that once seemed daunting become familiar journeys for those who make them regularly. The distances don't shrink. The challenges don't disappear, but experience makes them manageable. What required intense focus the first time becomes routine on the 10th or 20th crossing. Confidence builds with repetition. The stark beauty of desert landscapes attracts people who appreciate their particular qualities. The clean lines of distant horizons, the dramatic contrast between sky and land, the intensity of light and colour, and the sense of space and openness. What might seem harsh to unfamiliar eyes becomes beloved to those who know these places well. Evening light in deserts continues to transform the view with the same reliable magic it has shown for thousands of years. The colours, the lengthening shadows, the gradual cooling. These daily events maintain their appeal through countless repetitions. Each sunset is unique in its details, yet familiar in its pattern. As you settle into sleep tonight, the desert landscapes that took thousands of years to form continue their patient existence. They've shaped human history not through dramatic events, but through steady influence on the practical details of life, where people travel, how they gather resources when they rest, and what they value. The quiet persistence of these dry lands has proven as influential as any dramatic historical force, working its effects through the accumulated weight of daily choices and adaptations across generations beyond counting. The world's deserts hold their shape, neither expanding nor contracting in any way you would notice within a lifetime. They continue offering their particular challenges and rewards to those who learn their patterns. And in the cool darkness of night, beneath stars that have watched these lands for far longer than humans have walked them, the balance holds between heat and cool, activity and rest, movement and staying, all the rhythms that make life possible in these remarkable places. Before we dive into the history of specific games, let's talk about something you probably experience today without even thinking about it: the urge to play. Maybe you did a crossword puzzle with your morning coffee, or played a word game on your phone while waiting in line, or challenged a friend to a quick match of something competitive. That impulse, that desire to engage in something that doesn't strictly need to be done, is one of the most fundamentally human things about us. Scientists have watched animals play, puppies wrestle, otters slide down riverbanks repeatedly for no practical reason, and even crows have been observed playing what looks suspiciously like games with each other. But humans took play and transformed it into something more structured, more meaningful, and infinitely more complex. We created games. The urge to play seems to be hardwired into our brains, right alongside our needs for food, shelter, and connection with others. And here's something fascinating. Archaeological evidence suggests that humans have been creating formal games for at least 5,000 years, and probably much longer. Think about that for a moment. While our ancestors were figuring out agriculture, building the first cities, and inventing writing, they were also sitting down to play board games. This tells us something important. Games aren't frivolous additions to human culture. They're central to it. Games teach us strategy, help us bond with others, give us safe ways to compete, and provide mental challenges that keep our minds sharp. They're practice for real life, but with lower stakes and more laughter. Imagine the first person who looked at some stones or seeds and thought, I could make a game with these. Perhaps it was a shepherd watching over flocks with nothing but time and pebbles. Perhaps it was a child playing in the dirt who noticed patterns emerging. However it happened, that moment of creative play sparked something that has never stopped evolving. Early games likely grew from simple concepts, moving objects from one place to another, trying to get things to land in certain spots, and competing to see who could throw or aim most accurately. These weren't just time wasters for bored ancient people. They were ways to sharpen skills needed for survival, hand-eye coordination, strategic thinking, and the ability to read an opponent's intentions. But games also served another crucial purpose that had nothing to do with survival skills. They were fun. In a world where daily life could be harsh, uncertain, and short, games provided moments of genuine enjoyment. They created spaces where people could laugh, compete without serious consequences, and forget their troubles for a while. You can almost picture it, can't you? After a long day of work that would make our modern desk jobs look simple, ancient people would gather as the sun set, bringing out their game boards, their dice, and their playing pieces. Children watching and learning, eventually joining in. Strangers becoming friends over shared games. Winners gloating just enough, losers plotting their comeback. The beautiful thing about games is that they require nothing more than agreement between players and some basic materials. You don't need wealth, status, or power to play, just willingness to participate in this peculiar human tradition of creating arbitrary rules and following them for enjoyment. As you relax into your pillow tonight, consider that this very human impulse to play connects you to every generation that came before. The person who will go to sleep after playing a video game has more in common with an ancient Egyptian playing sonnet than you might think. The materials change, the complexity evolves, but that fundamental joy of engaging in playful competition remains constant across millennia. Let's travel back to ancient Mesopotamia, to the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, around 2600 BCE. Picture a city with mud brick buildings, marketplace sounds drifting through warm air, and in a cool interior room 2 people hunched over a beautiful board game. This game was called the Royal Game of Ur, O-O-R, and when archaeologists discovered it in the 1920s, they found something remarkable. Not just the game boards themselves, but also instructions for how to play. Someone over 4,000 years ago thought to write down the rules. This tells us that games were important enough to preserve, to pass down, and to make sure future generations could enjoy them exactly as intended. The Royal Game of Ur was played on a distinctive board that looked like 2 rectangles connected by a narrow bridge. The playing pieces were beautiful, often carved from precious materials and inlaid with shell and lapis lazuli. This wasn't a cheap amusement. This was a game that people valued enough to craft with artistry and care. The game involved dice, though not the cubic dice we know today. Ancient Mesopotamian dice were pyramid-shaped, with 2 marked corners, creating a binary system of chance. Players would race their pieces around the board, landing on special squares that either helped or hindered their progress. Sound familiar? If you've ever played Parcheesi or Sorry, you've played a distant descendant of games like this. Meanwhile, across the world in ancient Egypt, people were equally devoted to their games. The Egyptians particularly loved a game called senet, which was so important that they buried game sets in tombs so the deceased could play in the afterlife. Imagine considering a board game so essential that you'd want it with you for eternity. Senet boards have been found in tombs ranging from common workers to pharaohs. The game appears in Egyptian art, showing everyone from queens to servants hunched over their boards, moving their pieces with concentration. The boards were often beautifully crafted, with 30 squares arranged in 3 rows of 10, and pieces that range from simple pawns to elaborately carved figures. The game combined luck and strategy in ways that made it endlessly replayable. Players moved pieces based on the throw of casting sticks, flat sticks with one decorated side that would land either up or down, creating different move combinations. The goal was to get all your pieces off the board before your opponent, but certain squares had special meanings, including some with religious significance. Here's something that might make you smile. Archaeologists have found evidence that ancient Egyptians sometimes cheated at Senet. Some boards show wear patterns suggesting people moved their pieces in ways that didn't quite match the rules. Even 4,000 years ago, some competitive player was trying to sneak an extra square when their opponent wasn't looking carefully. Ancient China developed its own rich gaming traditions. Go, known as Weiqi, Weiqi in Chinese, emerged over 2,500 years ago and is still played today with essentially unchanged rules, making it possibly the oldest continuously played board game in human history. The game's elegance is deceiving. Played on a grid with black and white stones, it looks simple, but contains such strategic depth that modern computers only recently learned to beat master players. Go was considered one of the 4 arts of the Chinese scholar, alongside calligraphy, painting and music. This elevated games from mere entertainment to cultural refinement. Learning to play Go well was seen as developing mental discipline, strategic thinking and even moral character. The game became a metaphor for life itself. You can't control everything. You must work with what you have, and sometimes sacrificing small advantages leads to greater victories. The ancient Greeks and Romans, never ones to be left out of cultural innovations, had their own gaming traditions. They played dice games enthusiastically, perhaps too enthusiastically, as both cultures had laws against gambling in public places, which naturally meant people did it anyway, just more discreetly. Roman soldiers stationed at outposts across their vast empire scratched game boards into stone surfaces wherever they were stationed. You can still see these boards today at Hadrian's Wall in Britain, at desert forts in North Africa, and at garrison sites throughout Europe. Imagine Roman soldiers far from home, finding comfort and camaraderie in games that connected them to their culture and to each other. The Romans also loved a dice game called tesserae, which was remarkably similar to modern dice games. They had expressions like "to play with dice" as a metaphor for taking risks, the same way we might say someone is rolling the dice on a decision today. What's particularly touching about these ancient games is how they reveal universal human desires that transcend time and culture. The Mesopotamian merchant, the Egyptian priest, the Chinese scholar, and the Roman soldier. They all wanted the same things from their games that you want from yours: challenge, entertainment, social connection, and those satisfying moments when strategy and luck align to deliver victory. As you drift towards sleep, picture these ancient game players. The materials they used might have been different: carved stone instead of moulded plastic, painted wood instead of printed cardboard, but the emotions were identical. The concentration, the excitement of a good move, the groan of bad luck, the satisfaction of outsmarting an opponent, the laughter when something unexpected happened. Across thousands of years, games create a continuous thread of shared human experience. Let's move forward in time to medieval Europe, roughly 1000 to 1500 CE. Picture a world lit by candles and firelight, where entertainment options were limited compared to today's endless streaming services and digital distractions. Yet people in the Middle Ages were no less eager for amusement and competition than we are. If anything, games mattered more because they were one of the few reliable sources of entertainment. Chess arrived in medieval Europe around the 10th century, travelling along trade routes from Persia, where it was called shatranj, and ultimately originating in India centuries earlier as chaturanga. The game's journey across continents took hundreds of years. with rules evolving and pieces transforming to fit each new culture. European medieval society saw chess as a perfect symbolic representation of their feudal world. The king, queen, bishops, knights, castles, and pawns mirrored the social hierarchy they lived within. Playing chess became associated with nobility and education. Kings and queens played it, clergy studied it, and knights practiced it to sharpen their strategic minds. The medieval version of chess was slower than modern chess. The queen, originally a piece called the advisor, could only move one square diagonally. Imagine how frustrating that must have been compared to the powerful queen we know today, who can sweep across the board in any direction. The game underwent a major revolution in the 15th century Spain, when the queen's powers were dramatically increased, creating the game we recognise today. Manuscript illuminations from the period often show people playing chess. In one famous image, a knight and a lady play chess while servants attend them. In another, two monks play by candlelight. These images tell us that chess transcended social boundaries, or at least provided one of the few spaces where people from different classes might interact as equals, united by the rules of the game. But medieval Europe wasn't just about chess. Common people who couldn't necessarily afford elaborate game sets created their own entertainment. Nine Men's Morris, a strategy game played on a grid, could be scratched into wood, stone, or even dirt. Boards for this game have been found carved into church pews and monastery walls, suggesting that even during religious services some minds wandered toward play. Dice games remained popular throughout the medieval period, despite repeated attempts by both church and secular authorities to ban them, particularly when played for money. The persistence of these prohibitions tells us something important. People kept playing anyway. The medieval love of games was stronger than any decree could suppress. Backgammon, or rather its medieval ancestor called tables, was enormously popular. The game combined the strategic element of piece placement with the random element of dice rolls, a combination that has proven irresistible to humans across cultures. Medieval travellers would carry portable game boards, and inns often provided boards for guests, much like hotels today might provide chess sets or card games in their lobbies. Children's games in the medieval period included many that would look familiar today. They played with dolls, hoops, balls and toys. They played tag and hide and seek. They played games with rhymes and songs that, in some cases, have survived to the present day with remarkably little change. Ring Around the Rosie might have medieval origins, though historians debate this. Outdoor games were particularly important in an era when most people worked outside and children had far more freedom to roam than modern kids typically enjoy. Archery contests, wrestling matches, and various ball games provided entertainment and helped people maintain skills that might prove useful in warfare or hunting. The nobility enjoyed hunting, which they considered both sport and training for combat. They developed elaborate rules and rituals around hunting, turning it into a sophisticated game with its own etiquette and scoring system. Falconry, hunting with trained birds of prey, was particularly prestigious and had rules as complex as any board game. Festivals and holy days brought special games and contests. Villages would compete in everything from races to strength competitions. These events served important social functions, allowing communities to bond, showing off skills, and providing young people with opportunities to impress potential partners. Games weren't just individual entertainment, they were social glue holding communities together. One particularly interesting medieval development was the emergence of card games. Playing cards reached Europe from the Islamic world by the 14th century, and their arrival created something of a sensation. Here was a game system that was portable, endlessly variable, and accessible to people at all economic levels. You could play cards in a castle or a tavern while travelling or at home. Early playing cards were hand-painted and expensive, available only to wealthy individuals. But printing technology soon made them affordable for common people. the democratization of card games represented an important shift. Entertainment that once belonged only to the elite became available to everyone. The medieval period teaches us that games adapt to their cultural context. Chess reflected feudal society structure. Card games spread followed trade routes and technological innovation. Children's games mixed education with entertainment, teaching skills while providing fun. And through it all, authorities tried and failed to control how and when people played, because the human need for play refuses to be regulated away. As sleep draws closer, imagine a medieval hall on a winter evening. Outside it's dark and cold. Inside, firelight flickers, casting moving shadows. At a table, two people focus on a chess game while others watch, commenting on moves and strategies. In a corner, dice rattle in someone's hands. Children play a clapping game, their rhythmic sounds mixing with adult conversation. The scene is hundreds of years old, but the feeling it creates, warmth, companionship, engagement, is timeless. Let's step into the 18th and 19th centuries now, into an era when the middle class was expanding and domestic life was becoming more structured and in many ways more formal. This was the age of parlour games, entertainment that took place in the home's most refined space, the parlour or drawing room, where families and friends gathered for socially acceptable amusement. The Victorians, in particular, were enthusiastic game players. They lived in an era that valued both self-improvement and entertainment, and games fit perfectly into this worldview. A proper parlour game should be mentally stimulating but not too challenging, socially engaging but not improper, and amusing but not crude. Charades became wildly popular during this era. The game required nothing but imagination and willing participants, perfect for evening entertainment when families and visitors gathered. Players would silently act out words, phrases, or titles while others guessed. The game combined creativity, performance, and mental agility, all within the bounds of respectable behaviour. What's particularly charming about Victorian charades is how seriously people took them. There are accounts of elaborate preparations, with players sometimes creating costumes or props specifically for their performances. Victorians might have valued restraint and propriety in public, but in the privacy of their parlours, they were perfectly willing to make fools of themselves for entertainment. Word games flourished during this period. Acrostics, where words are formed from the first letters of other words, became popular puzzle entertainment. Anagrams challenge players to rearrange letters to form new words. These games appealed to an educated middle class that valued literacy and clever wordplay. The 19th century also saw the emergence of commercial board games as we know them today. The Game of Life, created in 1860 by Milton Bradley, was explicitly designed to teach moral lessons about making good choices. Players move through life stages, with virtuous decisions leading to happiness and poor choices resulting in setbacks. It was entertainment with an educational purpose, very Victorian indeed. Publishers began producing elaborate board games with colourful printed boards, detailed rules, and specific themes. Many games focused on travel and exploration, reflecting an era when railways and steamships were opening up the world. Games like Across the Continent and Journey Through Europe let players imaginatively travel to places they might never actually visit. These travel games reveal something interesting about the relationship between games and reality. For Victorian players, a board game about travelling to India or crossing America might be the closest they ever came to such adventures. Games provided safe, affordable ways to experience exciting scenarios from the comfort of home. Card games evolved significantly during this period. Whist, a trick-taking game that required 4 players in 2 partnerships, became enormously popular. It was considered intellectually respectable. Serious whist players formed clubs and competed in tournaments with the same gravity that others brought to business or politics. Bridge evolved from whist in the late 19th century, adding bidding and more complex strategy. Within decades, bridge became a cultural phenomenon, particularly among educated middle and upper classes. The game required memory, mathematical calculation, partnership cooperation, and strategic thinking. Playing bridge well was seen as a mark of intelligence and sophistication. Jigsaw puzzles emerged as popular entertainment during this era. Originally created by cutting maps into pieces for educational purposes, puzzles evolved into increasingly complex images designed purely for entertainment. Families would work on puzzles together during long winter evenings, combining solitary focus with companionable silence. Parlour magic and illusion also became popular home entertainment. Simple magic tricks that could be performed with household objects filled books, marketed to families seeking new forms of amusement. The person who could entertain guests with clever tricks became a valued addition to social gatherings. Victorian children had their own games, many commercially produced for the first time. Pick-up sticks, marbles, jacks, and spinning tops were manufactured and marketed specifically for children. This represented a shift in how childhood was viewed. No longer just miniature adults, children were recognised as deserving their own appropriate forms of play. The 19th century also saw the birth of modern sports rules. Games that had been played informally for generations received standardised rules that allowed for organised competition. Baseball, football, both American and association, tennis, and many other sports developed their modern forms during this period. What had been local variations became unified games that could be played the same way across distances. This standardisation was enabled by improvements in communication and transportation. People could read about sports in newspapers, travel to watch matches, and form leagues that competed across regions. Games were becoming not just local pastimes, but shared cultural experiences that connected communities across geographical boundaries. One particularly interesting development was the emergence of games explicitly designed for mixed company. Men and women playing together. In an era when social interactions between sexes were carefully regulated, games provided acceptable context for interaction. A young man and woman might not be permitted time alone together, but they could certainly be partners in a game of whist or charades. The parlour game era reminds us that games reflect their social context. Victorian games emphasised propriety, education, and controlled excitement. They created structured opportunities for social interaction within acceptable boundaries. They provided mental stimulation during an era that valued intellectual improvement. And they helped define and reinforce class identities. Knowing the rules of proper games was part of being properly middle class. As you nestle deeper into your blankets, imagine a Victorian drawing room on a rainy afternoon. Gaslight illuminates the space. A fire crackles in the hearth. At a table, 4 people concentrate on their whist hands. In another corner, children are utterly absorbed in a board game about travelling through Africa. Someone sits near the window working on a jigsaw puzzle. The rain outside makes the warmth and companionship inside feel more precious. It's a scene from another era, but the comfort it describes feels entirely familiar. The 20th century transformed games in ways that would have seemed like magic to our Victorian parlour game players. Let's trace this remarkable evolution, from the early 1900s through the digital revolution that fundamentally changed what games could be. The early decades of the century saw board games become big business. Parker Brothers and Milton Bradley weren't just companies, they were cultural institutions producing games that would become household names. Monopoly, introduced in the 1930s during the Great Depression, let players buy and sell property in an era when many people were losing their real homes. There's something both poignant and therapeutic about that. Monopoly's origin story is itself fascinating. The game evolved from earlier versions designed to demonstrate economic principles. By the time it became the version we know, with its properties named after Atlantic City streets, it combined just enough luck and strategy to keep players engaged while allowing anyone to potentially win. Family arguments over Monopoly have been a consistent feature of American life for nearly a century. Scrabble appeared in 1938, created by an unemployed architect who was essentially killing time by inventing a word game. It combined vocabulary knowledge with spatial strategy and a healthy dose of luck in letter drawing. the game became a cultural phenomenon, spawning tournaments, clubs, and heated family debates about whether certain words are actually in the dictionary. The post-World War II era saw an explosion of board game development. Risk lets players command armies across a world map. Clue combined logic with narrative, turning players into detectives solving a murder mystery. These games were more thematically elaborate than earlier board games, telling stories as players moved through them. Television's arrival changed gaming culture significantly. Game shows brought competitive play into millions of homes, making ordinary people into temporary celebrities and demonstrating that games could be spectator entertainment, not just participant activity. Children watched Concentration or Password with their families and then created home versions of these games during playtime. But the real revolution was brewing in university computer labs and engineering departments. In the 1950s and 60s, computer scientists and engineers began creating simple games on the massive mainframe computers of the era. These weren't commercial products. They were experiments, often created during off hours by people exploring what these new machines could do. Space War, created in 1962 at MIT, is often considered one of the first true video games. Two players controlled spaceships trying to shoot each other while avoiding a gravity well in the centre of the screen. The graphics were primitive, just white lines on a black screen, but the game was captivating enough that it spread to other research institutions, played by scientists and students who should probably have been doing other things. The leap from university mainframes to home entertainment took another decade. In 1972, Pong arrived, a simple tennis simulation with two paddles and a square ball bouncing between them. The game was so basic that it's almost laughable by modern standards, but it proved something crucial. People would pay to play electronic games. Home video game consoles followed. The Atari 2600, released in 1977, brought arcade experiences into living rooms. Suddenly, the same games you pumped quarters into at the arcade could be played at home anytime you wanted. The graphics were barely recognisable as what they were supposed to represent. The adventure game's dragon looked more like a duck. But players' imaginations filled in the gaps. The early 1980s saw video games explode into mainstream culture. Pac-Man became a global phenomenon that transcended gaming. The character appeared on t-shirts, lunchboxes, and Saturday morning cartoons. People who didn't play games knew Pac-Man. The game's simple premise, navigate a maze eating dots while avoiding ghosts, proved universally appealing. Arcades became social spaces where teenagers gathered, creating communities around competitive play. High-score tables gave players status and recognition. The best players became local celebrities. There's something beautifully democratic about arcade culture. Your skill mattered, not your background or resources. Everyone started with the same number of lives. Home computers in the 1980s opened new gaming possibilities. Text-based adventure games like Zork created elaborate worlds using only words, challenging players to type commands like "Go North" or "Take Lamp." These games required reading comprehension and imagination, combining literature with interactivity in ways that presaged modern narrative gaming. The Nintendo Entertainment System, released in 1985, saved the video game industry after a major crash and introduced characters that would become cultural icons. Super Mario Bros. Wasn't just a game, it was a masterpiece of level design, control mechanics, and player psychology. Its creator, Shigeru Miyamoto, approached game design with an artist's sensibility, creating experiences that were both challenging and joyful. The 1990s brought 3D graphics, CDROMS, and increasingly sophisticated gameplay. Games like Myst presented players with hauntingly beautiful environments and abstract puzzles. First-person shooters like Doom and later Half-Life created immersive experiences that made players feel physically present in virtual spaces. Internet connectivity transformed gaming again. Suddenly, players could compete against or cooperate with people across the globe. Massively multiplayer online games like World of Warcraft created persistent virtual worlds, where thousands of players could interact simultaneously. These weren't just games, they were social spaces where people formed friendships, joined guilds, and experienced genuine community. Mobile gaming, emerging with smartphones in the late 2000s, made games truly ubiquitous. Everyone carries a sophisticated gaming device in their pocket. Games like Angry Birds or Candy Crush reached audiences who never considered themselves gamers. Your grandmother might not play console games, but she might very well have a puzzle game on her phone. The digital revolution democratized game creation. Independent developers could now make and distribute games without needing major publishers. This led to an explosion of creative, experimental games that explored new ideas and themes. Games became recognized as legitimate art forms, capable of telling meaningful stories and evoking genuine emotions. Modern games range from simple mobile puzzles to sprawling open-world adventures, from competitive esports with professional players to relaxing farming simulations. Virtual reality is creating entirely new possibilities for immersion. Artificial intelligence is enabling more responsive, dynamic gameplay. The evolution continues at an accelerating pace. Yet through all this technological change, fundamental aspects of games remain constant. We still seek challenge, competition, narrative, and connection. Whether moving pieces on a wooden board or controlling characters in a virtual world, we're satisfying the same human needs that drove our ancestors to scratch game boards into stone thousands of years ago. Now let's talk about something that runs through every era of gaming history we've explored. Games as social glue, as bridges between people, and as creators of connection and community. This is where the history of games becomes deeply personal, because it's about relationships and shared experiences. Think about your own relationship with games. Chances are your strongest gaming memories involve other people. Maybe it's playing cards with grandparents, board games with siblings, video games with friends, or phone games that you compare scores on with colleagues. Games create shared experiences that become part of our relationship stories. Throughout history, games have served as social facilitators. In ancient Rome, bathhouses often had game boards built into the architecture, creating spaces where people could socialise while playing. Medieval inns provided game boards to encourage travellers to linger and interact. Victorian parlours used games to structure social evenings. Modern game stores host game nights where strangers become friends over shared interests. Games provide structure for social interaction, which is particularly valuable in situations where people might otherwise struggle to connect. Meeting new neighbours, invite them over for game night, awkward family gathering. Break out a board game. First date needs an activity. Try an arcade or board game cafe. Games give people something to do together while naturally facilitating conversation and bonding. The beauty of games as social tools is that they create temporary frameworks where normal social hierarchies can be suspended. In a game, the CEO and the intern compete on equal terms. Parents and children can challenge each other fairly. Strangers can cooperate towards shared goals. The rules of the game supersede other social rules, creating temporary communities of players. Competitive games reveal character in interesting ways. How someone handles winning and losing tells you something about them. Do they gloat or show grace? Do they make excuses or acknowledge defeat? Do they prioritise winning over everyone's enjoyment? These revelations can strengthen relationships by creating understanding and shared history. Cooperative games, where players work together toward a common goal, create different dynamics. These games require communication, compromise, and shared strategy. Success feels collective rather than individual. There's something particularly satisfying about beating a difficult cooperative game with friends, knowing that you succeeded only through teamwork. Gaming communities form around shared interests, creating spaces where people who might never otherwise meet find common ground. Chess clubs bring together people across ages and backgrounds. Online gaming guilds create friendships that span continents. Board game meetups at local stores build neighbourhood connections. These communities often extend beyond gaming into genuine friendships. The rise of streaming has created another layer of gaming community. People watch others play games, participating through chat and feeling connected to both the streamer and fellow viewers. This might seem odd if you're not part of that culture. Why watch someone play instead of playing yourself? But it's really no different than watching sports or cooking shows. We enjoy observing skilled people doing things we're interested in. Games have provided crucial connection during times of isolation. During the 2020 pandemic, when physical gathering was dangerous, games became lifelines for maintaining social connections. Families played online games together across distances. Friends maintained relationships through gaming sessions. Animal Crossing became a phenomenon partly because it provided a gentle, social virtual space when real social spaces were unavailable. Gaming can bridge generational divides. Grandparents learn to play video games with grandchildren, creating shared experiences across decades. Children teach parents about new games, reversing the usual teaching dynamic in ways that can be empowering for young people. These shared experiences create memories and stories that become family history. Games also create inclusive spaces for people who might struggle with other forms of social interaction. For people with social anxiety, the structure of games can make interaction easier. For people on the autism spectrum, games' clear rules and predictable patterns can be comfortable. Online gaming allows people with physical disabilities to compete on equal terms. Games' flexibility makes them accessible to diverse players. Cultural exchange happens through games. When people from different countries play together online, they share not just gaming strategies but also perspectives, humour, and cultural references. Games like Pokemon or Minecraft have created global communities that transcend national boundaries, giving young people shared cultural touchstones regardless of where they live. Educational research has shown that play, including game playing, is crucial for developing social skills. Children learn cooperation, negotiation, and conflict resolution through games. They practice taking turns, following rules, and dealing with disappointment. These lessons transfer to other social situations throughout life. The social aspect of gaming has led to new forms of entertainment. Escape rooms combine gaming with physical experience, requiring groups to solve puzzles together. Board game cafes provide spaces where strangers can meet over shared tables and shared interests. Gaming conventions create temporary communities where thousands of people celebrate their shared passion. There's something almost miraculous about games' ability to create instant communities. Put a chessboard in a public park and players will materialise. Set up a volleyball net on a beach and a game will form. Stream yourself playing a game online and viewers will gather to watch and interact. Games create magnetic fields that attract people seeking connection through play. Even competitive gaming, which might seem antisocial to outsiders, creates communities. Sports fans understand this. The rivalry between teams creates shared identity and passion. Gaming works similarly. Players of fighting games gather at tournaments, creating communities bonded by their shared technical knowledge and competitive spirit. The competition itself is a form of connection. Family game nights have become rituals that structure and strengthen family bonds. These regular gatherings create predictability and shared anticipation. They provide times when devices are put away and full attention is given to being together. Years later, people remember specific games, specific victories, and specific moments of laughter more vividly than they remember many other family activities. As you drift towards sleep, think about your own gaming connections. Who taught you your favourite game? Who do you most enjoy playing with? What gaming moments have become stories you tell? These memories and relationships are part of gaming's greatest legacy. Not the games themselves, but the connections they facilitate and strengthen. We're nearing the end of our journey through gaming history, and it's time to consider something fundamental. What is it about games that makes them so persistently appealing across all cultures and all ages? Why, after thousands of years, do humans keep inventing new ways to play? The answer lies partly in what games provide that little else can: voluntary challenge. In games, we choose to face obstacles that we don't have to face. We create problems for ourselves, capturing an opponent's pieces, solving a puzzle, achieving a high score that have no external necessity. This voluntary engagement with challenge is uniquely satisfying in ways that obligatory challenges rarely are. Games give us control in a world where we often have little. We can't control our jobs, our health, world events, or even our family dynamics. But in a game, the rules are clear, the boundaries are defined, and our choices directly affect outcomes. This sense of agency is psychologically valuable, providing relief from the uncertainty and powerlessness we sometimes feel in life. The temporary nature of games is part of their appeal. A game has a clear beginning and end. You can win or lose and then start fresh with a new game. Life rarely offers such clean resolutions. Problems persist, relationships are complicated, and outcomes remain ambiguous. Games provide the satisfaction of completion and the opportunity for fresh starts. Games also satisfy our innate love of pattern recognition and mastery. Human brains are pattern-finding machines, constantly looking for connections and regularities in experience. Games provide concentrated pattern-learning opportunities. As we play, we recognize strategies, predict outcomes, and develop skills. This learning process feels good. It's literally rewarding at neurological level. The balance between skill and chance in games mirrors life itself. Pure skill games can be intimidating and frustrating. If you're not good, you'll never win. Pure chance games lack the satisfaction of mastery. Winning feels arbitrary. The best games combine both elements. Skill increases your odds, but doesn't guarantee victory. This reflects how life works, where preparation and ability matter, but can't ensure success. Games provide safe spaces for experiencing emotions we might not want in real life. Fear, frustration, excitement, triumph. Games let us feel these intensely but temporarily, with no lasting consequences. Horror games let us experience fear from safety. Competitive games let us experience conflict without actual hostility. This emotional exploration is psychologically valuable. The aesthetic appeal of games shouldn't be underestimated. Beautiful game boards, elegant game mechanics, and stunning visual designs. These artistic elements make games objects of appreciation beyond their playability. From intricately carved medieval chess sets to gorgeously illustrated modern board games to breathtaking video game environments, games can be works of art that appeal to our aesthetic sensibilities while entertaining us. Games also fulfill our need for narrative. Even abstract games create stories through play. Each chess match tells the story of two armies in conflict. Each round of Monopoly narrates a tale of economic rise and fall. Video games have evolved into sophisticated narrative experiences that rival novels and films in emotional impact and storytelling complexity. The social aspect we discussed earlier connects to something deeper. Games as cultural transmission. When you teach someone a game, you're passing on knowledge, sharing experience, and creating connection. Traditional games carry cultural memory. The childhood games you learned from your parents might trace back generations. This makes games living links to the past. Different cultures have different gaming traditions that reflect their values and worldviews. Go's emphasis on territory and influence reflects certain Chinese philosophical concepts. The European development of trick-taking card games reflects social structures around partnership and competition. Indigenous peoples worldwide have traditional games that encode cultural knowledge and values. Games are windows into how different societies think and what they prioritise. The evolution of games parallels technological and social change. Ancient games required only natural materials, stones, sticks, and bones. Medieval games reflected feudal social structures. Industrial Revolution games came from factories, standardised and widely distributed. Digital games mirror our current information age, networked and constantly updating. Yet despite these changes, the fundamental appeal remains constant. Consider how games adapt while maintaining their essential character. Chess has been played for over 1,000 years with relatively minor rule changes, but now you can play chess against a computer, online against someone across the world, or watch grandmasters compete in tournaments streamed globally. The game itself hasn't changed, but its context and possibilities have expanded enormously. This adaptability suggests something important. Games tap into fundamental aspects of human psychology that don't change despite cultural or technological shifts. The pleasure of strategic thinking, the excitement of competition, the satisfaction of skill development, and the joy of play itself. These are human constants. Modern neuroscience is beginning to explain why games are so compelling. When we play games, our brains release dopamine, particularly during moments of achievement or reward. This neurochemical response creates the just one more game feeling that makes games so engaging. Games essentially hijack our brain's reward systems in ways that feel good and keep us coming back. But games aren't just psychological tricks exploiting our neurochemistry. They genuinely develop cognitive abilities. Strategy games improve planning and foresight. Puzzle games enhance problem-solving skills. Action games can improve reaction time and spatial awareness. The mental exercise games provide real benefits beyond entertainment. Research on aging has shown that regular game playing can help maintain cognitive function. Seniors who regularly engage with challenging games show better memory, faster information processing, and more mental flexibility than those who don't. This suggests that our lifelong relationship with games isn't just about fun, it's about keeping our minds sharp and engaged. Games also serve therapeutic purposes. Occupational therapists use games to help patients develop fine motor skills. Psychologists use games to help children express emotions and work through experiences. Virtual reality games are being used to treat phobias and PTSD. The applications of games extend far beyond entertainment into healing and development. The gaming industry has become a major economic force, generating billions in revenue and employing hundreds of thousands of people. Game designers, programmers, artists, writers, testers, and marketers. Entire career paths exist around creating and supporting games. This professionalization has elevated games from casual entertainment to serious business and a recognized art form. Yet despite commercialization, games retain their essential accessibility. You can play profound games with nothing but a piece of paper and a pencil. Tic-tac-toe requires only the ability to draw X's and O's. Rock, paper, scissors needs no equipment at all. The most expensive video game and the simplest children's game both tap into the same fundamental human drive to play. The future of games is impossible to predict precisely, but certain trends seem clear. Virtual and augmented reality will create increasingly immersive experiences. Artificial intelligence will enable more responsive, dynamic gameplay. Cloud gaming will make high-end experiences accessible without expensive hardware. But whatever forms games take, they'll still be serving those timeless human needs. What's particularly exciting is that we're living through a golden age of game diversity. There are more types of games, more ways to play, and more opportunities to find games that match your specific interests than ever before. Whether you want relaxing puzzle games, intense competitive experiences, narrative adventures, social party games, or anything in between, options exist that previous generations couldn't have imagined. The democratization of game creation means new voices are entering the field, bringing fresh perspectives and innovative ideas. Games are being created by and for audiences that were previously underserved. This expansion enriches gaming culture and ensures that games will continue evolving in unexpected directions. As you settle more deeply into your blanket, consider this. Tomorrow, somewhere in the world, someone will create a new game. Someone else will master a game they've been practicing. Children will learn games from parents. Friends will bond over shared play. Strangers will connect through online matches. This has been happening every day for thousands of years, and it will continue for thousands more. As we approach the end of our journey through gaming history, let's make this personal for a moment. You are part of this story. Every game you've played, every match you've won or lost, every moment of joy or frustration. These are your contributions to humanity's long gaming tradition. Think back to your earliest gaming memories. Perhaps you're remembering a specific board game from childhood, the feel of the worn box and the slightly bent cards. Maybe you're thinking of playground games at school, the rules that varied by region and sometimes by the hour. Or perhaps your earliest gaming memory involves watching older siblings or cousins play, learning by observation before you were allowed to join. These memories aren't just nostalgia, they're connections to that vast web of play that extends backward through history and forward into the future. When you played Monopoly with your family, you were participating in a tradition of family game nights that goes back generations. When you first discovered video games, you were joining a cultural revolution that was reshaping entertainment. The games that mattered to you growing up were shaped by when and where you lived. If you came of age in the 1970s, you might remember the explosion of mass-market board games and the earliest video game consoles. The 1980s brought arcade culture and the Nintendo revolution. The 1990s saw 3D graphics and the early internet changing what games could be. The 2000s brought online gaming and mobile devices. Each generation has its defining games, the titles that everyone played, that created shared cultural moments. These games become shorthand for periods of our lives. Mention certain games to people of similar ages, and you'll see recognition and memory flash across their faces. Games mark time almost like music does, evoking specific eras and the feelings associated with them. Your gaming preferences say something about you. Do you prefer competitive games that test you against others, or cooperative games where you work together? Do you like games of pure strategy where skill determines everything? Or do you enjoy the unpredictability of chance? Do you seek games with rich narratives, or are you drawn to abstract challenges? These preferences reflect your personality, your values, and how you approach problems. The way you play games also reveals character. Are you the person who reads all the rules carefully before starting? Or do you prefer to learn as you go? Do you play to win at all costs? Or is the social experience more important than victory? Do you finish games you start, or do you jump from one game to another? These patterns often mirror how you approach other aspects of life. Games have likely shaped you in ways you might not fully realise. The strategic thinking you developed in chess or strategy games applies to planning and problem-solving in work and life. The hand-eye coordination from action games might help in various physical tasks. The patience learned from difficult puzzle games transfers to other challenging situations. The social skills developed through multiplayer games affect how you interact with others. If you've ever taught someone a game, you've participated in that ancient tradition of cultural transmission through play. Explaining rules, demonstrating strategies, helping someone develop skills. This teaching is a gift you give, connecting another person to the joy you found in play. And like all good teaching, it often teaches the teacher something new as well. Your relationship with games has probably evolved over time. Games that once seemed impossibly difficult might now feel simple. Games you once loved might now feel less appealing, as your tastes have matured and changed. You might have periods where you play intensely and periods where games take a back seat to other priorities. This evolution is natural. We grow and change, and our play changes with us. Perhaps you've experienced how games can provide comfort during difficult times. When life feels overwhelming, there's something soothing about entering a game's structured environment where rules are clear and problems are solvable. Games can provide respite from anxiety, distraction from pain, and escape from circumstances we can't immediately change. This therapeutic quality of games is real and valuable. You might have gaming traditions with specific people, family game nights, weekly game sessions with friends, or annual tournaments or competitions. These traditions create continuity and anticipation in our lives. They're appointments we keep with the people we care about, times specifically set aside for shared enjoyment and connection. The games you play with your children, if you have them, or with younger relatives and family friends, create memories that will last their lifetimes. Years from now, they might remember specific games you played together, specific moments of victory or defeat, or times when you laughed together over something that happened during play. You're creating their gaming history, which will someday be their gaming nostalgia. Your gaming future is unwritten. New games are being developed constantly, some that will build on familiar formulas, others that will surprise you with unexpected innovations. Technologies will create possibilities that don't yet exist. Your own interests and circumstances will evolve, leading you to games you can't yet anticipate. But regardless of how technology changes or what new games emerge, that fundamental impulse to play will remain. It's wired into you, into all of us, as deeply as any human characteristic. The desire to engage with voluntary challenges, to exercise our minds in pleasurable ways, and to connect with others through shared play. These drives will persist as long as humans exist. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, know that you are part of an unbroken chain of players stretching back thousands of years and extending indefinitely into the future. The ancient Egyptian moving pieces on a Senate board, the medieval noble contemplating a chess move, the Victorian family playing whist, the arcade goer in the 1980s chasing a high score, and you, right now, preparing for rest after a day that probably included some form of play. You're all connected by this beautiful, seemingly frivolous but deeply meaningful human activity. Tomorrow you might play a game. It might be a quick puzzle on your phone during a break, a card game with friends over lunch, a video game session in the evening, or something else entirely. Whatever form it takes, that moment of play connects you to humanity's oldest traditions. You're not wasting time. You're engaging in one of the most fundamentally human activities that exists. As your breathing slows and sleep approaches, let's end where we began, with the question of why humans play games. We've travelled through 5,000 years of gaming history, from ancient Mesopotamian game boards to modern virtual worlds. We've seen games evolve with technology, reflect culture, bridge generations, and create communities. But perhaps the most important thing we've discovered is this: games aren't separate from serious life. They're central to it. They're how we learn, how we bond, how we challenge ourselves, and how we find joy. The impulse to play is as vital as the impulse to explore, to create, or to connect with others. Every game ever played has been a small act of defiance against the hardships and uncertainties of existence. Life can be difficult, unfair, and unpredictable. But in the space of a game, we create temporary worlds where rules are fair, outcomes are clear, and starting over is always possible. This isn't escaping reality. It's creating pockets of meaning and order that make reality more bearable. Games remind us that not everything needs to be useful in the narrow sense of productivity or profit. Some things can simply be enjoyable, engaging, and meaningful in themselves. The hour spent playing a game isn't wasted. It's an investment in your well-being, your relationships, and your humanity. The ancient Roman philosopher Plato once said, "Life must be lived as play." He understood something that our productivity-obsessed culture sometimes forgets. Play isn't the opposite of seriousness. It's the opposite of desperation. Play is what allows us to engage fully with life, to take risks, to learn, and to create, without the paralyzing weight of every action needing to matter in some grand scheme. So as you drift into sleep, carrying with you these stories of games across centuries and continents, know that tomorrow's play, whatever form it takes, is part of a tradition as old as civilization itself. You're not just passing time. You're participating in one of humanity's most enduring and essential activities. Sleep well, fellow player. The game continues tomorrow, as it has for thousands of years, as it will for thousands more, and you, like countless generations before you, will answer humanity's eternal invitation. Come, play with us. Let's see what happens. Let's enjoy this moment together. Let's remember that in a world that often takes itself too seriously, there's wisdom, joy, and profound meaning in the simple act of play. The game is never truly over. It just pauses between sessions, waiting for you to return, ready to provide once again that unique combination of challenge, connection, and joy that only games can offer. Rest now. Tomorrow, another turn awaits. The end. Imagine you're sitting around humanity's first controlled fire, maybe 400,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia. You're not quite a modern human yet. Your brow ridge is more pronounced, your posture slightly different. But your brain is asking the same questions humans still ask today. What is this? How does it work? And most importantly, how can I use this to make my life better? The fire itself was already miraculous enough. Your ancestors had watched lightning strikes for generations and seen the devastating and cleansing power of wildfire. But now they could carry this elemental force in their hands, feed it, control it, and make it dance to human rhythms. The warmth alone would have been revolutionary, transforming caves from cold stone chambers into something approaching homes. But then something unexpected happened. Someone, let's call her the world's first accidental aromatherapist, threw some green wood onto the fire. Maybe it was wet sage or pine boughs, or some resinous branch that hadn't dried properly. The smoke that rose wasn't the usual grey plume. This smoke was thick and aromatic, and when it drifted past someone's face, something changed. You have to understand that these early humans had no context for what we'd call relaxation or stress relief. Life was an endless cycle of hunting, gathering, avoiding predators, and trying not to die from infected wounds or bad weather. The concept of deliberately calming yourself would have seemed as alien as quantum physics. But when that fragrant smoke passed by, muscles that had been tense for days suddenly loosened. Minds that had been vigilantly scanning for danger found themselves drifting into something approaching peace. It probably took generations to connect the dots. Fire plus certain plants equals feeling different. But humans are pattern recognition machines, and eventually someone noticed that burning juniper made the cave smell clean and left people feeling lighter. Burning certain resins made everyone drowsy and content. Burning others seemed to sharpen the mind or lift the spirits. These early experiments weren't written down. Writing wouldn't be invented for hundreds of thousands of years, but they were passed down through demonstration and experience. The knowledge became embedded in human culture so deeply that by the time we invented writing, smoking various substances for various effects was already an ancient practice. The interesting thing is that this discovery was almost certainly made independently in dozens of different locations around the world. Humans in Africa, Asia, Europe, and eventually the Americas all figured out that smoke could be more than just a byproduct of fire. It could be a tool, a medicine, a pathway to altered states of consciousness, or simply a moment of relief in otherwise relentless lives. Consider the sensory experience for these early humans. They lived in a world that was simultaneously more vivid and more limited than ours. No artificial lights meant that fire was the only thing holding back absolute darkness. No processed foods meant every meal was an adventure in wild flavours, and no air pollution meant that the smell of burning herbs was a profound departure from the normal sense of earth, animals, and unwashed humans. When aromatic smoke filled a cave, it transformed the space entirely. The flickering firelight would make the smoke visible as it rose and swirled, creating patterns that human eyes, evolved to spot predators and prey, couldn't help but follow. The smell would announce itself immediately, overwhelming the cave's normal odours with something intentional and controlled. And the taste, because smell and taste are intimately connected, would linger on the tongue, a reminder that this moment was different from normal moments. Some of these early smoke experiments probably went badly. Certain plants, when burned, produced toxic fumes that caused nausea, headaches, or worse. There must have been countless trial and error incidents that ended with everyone stumbling out of a cave, gasping for fresh air and wondering why their ancestors had recommended burning that particular plant. But the successes, those plants that produced pleasant, calming or consciousness-altering smoke, those got remembered and repeated. By the time humans were anatomically modern, roughly 300,000 years ago, The knowledge of smoke and its effects was already an established part of human culture. Archaeological evidence shows that even Neanderthals, our close cousins who died out around 40,000 years ago, used aromatic plants deliberately. We've found traces of medicinal herbs in their teeth, suggesting they were either eating them or breathing their smoke for therapeutic purposes. This wasn't superstition or primitive ignorance. These early humans were conducting empirical experiments with their own consciousness, discovering that certain substances could reliably produce specific effects. They were, in their way, the world's first pharmacologists, working without laboratories or double-blind studies, but with a deep intuitive understanding of how plants and human bodies interact. The smoke itself became a teacher. Watch how it rises, always seeking the sky, never moving straight but dancing in response to air currents too subtle for human senses to detect. See how it gathers along the cave ceiling, creating a visible layer between earth and stone. Notice how it clings to hair and clothing, marking those who sat closest to the fire with a lingering reminder of the experience. These observations would later become metaphors and spiritual concepts. Smoke rises like prayers. Smoke connects earth to sky. Smoke transforms solid matter into something ethereal and temporary. But before the metaphors came the simple, physical reality. Burning certain things produces smoke that makes you feel different. And feeling different can be exactly what you need. Fast forward several 100,000 years, humans have invented agriculture, built cities, developed writing systems, and created the first civilizations. We're now in the ancient world of temples and priests, of organised religion and institutionalised ritual, and smoke, our old friend from the cave, has become absolutely central to how humans interact with the divine. Picture yourself in an ancient Egyptian temple around 2000 BCE. You've been awake since before dawn, preparing for a ceremony that will honour the gods and hopefully secure their blessings for the coming harvest. The temple itself is a marvel. Massive stone columns carved with hieroglyphs, painted in colours that would seem garish by modern standards, but that shimmer beautifully in lamplight. But what hits you first, before you even enter the inner sanctuary, is the smell. Incense has been burning in this temple for hours, maybe days. The priests know that the sacred space must be properly prepared, and preparation means filling the air with fragrance so thick you can almost see it. The ancient Egyptians took their incense seriously. And by seriously, I mean they built an entire economic system around it. They imported frankincense and myrrh from the mysterious land of Punt, probably modern Somalia or Yemen, paying enormous sums for resins that were literally worth their weight in gold. The famous reliefs at Deir el-Bahari show Queen Hatshepsut's expedition to Punt, bringing back living myrrh trees like botanical trophies. Why this obsession with aromatic smoke? The practical answer is that temples were located in hot climates, filled with animal sacrifices, and attended by crowds of people who bathed less frequently than we do. Incense was, among other things, the ancient world's most sophisticated air freshener. But that's only part of the story. The Egyptians believed that fragrant smoke was literally food for the gods. When they burned incense before a statue of Ra or Osiris, they weren't just creating a pleasant atmosphere. They were providing sustenance to divine beings who existed in a realm beyond human senses. The smoke rising from the censer was a bridge between worlds, carrying prayers and offerings to places humans couldn't reach. The physical effect of this constant incense burning would have been significant. Ancient temples used frankincense, myrrh, styrax, and other resins that we now know contain psychoactive compounds. Frankincense, for instance, contains tetrahydrocannabinol and other chemicals that can produce mild euphoria and reduce anxiety when burned in enclosed spaces. Stand in a temple filled with frankincense smoke for hours, and you're going to feel different. Calmer, more contemplative, perhaps more receptive to spiritual experiences. The priests understood this, even if they couldn't explain it in modern pharmacological terms. They knew that the right combination of incense, chanting, drumming and ritual could induce states of consciousness that felt like communication with the divine. Whether these states actually involved supernatural contact or were simply altered brain chemistry is almost beside the point. The experience was real, profound, and reliably reproducible. Now travel west to ancient Greece, around 500 BCE. You're at the Oracle of Delphi, that famous sanctuary where priestesses delivered prophecies that kings and generals would stake their fortunes on. The oracle sits in a small chamber built over a geological fault, and modern researchers have discovered something fascinating. That fault releases ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling substance that produces euphoria and dissociative states in moderate concentrations. The Greeks didn't know about ethylene chemistry, but they certainly knew that the Pythia, the priestess who served as the oracle, would breathe deeply from the vapours rising from the earth, then enter a trance state during which she would speak the words of Apollo. They burned additional substances, laurel leaves, barley and other materials, to enhance the effect and create an atmosphere thick with smoke and mystery. You can imagine standing in that sacred precinct, waiting your turn to consult the oracle. The smell of burning laurel fills your nostrils, sharp, slightly medicinal, strangely compelling. The Pythia's attendants maintain the fires, adding more leaves when the smoke begins to thin. The whole process has been refined over centuries to produce maximum psychological and pharmacological effect. When the Pythia finally speaks, her words are often cryptic and ambiguous, famously so. But in that smoke-filled chamber, with your own consciousness slightly altered by the atmospheric compounds you've been breathing, those ambiguous words seem pregnant with meaning. Your mind makes connections, sees patterns, and finds significance that might not survive exposure to clear air and sober reflection. The Romans, practical as always, took incense culture and industrialized it. They imported so much frankincense and myrrh that the trade routes carrying these materials became some of the most important economic arteries of the ancient world. Roman temples burned incense constantly, not just during special ceremonies, but as a regular offering to maintain good relations with the gods. But Romans also recognized the secular uses of aromatic smoke. Wealthy households burned incense to mask unpleasant odours and create an atmosphere of luxury. Roman physicians like Galen and Dioscorides wrote extensively about the medicinal properties of different incenses, recommending specific substances for specific conditions. Headache? Try burning willow bark. Anxiety? Chamomile smoke. Insomnia? Valerian or poppy. The censers themselves, those ornate metal containers designed to burn incense, became works of art. Some were simple clay bowls, others were elaborate bronze constructions with chains for carrying, perforated lids to control airflow, and decorative elements that showed exactly how important incense had become to Mediterranean culture. Across the Mediterranean in ancient Judea, incense played a central role in temple worship. The Book of Exodus describes a specific incense recipe: stacte, onycha, galbanum, and frankincense, mixed in precise proportions, that was so sacred that making it for any purpose other than temple worship was punishable by exile. The cloud of incense smoke in the temple's Holy of Holies was thought to veil the very presence of God, making the divine bearable to human eyes. This period, roughly 3000 BCE to 500 CE, represents the high watermark of institutional incense culture in the ancient world. Smoke had evolved from a cave discovery to a cornerstone of religious practice, from an accidental finding to a deliberate technology for altering consciousness and creating sacred space. While priests were burning incense in temples, another group of professionals was discovering that smoke could heal the body as directly as it elevated the spirit. The ancient physicians, those observers of human suffering who combined empirical observation with theoretical frameworks that seem both sophisticated and charmingly wrong by modern standards, developed an entire branch of therapeutics based on inhaling medicinal smoke. Let's visit ancient China around 200 BCE. You're suffering from a persistent cough that's been keeping you awake at night, and your family has finally scraped together enough money to consult a physician. He's a learned man who has studied the classics, understands the flow of qi through the body, and has access to the accumulated medical wisdom of centuries. After examining your tongue, checking your pulse at several points, and asking detailed questions about your diet and daily routine, he nods thoughtfully. The problem, he explains, is an imbalance of energies in your lungs, complicated by excess dampness. The treatment requires a careful combination of approaches, but one element will be therapeutic smoke. The physician produces a small bundle of dried herbs, mahuang, ephedra, some dried mulberry leaf, and other materials you don't recognise. He instructs you to burn these over charcoal and breathe the resulting smoke deeply, 3 times per day, always facing east in the morning and west in the evening. The ritual specification isn't arbitrary. Chinese medicine viewed the body as intimately connected to cosmic patterns, and timing treatments to align with daily cycles was thought to enhance their effectiveness. The herbs he's prescribed actually work, though not for the reasons he believes. Mahuang contains ephedrine, a bronchodilator that opens airways and makes breathing easier. The other herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that would genuinely help a respiratory infection. The act of deliberately slowing your breathing to inhale the smoke probably helps too, inducing a relaxation response that reduces stress-related coughing. The Chinese weren't alone in developing smoke-based therapeutics. In ancient India, Ayurvedic physicians created elaborate systems of dhumapana, therapeutic smoking. The Sushruta Samhita, a medical text composed around 600 BCE, describes specific herbs to be smoked for specific conditions. Asthma, try a mixture that includes cannabis and datura. Mental disturbances, different combinations of aromatic woods and resins. Even hiccups had their own prescribed smoke treatment. These Ayurvedic physicians understood something important. Different substances produce different effects depending on how they're consumed. Cannabis eaten as food produces one set of effects. The same plant smoked produces different, faster-acting results. This wasn't superstition, it was practical pharmacology based on careful observation. The Greeks and Romans also incorporated therapeutic smoking into their medical practice. Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine, described using smoke inhalation to treat gynecological problems. His reasoning was based on the theory that the uterus could wander through the body, a delightfully wrong idea called the wandering womb, and strong-smelling smoke would drive it back to its proper position. The theory was nonsense, but some of the herbs he recommended had genuine anti-inflammatory or muscle-relaxing properties that probably provided actual relief. Galen, probably the most influential physician of the ancient world, wrote extensively about smoke therapeutics. He distinguished between different types of smoke based on their properties: hot or cold, wet or dry, subtle or thick. A physician needed to match the qualities of the therapeutic smoke to the imbalance in the patient's body. Too much heat in the lungs. Use cooling smoke from cucumber seeds or lettuce. Too much cold. Warming smoke from pepper or mustard. The interesting thing is that many of these ancient smoke remedies actually worked, even if the theoretical explanations were completely wrong. When you burn eucalyptus and breathe its vapour, your congested sinuses do clear, not because you're balancing humours or adjusting your key, but because eucalyptol is a genuine expectorant and decongestant. Ancient physicians didn't need to understand the chemistry to observe that it worked and to incorporate it into their practice. Some ancient smoke therapies were surprisingly sophisticated. Greek and Roman physicians developed fumigation tents where patients with respiratory problems could sit surrounded by therapeutic smoke from carefully chosen herbs. The dosage could be controlled by adjusting ventilation. The duration of treatment was specified precisely, and patients were monitored for adverse reactions. In ancient Persia, physicians at the famous medical school in Gundashapur compiled extensive pharmacopoeias that included detailed descriptions of therapeutic smoking. They categorized hundreds of plants by their effects when burned and inhaled, creating reference works that physicians could consult when treating specific conditions. The sensory experience of these treatments would have been significant in itself. Imagine suffering from some chronic condition, joint pain, respiratory problems, or digestive issues. and being prescribed a treatment that involves sitting in a warm room filled with aromatic smoke while a physician monitors your response. The relaxation induced by the setting, the attention from a respected healer, and the pleasant smell of the burning herbs, all of these factors would work together to produce what modern medicine calls placebo effects, though that term doesn't quite capture the complexity of what's happening. Because here's the thing about placebo effects. They're real. When your brain believes healing is occurring, it triggers physiological processes that promote actual healing. Stress hormones decrease, immune function improves, pain perception changes. The ancient physicians may not have understood the mechanisms, but they understood that healing involved the whole person, body, mind, and spirit, and that therapeutic smoke could address all three aspects simultaneously. While physicians were refining therapeutic smoke into a medical art and priests were perfecting incense rituals, merchants were creating networks that would carry aromatic substances across continents and oceans. These trade routes, particularly the famous Silk Road and the maritime spice routes, didn't just transport goods. They carried knowledge, practices, and entire cultural traditions around smoke and its uses. Picture yourself as a merchant in a caravan travelling the Silk Road around 200 CE. You've been on the road for months, moving slowly from oasis to oasis across the heart of Asia. Your camels are loaded with various goods, but the most valuable items are small, light, and incredibly expensive. Resins, herbs, and aromatic woods that will eventually be burned in temples, palaces, and wealthy homes across the known world. The economics of the incense trade were fascinating and sometimes absurd. Frankincense and myrrh, harvested from trees in southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, could increase in value by a factor of 50 or more by the time they reached Rome or Shangan. Merchants could become wealthy from a single successful caravan, though they could also lose everything to bandits, sandstorms, or simple miscalculations about market demand. But these merchants were carrying more than commodities. At each stop along the route, they shared information about how different cultures used aromatic smoke. A Buddhist technique for burning incense learned in India might be combined with Chinese theories about herbal properties and Persian aesthetic preferences to create something entirely new. The Silk Road was like a massive, slow-motion cultural blender, mixing practices and beliefs about smoke into increasingly complex combinations. Consider sandalwood, that aromatic wood from India that has been prized for thousands of years. In its homeland, sandalwood was primarily a religious substance, burned in Hindu and Buddhist temples to purify space and honour the divine. But as it travelled along trade routes, it acquired new uses and meanings. Chinese Buddhists adopted sandalwood incense but integrated it with Taoist practices and Confucian aesthetics. Japanese culture eventually transformed incense appreciation into kodo, literally the way of incense, a ceremonial art form as refined as tea ceremony. Islamic cultures incorporated sandalwood into their own devotional practices, while developing new combinations with rose, oud, and other aromatics. Christian churches began using it as an alternative to frankincense. The same substance, moving through different cultural contexts, became multiple different things while remaining itself. This is one of smoke's interesting properties. It's concrete enough to be a definite substance with specific effects, but ephemeral enough to acquire whatever symbolic meanings humans want to project onto it. The maritime spice routes that connected the Indian Ocean world were equally important for spreading smoke culture. Arab traders sailing from East Africa to India to Southeast Asia carried not just cinnamon, cloves and pepper, but also knowledge about aromatics and their uses. An Indonesian method for processing benzoin resin might be combined with Indian Ayurvedic theories and Arab perfumery techniques to create new products and practices. Some of these aromatic substances travelled astonishing distances. Camphor from Borneo found its way to Chinese temples and European apothecaries. Aloes wood from Southeast Asia became prized in Middle Eastern palaces. Dragon's blood resin from the Socotra Islands off Yemen travelled to China, India, Rome, and eventually medieval Europe. Each substance carried with it stories, practices, and beliefs about smoke and its properties. The traders themselves often became experts in aromatic substances. They needed to know not just market prices, but also how to identify genuine materials versus adulterations, how to store and transport delicate resins without losing their aromatic properties, and what different customers in different regions preferred. A successful incense merchant was part chemist, part cultural anthropologist, and part logistics expert. These trade routes also spread technologies for using aromatic smoke. The sensor designs we discussed earlier, those specialised containers for burning incense, evolved through contact between different cultures. Chinese designs influenced Persian metalwork. Indian temple practices inspired Southeast Asian Buddhist rituals. Arab innovations in perfumery influenced European approaches to aromatic substances. By the medieval period, you could track cultural influence by following incense practices. When you see a particular way of blending aromatics or a specific ritual use of smoke appearing in a new region, you're usually seeing evidence of trade contact and cultural exchange. Smoke became a marker of cultural connection, a visible sign that ideas and practices were flowing between regions. The economic importance of the incense trade also shaped political relationships. Control over frankincense and myrrh-producing regions was contested by various powers throughout ancient history. The Romans even launched military expeditions into Arabia, partly to try to control incense supplies and reduce the enormous costs they were paying to Arabian merchants. The expeditions failed. Desert warfare is hard, but the attempt shows just how valuable these aromatic substances had become. What's remarkable is that this vast, complex trade system existed primarily to serve human desires for pleasant smells and altered consciousness. Yes, some aromatic substances had important medicinal uses, and yes, incense played crucial roles in religious practices. But at its core, the incense trade existed because humans across cultures agreed that filling the air with fragrant smoke was worth enormous effort and expense. This tells us something about human priorities. We're not purely practical creatures focused only on immediate survival needs. We're also aesthetic beings who value beauty, pleasure, and experiences that transport us beyond ordinary consciousness. The ancient incense trade served these deeper human needs, and merchants became wealthy because they understood something essential about what humans want from life. By now, several thousand years into humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke, something interesting had happened. Smoke hadn't just become a tool or commodity, it had become a language, a system of symbols through which humans expressed ideas about the sacred, the mysterious, and the boundaries between different realms of existence. Let's explore how different cultures turned this physical phenomenon into metaphor, and how those metaphors shaped human understanding of consciousness, divinity, and the structure of reality itself. Start in ancient Mesopotamia, that cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The Babylonians and Assyrians burned incense in their temples, but they also carefully observed the patterns smoke made as it rose. Specialized priests, Baru they were called, practiced divination by smoke, reading messages from the gods in how incense smoke curled, drifted, or suddenly changed direction. This wasn't as arbitrary as it might sound. Smoke is exquisitely sensitive to air currents, temperature gradients, and subtle environmental factors that human senses can't directly detect. The Baru were essentially using smoke as a visualization tool for invisible atmospheric conditions, then interpreting these patterns according to complex symbolic systems that had been refined over generations. They were wrong about the god sending messages, but right that smoke reveals information about the environment that would otherwise be hidden. The symbolism was clear. Smoke connects the visible and invisible, the known and unknown. It emerges from the solid matter of incense or herbs, transforms into something ethereal, and disappears into air, travelling perhaps to realms beyond human perception. This made smoke a perfect metaphor for the soul's journey after death, for prayers seeking divine attention, and for any movement between material and spiritual realms. In ancient China, smoke took on different but related meanings. Taoist philosophers watched incense smoke rising in temples and saw lessons about the nature of reality. The smoke follows its nature, they noted. It doesn't try to be anything other than what it is, doesn't resist its own transformation from visible to invisible, and doesn't cling to any particular form or place. This made smoke a teaching tool about wu wei, effortless action, and about accepting change rather than fighting it. Chinese poets wrote extensively about incense smoke, using it as a metaphor for everything from romantic longing to political frustration to the transience of life itself. Li Bai, one of China's greatest poets, wrote about smoke from his incense burner twisting like dragon shapes, connecting his writing desk to the realm of immortals. The smoke wasn't just decoration, it was a visual representation of the connection between mundane reality and transcendent experience that poetry sought to capture. In India, smoke symbolism became deeply embedded in both Hindu and Buddhist practice. The Sanskrit word dhuma, smoke, appears in countless religious texts, usually associated with transformation, purification, and the transition between states. When a Hindu cremation releases smoke into the sky, that smoke represents the deceased's essence beginning its journey to whatever comes next. When Buddhist monks burn incense, the rising smoke visualizes the rise of merit from good actions, the dispersion of negative karma, and the movement of consciousness toward enlightenment. The Buddha himself apparently used smoke as a teaching metaphor. In various sutras, he compared clinging to impermanent things to trying to grasp smoke. The harder you squeeze, the faster it escapes, and you're left with nothing but perhaps a lingering smell on your hands. The lesson was about non-attachment, about recognizing that everything like smoke is temporary and cannot be possessed. Native American cultures developed their own rich smoke symbolism, though we should be careful here about generalizing across hundreds of distinct cultures. Many groups use smoke from sacred plants, tobacco, sage, sweetgrass, in ways that combined practical purposes with deep symbolic meaning. Smoke might purify a space, carry prayers to the spirit world, mark the boundaries of sacred ground, or seal agreements between peoples. The peace pipe, sage, and/or ceremonial pipe. Traditions found in many North American cultures treated smoke as a covenant mediator. When former enemies shared smoke from the same pipe, they were creating a physical and symbolic bond. The smoke they exhaled had been inside their bodies, mingling with their breath and blood. Sharing that smoke meant sharing something essential. Breaking an agreement made over the pipe wasn't just political betrayal, it was spiritual violation. In Islamic cultures, smoke acquired meanings related to both beauty and transcendence. Persian poetry frequently mentioned incense smoke as a symbol of devotion, longing, and the attempt to reach beyond material limitations. Sufi mystics sometimes used aromatic smoke as part of their practices, seeing in its rising movement an image of the soul's aspiration toward God. The best smoke, pure, fragrant, rising straight and true, represented the ideal spiritual state. Medieval European Christianity inherited its smoke symbolism, partly from Jewish temple traditions and partly from broader Mediterranean cultures. The smoke of incense in a cathedral represented prayers rising to heaven, but it also had more practical symbolic functions. It marked sacred space as distinct from ordinary space, created an atmosphere for experiences of the numinous, and literally illustrated theological concepts about mediation between human and divine realms. The writers of medieval mystical texts often used smoke as a metaphor for spiritual experiences that couldn't be captured in ordinary language. How do you describe a vision of God? It's like seeing through smoke. You perceive something. You know something is there, but you can't make out clear details and the experience is inherently transitory. Smoke became the language for describing encounters with the ineffable. What's interesting across all these traditions is how smoke's physical properties, its visibility combined with intangibility, its upward movement, and its gradual dissolution, made it almost universally available as a metaphor for similar concepts. Different cultures didn't arrive at identical smoke symbolism, but there are striking parallels in how humans have interpreted this phenomenon. The colour of smoke also acquired symbolic meanings. White smoke was generally positive, pure, clean, auspicious. Black smoke suggested something wrong, dangerous or malevolent. Grey smoke was ambiguous, neither clearly good nor bad. These colour associations weren't arbitrary. They related to what actually produces different coloured smoke. White smoke comes from clean burning aromatics, and black smoke from incomplete combustion or impure materials. Humans turned these practical observations into symbolic systems. Even the smell of smoke carried symbolic weight. Sweet smoke suggested divine presence, spiritual purity, or successful ritual. Acrid smoke indicated something gone wrong, either in the physical preparation of materials or, metaphorically, in the spiritual state of the people involved. Smell, that most primal and emotionally evocative of senses, became a way of evaluating the quality and success of smoke-based practices. While temples filled with incense smoke and physicians prescribed therapeutic fumigations, another tradition was developing, one more personal, more intimate, and more focused on individual consciousness than collective ritual. This was the tradition of smoking from pipes, a practice that would eventually circle the globe and become one of humanity's most widespread ways of altering consciousness. The earliest pipes we know about come from various places and probably represent independent invention rather than diffusion from a single source. Ancient peoples in Africa, Asia, and the Americas all developed pipe technologies, though they used them for different substances and invested them with different meanings. Let's start in the Americas, where tobacco was first domesticated and smoking first became a complex cultural practice. Long before Europeans arrived, indigenous peoples throughout North and South America were cultivating tobacco and developing elaborate technologies and rituals around smoking it. But here's something that often gets misunderstood. These weren't casual recreational practices. When a Mayan priest smoked tobacco through a long reed tube, or when a Cherokee elder filled a ceremonial pipe with sacred tobacco mixed with other herbs, they were engaging in religious practice as serious as any temple ceremony. The smoke from these pipes was medicine, sacrament, and diplomatic tool all rolled into one. The physical experience of smoking tobacco through a pipe would have been intense, far more so than modern cigarettes. Ancient tobacco varieties were significantly stronger than modern breeds, and pipe smoking delivers nicotine more efficiently than modern smoking methods. The immediate effects, mild euphoria, slight nausea, dizziness, altered perception, would have reinforced the sense that something spiritually significant was occurring. Native American pipe traditions often treated the pipe itself as sacred. Materials were chosen carefully, certain woods, specific stones, and decorations that carried symbolic meaning. The process of filling, lighting, and smoking the pipe followed prescribed patterns. Smoke might be offered to the four directions, to the earth and sky, or to ancestors or spirits. The entire practice was choreographed to create an experience that was simultaneously physical, the nicotine effects, social, pipes were often smoked communally, and spiritual, the ceremonial context provided meaning. In Asia, different pipe traditions developed around different substances. Chinese and Southeast Asian opium pipes represented a fascinating case study in how substance, technology, and culture interact. Opium smoking, which became widespread in China during the 17th and 18th centuries, required specialized equipment and technique. The pipes were often works of art, bamboo stems with ceramic bowls, sometimes decorated with intricate carvings or inlays. The opium smoking ritual was elaborate. The opium had to be prepared, cooked, cleaned, formed into pills. The pipe had to be held at the correct angle over a lamp. The smoker had to know exactly how to heat the opium pill and when to inhale. Done correctly, the process produced a distinctive sweet smell and a wave of relaxation that opium users described as like floating on a warm sea. We should note here that opium addiction became a severe social problem in 19th century China, with devastating consequences for individuals and society. But understanding the appeal requires acknowledging the sensory and psychological attractions of the practice, the ritual, the taste, the immediate relief from pain or anxiety, and cleaned, and the temporary escape from difficult lives. In the Middle East and Central Asia, water pipes, hookahs or nargilas, evolved as a way to smoke tobacco and other substances with some of the harshness filtered out. The hookah represents sophisticated engineering. Smoke is drawn through water, which cools it and removes some irritants, then through a long tube to the smoker's mouth. Multiple people can smoke from the same hookah simultaneously, making it a social technology as much as a drug delivery system. Hookah smoking in traditional Middle Eastern culture was a leisurely practice associated with coffee houses, intellectual discussion, and unhurried socializing. You didn't just smoke a hookah, you spent an evening at a hookah lounge talking philosophy or politics or everyday concerns with friends while sharing flavoured tobacco smoke that tasted of apple, rose, or other aromatics. The practice created a specific kind of social space, slightly removed from ordinary time, where conversation could wander and people could relax. European and American pipe smoking traditions, which developed primarily in the 16th through 19th centuries, created their own cultures around the practice. Clay pipes, then briar pipes, became technologies of contemplation. The ritual of choosing a tobacco blend, filling the pipe properly, lighting it with care and maintaining the burn through strategic puffing. These actions required attention and provided structure for thinking. Many scholars, writers, and artists described pipe smoking as an aid to concentration and creativity. The gentle stimulation from nicotine, combined with the meditative quality of the ritual and the pleasant taste of good tobacco, created conditions that many found conducive to intellectual work. This wasn't just justification for a habit. There's evidence that moderate nicotine intake can enhance certain cognitive functions, particularly sustained attention. The pipe itself became a symbol in European and American culture of masculinity, intellectuality, leisure, or contemplation, depending on context. Sherlock Holmes's pipe suggested his analytical mind. Father Christmas's pipe represented jolly contentment. The pipe-smoking professor became such a cultural archetype that even people who never smoked recognized the stereotype. What united all these different pipe traditions, from Amazonian tobacco to Asian opium to European briar pipes, was the intimate, personal quality of the experience. Unlike temple incense that filled a large space for many people, unlike physicians' fumigations administered as treatment, pipe smoking was about individual consciousness, personal ritual, and chosen moments of altered awareness. The pipe created a small, immediate relationship between a person and smoke. You controlled every aspect: what you smoked, when you smoked, and how much you smoked. The smoke filled your mouth, touched your tongue, and entered your lungs, or in some traditions was only taken into the mouth. It was yours in a way that communal smoke wasn't. This personal quality made pipes attractive for contemplation, for marking transitions between activities, and for creating small islands of ritual in otherwise unstructured time. You could smoke a pipe while thinking through a problem, while grieving a loss, while celebrating a success, or while simply watching the sunset. The smoke became a companion to your thoughts, a physical manifestation of the moment you were inhabiting. Different cultures developed different etiquettes around pipe smoking. In some Native American traditions, interrupting someone who was smoking would be deeply disrespectful. The act demanded its own time and space. In Victorian England, pipe smoking was gendered male and confined to specific rooms or times, creating a whole architecture of social rules about where and when smoke was appropriate. In Middle Eastern coffee houses, hookah smoking was communal and conversational. The pipe passed between friends as freely as words. The sensory experience of pipe smoking varied enormously, depending on what was being smoked and how. Tobacco could be sweet or harsh, smooth or biting, aromatic or plain. Opium produced a distinctive smell that became associated with relaxation and escape. Cannabis, which has been smoked in various forms for thousands of years, offered yet another sensory profile, earthier and more pungent than tobacco, with quite different effects on consciousness. What's interesting is how quickly pipe smoking spread once global trade networks emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries. Tobacco, which was completely unknown outside the Americas before 1492, had reached every inhabited continent within a century of European contact with the New World. Pipes appeared in Africa, Asia, Europe and Oceania with remarkable speed, suggesting that the practice answered some widespread human need or desire. This rapid spread wasn't just about nicotine addiction, though that certainly played a role. It was also about the appeal of a personal ritual that could create moments of calm in increasingly complex, connected and demanding societies. As the world modernised, as traditional rhythms of agricultural life gave way to urban industrial time, the pipe offered a portable, personal technology for creating small moments of peace. Now we approach more recent history, that period from roughly 1700 to 1900, when the practices we've been discussing underwent significant transformation. The scientific revolution was changing how educated people understood smoke and its effects. Industrialization was changing how aromatic substances were produced and distributed. Colonialism was disrupting traditional practices while spreading them to new contexts. Let's consider how European expansion affected incense traditions worldwide. When Portuguese traders reached India and Southeast Asia, when Spanish conquistadors encountered American civilizations, and when Dutch merchants established themselves in Indonesia, they found elaborate, sophisticated traditions around aromatic smoke. Some of these traditions they adopted, others they disrupted, and still others they tried to suppress. Christian missionaries, for instance, often viewed indigenous smoking practices with deep suspicion. Shamanic tobacco use in the Americas looked disturbingly like religious ritual, which of course it was, and missionaries worked to suppress it as paganism. But they had no problem with incense in their own churches, which was also a religious smoke ritual, but properly Christian and therefore acceptable. This selective acceptance and rejection created interesting hybrid practices. In Latin America, indigenous smoking traditions mixed with Catholic incense used to create something new. In India, Hindu incense practices continued but also influenced British colonial culture. By the Victorian era, wealthy British homes routinely burned Indian incense, though usually stripped of their original religious meanings and appreciated primarily for their exotic fragrance. The scientific study of smoke and its effects began in earnest during this period. Chemists started analysing the compounds in various aromatic substances, identifying specific molecules responsible for particular smells or effects. Physicians began conducting something resembling clinical trials, testing whether therapeutic smoking actually worked for the conditions it was prescribed to treat. Some traditional smoke remedies held up reasonably well under scientific scrutiny. Yes, eucalyptus smoke does help respiratory problems. We can now explain exactly why in terms of chemical constituents and their interactions with human respiratory tissues. Other traditional practices didn't fare as well. No, smoke from burnt goat hair will not cure epilepsy, regardless of what ancient physicians believed. But this scientific understanding also stripped smoke of much of its mystery and symbolic power. When aromatic smoke becomes merely a delivery mechanism for specific chemical compounds, it loses something of its capacity to carry meanings beyond the physical. The rationalization of smoke knowledge made practices more effective in some ways, while making them less meaningful in others. Industrialization changed the incense trade dramatically. Instead of rare resins carried across continents by caravan, aromatic substances could be synthesized in factories, or at least mass-produced from plantation-grown materials. This made incense much cheaper and more widely available, which was good for access, but not so good for the sense of precious rarity that had surrounded aromatics for thousands of years. The 19th century also saw increasing concerns about smoking's health effects. Physicians who had once prescribed therapeutic smoking began noticing that heavy smokers seemed to develop distinctive health problems. The connection between tobacco and various diseases was beginning to be recognized, though it would take until the mid-20th century before the full scope of smoking's health impacts became clear. This created an interesting divergence. Temple incense and aromatic smoke for atmosphere remained relatively uncontroversial. People recognized you weren't inhaling enough smoke in these contexts to cause health problems. But pipe smoking, and especially cigarette smoking, came under increasing scrutiny, as evidence mounted that regular smoke inhalation damaged lungs and contributed to various diseases. The cigarette, which became dominant in the 20th century, represented a departure from older smoking traditions in important ways. Cigarettes were industrial products, uniform, mass-produced, and designed for quick consumption rather than contemplative ritual. The cigarette break replaced the pipe smoking session. Same basic activity but compressed, hurried, and stripped of most ceremonial elements. Where pipe smoking had required some skill and attention, you had to pack the pipe properly, keep it lit, and manage the ash. Cigarette smoking was nearly effortless. Strike a match, inhale, exhale, repeat. This ease of use contributed to much higher consumption rates and consequently much worse health outcomes. The cigarette was smoke practice optimized for nicotine delivery, rather than for ritual, contemplation, or social bonding. Yet even cigarettes acquired their own rituals and meanings. The sharing of cigarettes between soldiers created bonds. The offered cigarette became a social gesture. The lighting of someone else's cigarette had its own etiquette, and even romantic connotations. Humans, it seems, will create ritual around any repeated practice, even industrial ones. Meanwhile, incense traditions continue to evolve in various directions. In Japan, kodo, the way of incense, became increasingly refined as an aesthetic practice, separate from religious contexts. Practitioners learned to distinguish hundreds of different aromatic woods, to appreciate subtle differences in fragrance, and to use incense as a focus for meditation and mindfulness. It was like wine tasting, but for smoke, and equally sophisticated. In India, the ancient traditions of incense making continued, but also adapted to modern commerce. Factories in cities like Bangalore produced incense sticks in enormous quantities, maintaining traditional formulations while using modern manufacturing techniques. The smell of jasmine or sandalwood incense became associated with Indian culture generally. Carried worldwide by the Indian diaspora, Western counterculture movements in the 1960s and 70s rediscovered incense and brought it into mainstream Euro-American culture. Young people burning nag champa in their apartments were participating, often unknowingly, in smoke traditions that stretched back thousands of years. The context had changed, Bohemian flats rather than ancient temples, but the basic practice of filling a space with aromatic smoke remained the same. This period also saw renewed interest in indigenous smoking practices, particularly ayahuasca ceremonies and similar traditions. Some of this interest was respectful and carefully conducted. Some of it amounted to cultural appropriation, with sacred practices stripped from their original context and treated as recreational drug use. The distinction matters. There's a difference between participating meaningfully in a tradition and simply consuming exotic experiences. As you nestle deeper into your blankets and perhaps notice how your own breathing has slowed while reading this story, let's turn to what modern science has discovered about why smoke-based practices affect us the way they do. Understanding the mechanisms doesn't diminish the experience. If anything, it reveals how intuitive our ancestors were in their observations. The human olfactory system, your sense of smell, is directly connected to the limbic system, those ancient structures deep in your brain that process emotion and memory. This is why certain smells can instantly transport you to childhood, evoke powerful emotional responses, or create immediate feelings of calm or anxiety. When you smell incense or aromatic smoke, the molecules trigger not just sensory perception, but emotional and memory responses that bypass conscious reasoning. Ancient peoples didn't know about the limbic system, but they certainly knew that certain smells made them feel certain ways. They were working with the same neurological architecture we have today, conducting empirical experiments in altering their own consciousness and carefully noting which plants produced which effects. Modern chemistry has identified the specific compounds responsible for many traditional incense effects. Frankincense contains boswellic acids and other molecules that have genuine anti-inflammatory and anxiolytic, anxiety-reducing properties. When burned, frankincense releases these compounds in a form that can be absorbed through the respiratory system, producing measurable effects on brain chemistry and emotional state. Lavender smoke contains linalool and linaloyl acetate. compounds that have been shown in laboratory studies to reduce stress hormones and promote relaxation. The Greeks and Romans, who burned lavender to promote calmness, weren't just engaging in superstition. They were using a substance that genuinely affects human neurobiology in ways that reduce anxiety. Similarly, the therapeutic smoking practices of ancient physicians often prescribed genuinely effective substances. When Chinese doctors recommended smoking mahuang for respiratory problems, they were unknowingly prescribing ephedrine, a powerful bronchodilator. When Indian Ayurvedic physicians prescribed cannabis smoke for various conditions, they were using a substance with documented effects on pain, nausea, and several other symptoms. Modern neuroscience has also helped explain why ritual and setting matter so much for smoke-based practices. The brain doesn't just respond to chemical compounds, it responds to expectations, context, and meaning. When you burn incense in a context you've learned to associate with relaxation or spiritual experience, your brain begins producing the associated response before you've even inhaled any smoke. This isn't just psychological, by the way. The expectation of relaxation triggers real, measurable changes in brain chemistry, increased serotonin and dopamine, and decreased cortisol and adrenaline. The chemical compounds in the smoke then enhance and extend these changes, creating a synergistic effect that's more powerful than either context or chemistry alone. Breathing patterns matter too, and this is something ancient practitioners understood intuitively. When you deliberately slow and deepen your breathing to inhale aromatic smoke, you're activating your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode that counteracts stress responses. The compounds in the smoke enhance this effect, but the breathing pattern itself is doing significant work. This explains why similar practices emerged in different cultures. Humans everywhere have the same basic neurobiology, the same limbic system responses to aromatic compounds, and the same parasympathetic relaxation response to slow breathing. Ancient peoples in China, India, Rome, and the Americas independently discovered that burning certain plants and breathing the smoke deeply produced specific desirable effects because they were all working with the same human hardware. Modern research has also revealed some unexpected benefits of certain aromatic compounds. Rosemary smoke, for instance, contains molecules that appear to enhance memory and cognitive function. Studies have shown that people performing memory tasks in rooms scented with rosemary perform better than control groups. Ancient peoples who burned rosemary while studying or before important meetings may have been unwittingly using a genuine cognitive enhancer. Interestingly, the communal aspects of smoke practices also have measurable effects. When people participate in shared rituals, whether religious incense ceremonies or communal pipe smoking, their stress hormones decrease, their sense of social connection increases, and various measures of well-being improve. The smoke is part of this, but so is the ritual itself, the shared experience, and the sense of participating in something larger than yourself. The placebo effects we mentioned earlier turn out to be far more complex and interesting than once thought. Modern research shows that placebo responses involve genuine changes in neurotransmitter levels, immune function, and even gene expression. When ancient healers conducted elaborate smoke rituals for sick patients, they were triggering healing responses that were as real as any pharmaceutical effect, even if the mechanisms were completely different from what the healers believed. There are also risks, and modern science has made these clearer than ever. Regular smoke inhalation, regardless of the substance, damages respiratory tissues and increases risks of various cancers and lung diseases. The difference between occasional ceremonial incense exposure and daily tobacco smoking is enormous in terms of health outcomes. But even aromatic smoke in high concentrations can be problematic for people with respiratory conditions. This creates an interesting tension. The practices we've been discussing do have genuine effects, psychological, neurological, and social. But they also carry risks that increase with frequency and intensity of use. Ancient peoples generally used these practices more sparingly than modern recreational smokers, which likely limited health impacts while preserving the ritual and psychological benefits. The modern scientific understanding of smoke and its effects suggests that our ancestors were remarkably sophisticated observers of human consciousness and the substances that alter it. They couldn't explain the mechanisms in terms of neurotransmitters and receptor sites, but they could reliably predict that burning substance X in context Y would produce effect Z. That's empirical science, even without the theoretical frameworks we've added. Now, as we move into the present day, the story of smoke becomes more personal and immediate. You might have your own experiences with incense, with the smell of wood smoke from a fireplace, with the lingering aroma of sage or sweet grass, or with memories attached to particular scents that rise in curling wisps. The relationship between modern people and aromatic smoke is complicated, full of contradictions that would have baffled our ancestors. We know more about the chemistry and health effects than any previous generation, yet we often use this knowledge poorly. We have access to aromatics from around the world at prices that would astound ancient merchants, yet we often fail to appreciate the depth of traditions behind them. Walk into most metaphysical bookstores, yoga studios or wellness centres in the Western world, and you'll find incense for sale, often Nag Champa from India, but also white sage bundles, Palo Santo sticks, copal resin, and various other aromatics from traditions worldwide. This represents unprecedented access to global smoke traditions, but also raises questions about cultural appropriation, sustainable harvesting, and whether transplanted practices retain their meaning outside their original contexts. The white sage situation is particularly instructive. White sage is sacred to various Native American peoples, particularly in California and the Southwest. Smudging with white sage, burning bundles of the dried herb to purify spaces, is an important practice in these traditions. But commercial harvesting has put white sage populations under pressure, and seeing their sacred plant sold in every New Age shop understandably bothers many Native Americans. This is the smoke tradition encountering globalization, and it's complicated. On one hand, people worldwide seeking calm and purification through aromatic smoke are participating in fundamentally human practices that transcend culture. On the other hand, there's something troubling about sacred traditions being commodified and stripped of their contexts. The smoke remains the same, but the meanings change in translation. Meanwhile, incense traditions in their homelands continue to evolve. Visit a Buddhist temple in Taiwan, Thailand, or Japan, and you'll find practices that combine ancient formulations with modern sensibilities. The incense might be made using traditional recipes, but manufactured in climate-controlled facilities, with quality testing that ensures consistent products. The rituals continue, but in buildings that have electric lights, air conditioning, and live stream services for distant devotees. In India, the incense industry has become a significant economic sector, employing thousands of people in traditional craft manufacturing that's been modernized without being completely industrialized. Families that have made incense for generations now export their products globally, while maintaining recipes and techniques passed down through the centuries. It's tradition adapting to modernity, finding ways to continue that don't require rejecting change entirely. The medical use of aromatic smoke has largely disappeared in developed countries, replaced by more reliable pharmaceutical approaches. Your doctor isn't going to prescribe therapeutic fumigation for your respiratory infection. They'll give you antibiotics or antivirals. But aromatherapy, the use of essential oils and aromatic compounds for psychological and mild physical benefits, has found a niche as complementary medicine. Essential oil diffusers represent an interesting evolution of smoke practice. Instead of burning aromatic substances, these devices vaporize essential oils in water, creating a fragrant mist that disperses through a room. It's smoke without combustion, aromatics without ash, and a sanitized version of ancient practices adapted for modern homes that have smoke detectors and fire codes. Does it work? Yes and no. The aromatic compounds still affect the limbic system, still produce psychological responses, and still create pleasant environments. But something is lost when you remove the visual element of smoke rising, the slight edge of danger from working with fire, and the ritualized aspects of preparing and lighting incense. The diffuser is more convenient and probably safer, but convenience and safety aren't the only values that matter. The cigarette culture that dominated much of the 20th century is finally declining as health consequences become undeniable and social acceptance evaporates. Fewer people smoke cigarettes now than at any time since the 1920s in most developed countries. This is undoubtedly good for public health, but it's also removed one of the few remaining widespread smoke practices from everyday life. Some of this void is being filled by cannabis legalization in various jurisdictions. As cannabis becomes legal for recreational use, new traditions and practices are emerging around its consumption. Some of these echo older traditions. The passed joint as a social bonding ritual has parallels to passed pipes in various cultures. Others are distinctly modern, vaporizers and edibles representing approaches to cannabis consumption that minimize or eliminate smoke entirely. The use of incense in religious and spiritual contexts continues worldwide, relatively unchanged by modernity's other transformations. Walk into a Catholic church during High Mass, visit a Hindu temple during puja, or attend a Buddhist meditation session. You'll encounter aromatic smoke being used for purposes that would be instantly recognizable to practitioners from centuries ago. This continuity is remarkable given how much else has changed. Interestingly, there's been a modern revival of interest in contemplative practices generally, and incense has followed along. Mindfulness meditation, which has become surprisingly mainstream in secular Western culture, often incorporates incense as a focus for attention or simply as atmosphere. The practice has been stripped of religious associations, but retains the basic insight that aromatic smoke can help create mental states conducive to calm awareness. The Japanese incense ceremony, Kodo, has even found adherents outside Japan, though whether these practitioners fully appreciate the aesthetic and philosophical depths of the tradition is debatable. Still, the fact that people are willing to spend hours learning to distinguish subtle differences in aromatic woods suggests that ancient approaches to smoke appreciation can still resonate with modern sensibilities. Environmental concerns are adding new dimensions to how we think about smoke. Burning incense or anything else releases particulate matter and various chemicals into the air. Indoor air quality has become a recognised health concern, and burning substances indoors regularly isn't great for it. This creates another tension. The practices that brought calm to countless generations now face questions about whether they're worth the environmental and health costs. There's also the simple fact that many modern people don't know how to safely work with fire. We've outsourced flame to gas stoves, furnaces and pilot lights, controlled, automatic, requiring no attention. The idea of deliberately lighting something on fire and managing it while it burns is foreign to people who've grown up with smoke detectors that sound at the first hint of combustion. Ancient practices assume a comfort level with fire that many modern people simply lack, yet the fundamental human responses to aromatic smoke haven't changed. When you smell sandalwood or frankincense, your brain processes it using the same neural pathways that lit up in an ancient Egyptian's brain. When you watch smoke curl and rise, you're seeing the same patterns that fascinated Mesopotamian diviners. When you associate certain smells with calm or contemplation, you're participating in conditioning processes that humans have been using for millennia. As we approach the end of our journey through smoke's history, it's worth pausing to reflect on why this matters. Why the story of humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke deserves telling, and what it reveals about who we are as a species. At the most basic level, the story of smoke is a story about human curiosity and experimentation. Our ancestors didn't have to figure out that burning certain plants produced pleasant or interesting effects. They could have just burned whatever wood was convenient and been content with warmth and light. But humans don't work that way. We experiment, observe, remember, and refine. We notice patterns and explore possibilities. We turn accidental discoveries into deliberate practices. The fact that humans in wildly different cultures independently discovered similar uses for aromatic smoke tells us something about universal human needs. Across every continent, in climates from Arctic to tropical, people sought ways to alter consciousness, create sacred space, mark important moments, find relief from pain or anxiety, and connect with something beyond everyday reality. Smoke became one tool among many for meeting these needs. This suggests that the desire for altered consciousness isn't a pathology or a weakness, but a fundamental aspect of human psychology. We're not meant to exist in one constant state. We need variety in our experiences, access to different modes of consciousness, and ways to step outside ordinary perception and see from different angles. Aromatic smoke provided this for most of human history, which is why its practices spread so widely and persisted so long. The story of smoke is also a story about the tension between material and meaning. Smoke is a physical phenomenon, combustion, producing particulate matter suspended in air. But humans have never been content to treat it as merely physical. We've invested smoke with meanings, used it as a language for concepts that can't be expressed in words alone, and made it carry our hopes and prayers to realms we can't directly perceive. This capacity to see beyond the purely physical, to find meaning in natural phenomena, to create symbol systems that let us think about abstract concepts, this is distinctly human. Other animals might enjoy pleasant smells, but only humans burn aromatics in specific contexts to deliberately alter their mental states, while simultaneously expressing spiritual beliefs through the act itself. The global spread of smoke traditions through trade routes tells us something about human connectivity. We tend to think of ancient peoples as isolated in their own cultures, but the fact that frankincense from southern Arabia ended up in Chinese temples, that tobacco from the Americas reached Asia within decades, and that incense formulas spread across continents, all this reveals networks of human connection that were surprisingly robust and far-reaching. These trade networks weren't just about economics. They were about shared human experiences, about the recognition that people in distant lands were seeking similar things: calm, transcendence, healing, and connection to the divine. The merchant who carried frankincense from Arabia to Rome was carrying more than a commodity. They were carrying one culture's approach to these universal needs and introducing it to people who would adapt it to their own purposes. The evolution of smoke practices over time shows human creativity and adaptability. The same basic principle, burning aromatic substances and breathing or being present with the smoke, has been endlessly varied and refined. From cave fires to temple censers, to ceremonial pipes to modern incense sticks. Humans have found countless ways to engage with this simple practice, each variation reflecting different values, technologies, and cultural contexts. There's something deeply democratic about smoke practices. Unlike some technologies that require rare materials or expert knowledge, almost anyone can burn aromatic substances and benefit from the experience. Yes, there are elaborate traditions that require years to master, but the basic practice is accessible to everyone. This accessibility helps explain why smoke practices spread so widely and persisted across huge differences in wealth, power, and social organisation. The modern decline of some smoke traditions raises questions about what we're losing. Not just specific practices, but a whole way of engaging with consciousness, ritual, and the material world. When we replace incense with room deodorizers, when we substitute essential oil diffusers for censers, when we eliminate smoke practices entirely due to health concerns, what are we giving up along with what we gain? This isn't a call to reject modernity or ignore legitimate health concerns. But it is worth recognizing that our ancestors' smoke practices emerged from and spoke to genuine human needs that don't disappear just because we've developed new technologies. The need for ritual, for moments of deliberate calm, for sensory experiences that anchor us in the present, these persist whether we acknowledge them or not. Perhaps what's most remarkable is how such a simple thing, aromatic smoke, could carry so much weight across so many cultures and so many centuries. We've developed incredibly sophisticated technologies, mapped the human genome, and sent probes to the edge of the solar system. Yet something as basic as burning aromatic resins and breathing the smoke can still produce experiences that modern science fully explains, but can't quite replicate through any other means. The smell of frankincense or sandalwood, the sight of smoke curling upward, the taste of aromatic vapour on your tongue. These experiences connect you directly to humans who lived thousands of years ago, who found in these same smells and sights access to states of consciousness they valued. It's a form of time travel, not through technology, but through shared experience across the centuries. As you finish this story and prepare for sleep, you might be more aware of the air you're breathing, the way scents linger in your room, and the quality of stillness that can settle over a space in the evening. These awarenesses are part of what smoke practices cultivated. Attention to subtle sensory experiences, recognition that the invisible can be as important as the visible, and understanding that consciousness is not fixed but fluid. The story of smoke is, in the end, your story too. Whether you've ever burned incense or not, whether you have any personal smoke practices or not, you're part of a species that has been exploring consciousness, seeking calm, and finding meaning in rising wisps for hundreds of thousands of years. That's worth remembering as you drift towards sleep. You're not separate from this history. You're its latest chapter, carrying forward patterns of human experience that stretch back to those first cave dwellers who threw aromatic branches on their fires and discovered that the world could suddenly seem different, more spacious and more full of possibility. The practices change, the substances vary, and the cultural context shift, but the underlying human impulses remain constant. We seek moments of peace in difficult times. We create rituals to mark the sacred and separate it from the mundane. We use our senses to anchor ourselves in the present moment. We explore altered states of consciousness because ordinary consciousness, while necessary, is not sufficient for a fully human life. Smoke, visible breath, transformation made tangible, the boundary between solid and air, serves all these purposes and more. It's been medicine and sacrament, recreation and therapy, art form and spiritual practice. It's linked distant cultures and revealed common humanity. It's been studied by scientists and mystics, sought by kings and available to peasants. Tomorrow you might smell wood smoke from a neighbour's fireplace, or incense from a nearby temple, or simply the lingering aroma of your evening tea. When you do, you might remember this story and recognise that you're experiencing something humans have found meaningful for longer than we've had written language. You might notice how the smell affects your mood, how your breathing changes, and how the moment feels slightly different from moments without that aromatic presence. Or you might not. You might simply go about your day, unaware of the ancient traditions playing out in the background of modern life. Either way, the smoke will continue to rise, carrying with it meanings and memories accumulated across millennia. The practices we've discussed face an uncertain future. Climate change, urbanization, health concerns and cultural shifts all challenge traditional smoke practices. Some will adapt and continue, others will fade, and new forms will emerge that we can't yet predict. But the human needs these practices address aren't going anywhere, which suggests that some form of smoke tradition will persist as long as humans do. Perhaps future historians will look back at our era as the moment when humanity's ancient relationship with aromatic smoke underwent its most dramatic transformation. Or perhaps they'll see our time as just another adaptation in an ongoing story that continues to unfold in ways both familiar and surprising. What we can say with certainty is that smoke has been a faithful companion to human consciousness for longer than any other deliberately sought-altered state. Before alcohol fermentation, before plant cultivation, before writing or wheels or cities, humans were burning aromatic substances and discovering that the right smoke at the right time could open doors to experiences that made life more bearable and sometimes transcendent. That's not a small thing. That's evidence that humans have always been more than just survival machines focused on food, shelter, and reproduction. We're meaning-making creatures, consciousness-exploring animals, beings who seek not just to live but to experience living fully in all its varieties and depths. As you close your eyes and feel yourself beginning to drift into sleep, Imagine for a moment all the people across all the centuries who have lain down at day's end with the smell of aromatic smoke still lingering in their awareness. Roman priestesses after a day of temple service. Chinese scholars after evening study sessions. Native American elders after ceremonial pipe sharing. Medieval monks after evensong. Victorian gentlemen after contemplative pipe smoking. You're part of that vast invisible community. All the humans who have sought and found moments of peace, insight, or transcendence through the simple act of being present with aromatic smoke. The specific practices differ, the beliefs vary, and the cultural contexts shift. But the experience connects you across time to countless others who breathed deeply, watched smoke rise, and felt something shift in their awareness. Sleep well, knowing that the air you breathe has carried not just oxygen, but meaning for as long as humans have existed. The darkness that gathers around you as you sleep once glowed with firelight, and the stillness you enter was filled with the scent of sacred smoke. You're not alone in this moment. You're accompanied by ancestors beyond counting who found in smoke something worth preserving and passing down. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and joys, its own moments of stress and peace. But you'll carry with you now this story, this awareness that calm has always been available, that humans have always found ways to create space for reflection and renewal, and that something as simple as aromatic smoke has served as a bridge to better states of mind for longer than we can fully comprehend. And if you choose to light incense or simply notice the scent of wood smoke drifting past your window, you'll do so with deeper understanding of what you're participating in. Not just a personal preference or a pleasant smell, but a practice that connects you to the oldest, most persistent human traditions. The last ember glows, fades, and finally goes dark. The smoke rises one last time, thinning as it climbs, becoming invisible as it joins the air. The story continues, even as this telling ends. Rest now. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15th, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 14, 82, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes, The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialized. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges, blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilized in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionized portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionizing mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognized him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognized as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallized. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organize notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought. especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionized medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognized that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilized Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an ageing Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognized them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstroke survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognised. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realised that he had conceptualised flying machines, armoured vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, Centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honor. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistance as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields — art, science, engineering and anatomy — he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realised marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in — Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France — offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinising swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times: the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with micro-failures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry. Deeply respectful of Christian doctrine, He never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities, and that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough. Close your eyes and imagine a time before forks existed, before napkins, before anyone ever told you to keep your elbows off the table. We're going back roughly 300,000 years to when your ancient ancestors were just trying to figure out this whole being human thing, and table manners ranked somewhere below avoid being eaten by large cats on their list of concerns. Picture early humans gathered around a fire as the sun sets, casting orange light across the landscape. There's no table, obviously. That innovation is still tens of thousands of years away. Instead, people crouch or sit on the ground, probably on whatever flat rock seemed most comfortable that day. The meal is simple. Perhaps some roasted meat from the day's hunt, maybe roots or berries gathered from the surrounding area, all eaten with the original utensils, your hands. There's a certain poetry to this simplicity. No one worried about which fork to use because forks didn't exist. No one stressed about proper posture because there were no chairs to slouch in. The biggest etiquette concern was probably making sure everyone got their fair share, which is actually a form of table manners when you think about it. Just the most fundamental kind. The fire crackles softly. Someone tears off a piece of meat and passes it along. Fingers get greasy, and that's perfectly fine because the concept of finger bowls won't be invented for another several millennia. When you're done eating, you might wipe your hands on grass or simply lick them clean. The evening air is cool and bellies are full, and that's really all that matters. As thousands of years drift by like lazy clouds, humans start developing small rituals around eating. Not rules exactly, but patterns. Maybe the eldest person eats first. Maybe certain foods are shared while others are claimed individually. These aren't written guidelines, writing hasn't been invented yet, but they're the seeds of what will eventually become table manners. The rhythm of communal eating develops its own gentle cadence. There's something deeply soothing about eating together, sharing food prepared over the same fire. You can almost hear the soft sounds of prehistoric meals, the crackle of flames, the murmur of voices in early languages we'd never recognise, and the simple satisfaction of full stomachs and warm companionship. In caves across Europe, Africa and Asia, similar scenes play out night after night. The details vary. Different foods, different landscapes, different faces around different fires. But the essence remains constant. Humans eating together, developing the first social bonds that would eventually lead to civilization. Table manners, in their most primitive form, are really just the codification of respect and sharing. There's no stress in these ancient meals. No wondering if you're using the right spoon, or whether your napkin should go on your left or right. Just the simple act of eating, together, as darkness settles in around the fire's warm glow. Let that simplicity wash over you like a warm bath. Now we're going to fast forward, and you can feel time flowing like honey, slow and sweet, to around 3000 BCE, when civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt started getting fancy with their eating arrangements. This is where things start getting interesting in a wonderfully drowsy sort of way. The Sumerians, those clever people who invented writing and the wheel and beer, truly humanity's greatest hits, also began developing the first real dining customs. Imagine a wealthy Sumerian household where low tables appear for the first time. People still sit on the floor or on cushions, but now there's a designated surface for food. It's a small change that makes a big difference, like the first time someone decided beds were better than sleeping on bare ground. In these early Mesopotamian homes, bread served as both food and plate. You'd tear off a piece of flatbread and use it to scoop up stews, vegetables and meats. When you finished eating, you could eat your plate. It's brilliantly efficient and remarkably tidy. No dishes to wash afterward. The warm bread in your hands, slightly oily from whatever it had scooped, still radiating gentle heat from the oven. Egyptian dining customs evolved along similar lines, but with their own special flourishes. The wealthy Egyptians loved a good feast, and they developed elaborate protocols around these meals. Servants would bring water and natron, a naturally occurring salt, for guests to wash their hands before eating. It's the first recorded instance of pre-meal hand washing, which means somewhere around 2500 BCE. Someone decided clean hands made for better dining. Picture yourself at an Egyptian banquet. The room is cool despite the desert heat outside thanks to thick mud brick walls. Palm fronds wave gently overhead, creating shifting patterns of shadow and light. You're seated on a low stool, and before you is a small table laden with food. Roasted duck, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and beer in a clay vessel that stays surprisingly cool. A servant approaches with a bowl of water and a clean cloth. You dip your fingers in the water. It's been infused with flower petals, and it smells faintly of lotus blossoms. The cloth is soft linen, woven so finely it feels like a whisper against your skin. This is civilization's way of saying, before we eat together, let's be clean together. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning. The Egyptians also pioneered the concept of dining in courses rather than having everything presented at once. First might come fruits and vegetables, then fish, then meat, each course arriving with its own subtle ceremony. There's a rhythm to this kind of eating, a gentle progression that mirrors the flow of the Nile itself, steady, predictable, soothing. In ancient China, around the same period, entirely different dining customs were emerging. The Chinese developed the use of chopsticks around 1200 BCE, and with them came a whole philosophy of eating. Chopsticks required patience, precision and practice. They slowed down the eating process, which the Chinese sages believed was healthier for digestion and better for social interaction. Confucius, that wise teacher whose thoughts would influence Asian culture for millennia, had strong opinions about dining. He believed that the way you ate revealed your character. Food should be cut into small, manageable pieces in the kitchen, never at the table, where knives might suggest violence. Meals should be eaten slowly, with attention to flavours and textures. Conversation should be gentle and thoughtful. Can you feel how these ancient practices were already moving toward mindfulness? The Egyptians with their ritual hand-washing, the Chinese with their deliberate chopsticks, and the Mesopotamians with their orderly progression of courses, all of them were discovering that eating could be more than just fuel consumption. It could be meditation, ceremony, or art. In ancient Greece, symposiums became the height of civilized dining. Men would recline on couches, yes, lying down while eating. The Greeks really knew how to relax and enjoy course after course of food while discussing philosophy, poetry, and politics. Wine was mixed with water in special vessels called craters, and there were specific protocols for how much water to add depending on the seriousness of the discussion. The gentle clinking of ceramic cups, the soft rustle of robes as diners shifted on their couches, and the murmur of thoughtful conversation punctuated by laughter. Greek dining rooms must have had a wonderfully peaceful energy. Even the occasional heated debate would eventually smooth out into philosophical contemplation as the evening wore on and the wine-to-water ratio shifted. Romans, never ones to be outdone by Greeks, took the concept of elaborate dining and expanded it to almost absurd levels. A wealthy Roman dinner party, called a convivium, could last for hours, featuring dozens of courses, entertainment between dishes, and social rituals that made modern etiquette look simple by comparison. But here's what's lovely about Roman dining customs. Despite all the elaborate protocols, the underlying goal was comfort and pleasure. Couches were cushioned with the softest fabrics. Rooms were designed to catch cooling breezes in summer and retain warmth in winter. Servants moved silently, ensuring guests never had to reach for anything. The entire experience was engineered to help diners relax completely. Imagine reclining on one of those Roman dining couches, propped up on your left elbow as was customary, leaving your right hand free for eating. The cushions beneath you are stuffed with wool and covered in linen that's been washed so many times it feels like silk. The room smells of olive oil, herbs, and the faint smokiness of the kitchen fires. Someone is playing a lyre in the corner, very softly, just loud enough to fill the silence between conversations. These ancient civilizations were discovering something profound, that how we eat together shapes who we become together. Table manners weren't just arbitrary rules, they were frameworks for connection, opportunities for artistry, and pathways to peace. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let that understanding settle over you like a warm, gentle blanket. We're moving forward now through time like a slow river, arriving in medieval Europe around 1000 CE. This is when table manners started becoming truly codified, written down in manuscripts that nobles would study with the same seriousness we might apply to learning a new language. The medieval period is fascinating for table manners because it represents a kind of bridge between ancient informality and modern refinement. Castles and manor houses had great halls where dozens or even hundreds of people might eat together, creating a need for clear social rules about how to behave when you're sharing a trestle table with everyone from knights to kitchen staff. Picture a great hall on a winter evening. Torches and candles provide flickering light that makes shadows dance on stone walls. The fire in the central hearth crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks upward. Long wooden tables run the length of the hall, and people are beginning to gather for the evening meal. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the musty scent of the rushes scattered on the floor. You're seated on a wooden bench. Chairs with backs are still mostly reserved for the very important people at the high table. Before you is a trencher, which is a thick slice of stale bread that serves as your plate. It's going to soak up juices and gravies from your meal, and by the end of dinner, it will be thoroughly saturated and delicious. Sometimes trenchers were given to the poor after meals, other times they were eaten by the diners themselves. Waste not, want not. Medieval table manners were spelled out in texts with wonderfully specific instructions. One 13th century guide advised, "Do not touch your ears or nose with your bare hands while eating." Another suggested, "Refrain from picking your teeth with your knife." These instructions tell us something important. They wouldn't need to write these rules down if people weren't doing these things. Medieval dining was clearly a work in progress. The concept of sharing was central to medieval eating. You didn't have your own cup, you shared one with your neighbour. Large serving dishes called messes were placed along the table, and groups of 4 to 6 people would eat from the same mess. This required cooperation and a certain amount of consideration. Taking too much meant your messmates would go hungry. Hogging the shared cup meant thirsty neighbours. Etiquette manuals from this period emphasise cleanliness, with an almost desperate urgency. Wash your hands before eating, they insist. Wipe your mouth before drinking from the shared cup. Don't put food back into the communal dish after you've bitten it. Reading between the lines, you can sense medieval people trying very hard to make communal dining more pleasant while working with limited resources. Forks were virtually unknown in medieval Europe. They wouldn't become common until the Renaissance. Instead, you ate with a knife and your fingers, which required a certain delicacy. You were supposed to eat with your thumb, index, and middle fingers only. Using all 5 fingers was considered boorish. It's oddly specific, but when you think about it, eating with just 3 fingers does require more precision and care and grabbing food with your whole hand. The rhythm of a medieval meal had its own soothing quality. First, servants brought basins of water around for hand washing. Then bread was placed on the table, not just the trenchers, but fresh bread for eating. Then came the first course, usually something in a sauce that could be scooped up with bread. Between courses there might be entertainment, a minstrel singing, a juggler performing, or simply conversation flowing up and down the long tables. Drinking customs had their own gentle ceremony. When you wanted wine or ale, you didn't just grab the shared cup and drink. You were supposed to wipe your mouth first, so you wouldn't leave food residue on the rim. Then you drank, wiped the rim clean, and passed the cup to your neighbour. It created a rhythm. Wipe, drink, wipe, pass. The cup was making its way around the table like a slow, companionable dance. One particularly charming medieval custom was the voider, a bowl placed on the table for bones, shells, and other inedible scraps. The name itself is wonderfully descriptive. It's where food goes to be voided from the meal. Servants would periodically empty the voiders and bring fresh ones, keeping the table relatively tidy despite the absence of individual plates. As the evening progressed and the meal moved through its courses, the great hall would grow warmer from all the bodies and the fire, louder from wine and conversation, and somehow more intimate despite the crowds. There's something about sharing food from communal dishes and drinking from shared cups that breaks down social barriers, even in hierarchical medieval society. The highest-ranking people sat at the high table, which was literally elevated on a platform so everyone could see them. This created a theatre of dining, the noble family eating in full view while the rest of the hall watched and tried to emulate their manners. It was etiquette as performance art, teaching by example rather than lecture. By the end of a medieval feast, the trenchers would be soggy with gravy, the voiders full and the shared cups well circulated. More water would be brought for hand washing, even more important now than before the meal. Herbs might be chewed to freshen breath. Some households provided finger bowls scented with rosewater, a small luxury that made the clean-up process feel less like a chore and more like a ritual. As you imagine all of this, the warm hall, the friendly chaos, the shared dishes and cups, the gentle rhythm of medieval dining, let yourself relax into the communal nature of it all. There's something deeply comforting about eating together like this, connected by shared vessels and shared spaces, all of you experiencing the same meal in the same moment. Drift forward with me now through the 1400s and into the 1500s, as Europe awakens from its medieval slumber into the Renaissance. This is when table manners transformed from practical guidelines for group eating into an elaborate code that signalled education, status, and sophistication. It's also when dining becomes genuinely beautiful, in ways that would have seemed impossibly fancy to our medieval ancestors. The Renaissance began in Italy, and so did many dining innovations. Italian nobles, flush with wealth from trade and banking, began competing to host the most impressive dinner parties. This competition drove innovation in everything from table settings to menu planning to the physical act of eating itself. Imagine being invited to a dinner at a Florentine palazzo in 1550. You enter a room that's been transformed into a work of art. The walls are hung with tapestries depicting classical scenes. The ceiling has been painted with clouds and cherubs. Candles, expensive wax candles, not smoky tallow, provide warm, steady light from silver candelabras. The table itself makes you pause. It's covered with white linen so fine you can almost see through it, and the cloth drapes to the floor in perfect folds. On this pristine white canvas, an entire landscape of dishes has been arranged. Silver platters, ceramic bowls painted with intricate designs, and glass vessels that catch the candlelight and throw rainbow sparkles across the tablecloth. And here's something new. Each guest has their own plate. Not a bread trencher, but an actual plate made of pewter or ceramic. Individual plates were a Renaissance innovation that changed everything about how people ate. Even more revolutionary, you have your own cup, made of glass perhaps, or silver if your host is particularly wealthy. It sits to your right, and it's yours alone for the entire meal. No more wiping and passing. You can drink whenever you want without coordination or consideration for others. It's a small change that represents a massive shift in dining philosophy, from communal to individual, from shared to personal. But the most significant innovation sits beside your plate, looking innocent but carrying revolutionary implications. A fork. The fork had existed for centuries in the Byzantine Empire and parts of the Middle East, but it was Catherine de' Medici who really popularised it in Western Europe when she brought the custom from Italy to France in 1533. At first, people thought forks were pretentious, even sinful. After all, God gave you fingers for eating. But slowly the fork's practicality won out. Using a fork required learning entirely new skills. You couldn't just stab at your food randomly. There was a right way and a wrong way. The fork went in your left hand, the knife in your right. You used the knife to cut and the fork to spear and lift to your mouth. It was a kind of dance, a coordination of both hands working together. Mastering it marked you as educated and refined. Italian etiquette manuals from this period are wonderfully detailed. They explain not just what to do, but why. Don't blow on your food to cool it. Wait patiently for it to cool naturally. Don't make noise when you eat. Chew quietly and deliberately. Don't gesture wildly with your hands while talking. Keep your movements controlled and graceful. Every action should demonstrate restraint, patience, and consideration. The Renaissance obsession with classical antiquity extended to dining. Wealthy hosts tried to recreate Roman banquets, with similar reclining couches and elaborate courses. But they also added new elements, printed menus describing each course, decorative sculptures made of sugar or marzipan, and even mechanical devices that moved dishes around the table. Dining became theatre, spectacle, and art. Picture yourself at one of these elaborate Renaissance dinners. The first course arrives, a delicate soup served in painted bowls. You notice everyone picking up the bowl carefully, bringing it to their lips to sip rather than slurping from a spoon. The warmth of the soup, the subtle flavours of herbs and cream, the gentle clink of ceramic against the table, it's all very refined, very controlled. Between courses, servants appear with water and cloths for hand washing, even though you're using utensils and theoretically not getting your hands dirty. It's become more ritual than necessity, a pause in the meal that allows for conversation and digestion. The water is scented, perhaps with lavender or lemon, and the cloths are warmed. Even the practical aspects of dining have become luxurious. The French court took Italian refinement and elevated it further. Under Louis XIV, dining at Versailles became so elaborate that it required guidebooks. The Sun King dined in public like a medieval lord, but with such ceremony that watching him eat was considered entertainment. There were officials whose only job was to carry the king's napkin, others who tasted his food, and still others who managed the progression of courses. French etiquette introduced the concept of service à la française, French service, where all the dishes for each course were placed on the table simultaneously, creating an impressive display. You didn't simply eat. You surveyed the options, made choices, and constructed your own meal from the available dishes. It required both decision-making and restraint. You couldn't try everything without appearing greedy. Napkins evolved during this period into something approaching what we use today. Renaissance napkins were large squares of linen, often embroidered with family crests or decorative patterns. They had multiple uses, wiping your fingers and a mouth, protecting your clothing, and even being tied around your neck like a bib for particularly saucy dishes. Some etiquette manuals suggested elaborate napkin folds that could take servants hours to perfect. The seating arrangement at Renaissance dinners followed strict protocols. The most important guests sat to the host's right, the second most important to their left, and so on down the table in descending order of rank. Where you sat announced your social status to everyone present. This created a physical representation of social hierarchy, with the table itself becoming a map of power and prestige. Music often accompanied these elaborate meals, but it was carefully chosen to be soothing rather than stimulating. Soft lute music, perhaps, or a small ensemble playing gentle madrigals. The music filled the spaces between conversation without overwhelming it, like a sonic tablecloth underneath the sounds of dining. Even the music was refined, controlled, and perfectly pitched to enhance rather than dominate. As you imagine yourself in this Renaissance dining room, the candlelight, the music, the careful choreography of utensils and courses, notice how much more deliberate everything has become. Medieval dining was communal and energetic. Renaissance dining is individual and contemplative. Both have their charms, but there's something particularly peaceful about this new approach, where every movement is considered, every gesture meaningful. Let the refinement of it all wash over you. The careful placement of forks and knives, the gentle rhythm of courses, the soft candlelight reflecting off polished silver. This is dining as meditation, eating as an art form. Close your eyes and breathe in the lavender-scented water from the finger bowl, feel the smooth linen of the napkin, and hear the quiet clink of silver against ceramic. Everything is designed to create peace, beauty, and harmony. Now we're moving into the 19th century, and if you thought Renaissance dining was elaborate, just wait. The Victorian era took table manners and transformed them into something approaching rocket science. This was the peak of dining complexity, when knowing which fork to use could make or break your social standing. Settle deeper into your comfortable spot, because understanding Victorian table manners requires a kind of relaxed attention. If you try too hard to follow all the rules, you'll just get confused. Better to let them wash over you like a gentle, very particular wave. In Victorian Britain and America, the middle class was expanding rapidly. Suddenly, people who had grown up eating simple meals from simple dishes found themselves with enough money to host dinner parties. But having money wasn't enough. You also needed to know how to behave properly. This created a massive market for etiquette books, which multiplied like rabbits and filled pages with increasingly specific instructions. The Victorian dinner table was a marvel of organisation. At a formal dinner, you might have 6 or 7 different forks, each designed for a specific course. There was the fish fork with its slightly wider tines. The salad fork is smaller than the dinner fork, the oyster fork tiny and specialised. The placement of these utensils communicated the menu. You could read the table like a map of the meal to come. But forks were just the beginning. You also had multiple knives, a butter knife, a fish knife, a dinner knife, and a cheese knife. Multiple spoons, soup spoon, dessert spoon, and demi-tasse spoon for coffee. Multiple glasses, water goblet, red wine glass, white wine glass, sherry glass, and champagne flute. A fully set Victorian table could have 20 pieces of silverware and glassware per person. The rule for using all these utensils was actually quite simple, though memorising what went where was complex. Start from the outside and work your way in. The outermost fork was for the first course, the next one in for the second course, and so on. This meant you didn't need to know what each utensil was called, you just needed to know the sequence. Picture yourself at a Victorian dinner party. You're wearing formal clothing that's slightly uncomfortable, corsets for women, tight collars for men. The dining room is elaborately decorated with heavy curtains, ornate furniture, and multiple layers of table linens. The table itself is a landscape of china, crystal, and silver, all gleaming in the light from a chandelier overhead. The meal begins with soup served by gloved servants who move silently around the table. You pick up your soup spoon, the largest spoon at your place setting, and here's where it gets specific. You're supposed to spoon soup away from you, not toward you. This prevents drips from falling on your clothing. You sip from the side of the spoon, not the tip. You never, ever blow on the soup to cool it, no matter how hot it is. When you've finished your soup, you place the spoon on the plate beneath the bowl, handle pointing to the 4 o'clock position. This signals to the servants that you're done and they can clear your place. Every position of the utensils communicated something. Resting position meant you were pausing, and finished position meant they could clear. Between each course, servants would change not just the plates but also the utensils. What you'd eaten fish with would be replaced with fresh implements for the next course. This created a rhythm to the meal. Eat, pause while the table is cleared and reset, eat the next course, pause again. The pauses were for conversation, which was as choreographed as the eating. Victorian conversation rules were elaborate. You were supposed to talk to the person on your right during some courses and the person on your left during others. Topics were carefully circumscribed, nothing too political, religious or personal. The weather was safe. Recent books were acceptable. Garden design was perfect. The goal was pleasant, uncontroversial conversation that helped digestion rather than hindering it. Napkin use had evolved into an art form. When you sat down, you unfolded your napkin and placed it across your lap. Never tucked into your collar like a bib. You used it to dab your mouth, not wipe vigorously. If you needed to leave the table temporarily, you placed the napkin on your chair. Only when the meal was completely finished did you put the napkin on the table, and even then, you didn't fold it neatly. That might suggest you expected to use the same napkin again, implying your host didn't have enough clean napkins for every meal. The Victorian era introduced what the French called service à la Russe, Russian service, which replaced the French style. Instead of all dishes appearing at once, Russian service brought one course at a time, already plated. This was more practical for homes without large staffs of servants, and created a more controlled, sequential dining experience. The meal became like a story unfolding chapter by chapter. Women's etiquette books had additional rules. You were never supposed to appear too hungry. You should eat slowly, in small bites, showing restraint and delicacy. Foods that required messy eating, lobster, artichokes, whole fruits, should be approached with extreme care, or avoided entirely in formal situations. The goal was to eat sufficiently without appearing to actually need food, which is quite the mental gymnastics when you think about it. Alcohol consumption was carefully regulated by social rules. Gentlemen could drink more freely, but even they were expected to maintain perfect composure. Ladies might have a glass of wine with dinner, but were encouraged to dilute it with water and sip rather than drink. Toasting was a complex ritual with its own protocols. Who could propose toasts, when, and how everyone should respond? The length of Victorian formal dinners could be astonishing. 7 or 8 courses spread over 3 or 4 hours wasn't unusual for an important dinner party. This required enormous stamina from both hosts and guests. You had to pace yourself, eating enough to be polite, but not so much that you would be uncomfortably full before the meal ended. Imagine how these long dinners must have felt. The initial excitement of arriving and seeing the beautifully set table. The careful attention required for the first few courses, making sure you used the right utensils and followed all the rules. The gradual relaxation as wine and conversation flowed. The slight fatigue set in around course 5 or 6. The gentle relief when dessert finally appeared, signalling the approaching end. What's interesting about Victorian table manners is how much they were about demonstrating control over your appetite, your emotions, your movements, and your conversation. Every aspect of dining became an opportunity to show that you were civilized, educated, and refined enough to belong in polite society. It was exhausting, but it was also strangely meditative. When every action is prescribed, you stop worrying about what to do and simply follow the pattern. As you drift in that pleasant space between waking and sleeping, imagine the soft clink of fine china, the gentle murmur of appropriate conversation, and the gleam of candlelight on crystal. Victorian dining rooms must have been peaceful in their own formal way, everyone following the same elaborate choreography, moving through the meal like dancers who all know the steps. Let that formality relax you rather than stress you. There's something soothing about knowing exactly what's expected, about moving through prescribed patterns. Victorian table manners might have been complex, but they created a framework that made social interaction predictable, and therefore, in its way, peaceful. As we move into the 20th century, something wonderful happens to table manners. They start absorbing influences from around the world. The elaborate European rules that had dominated for centuries begin mixing with customs from Asia, Africa, the Middle East and the Americas, creating a richer, more diverse understanding of how people can eat together. Let your mind drift across the globe now, visiting different dining traditions, each with its own beauty and logic. We'll travel gently, like a slow boat on a calm sea, stopping at various ports to observe and appreciate. In Japan, table manners revolve around respect, for the food, for those who prepared it, and for your dining companions. Before eating, you say "itadakimasu," which roughly translates to "I humbly receive this food." It acknowledges the plants and animals that gave their lives, the people who prepared the meal, and the natural forces that made it all possible. This single word turns eating into gratitude. Chopstick etiquette in Japan is wonderfully specific. Never stick chopsticks vertically into rice. That's how food is offered to the dead. Never pass food from chopstick to chopstick. That resembles a funeral ritual. Never point chopsticks at people or wave them around while talking. The rules aren't arbitrary. They all connect to deeper cultural meanings about respect and awareness. Picture a Japanese meal. You're sitting on a tatami mat, perhaps with a low table before you. Multiple small dishes are arranged beautifully, each one a miniature work of art. There's rice in a lacquered bowl, miso soup steaming gently, carefully arranged vegetables and perhaps some fish. You pick up your chopsticks, hold them correctly, which takes practice, and begin eating slowly, appreciating each flavour separately. The pace of a traditional Japanese meal is beautifully meditative. Small portions mean you eat slowly. The variety of dishes means you're constantly experiencing new flavours and textures. Slurping noodles is not just acceptable but encouraged. It cools the noodles and enhances the flavour. The sound of slurping noodles in a Japanese restaurant is the sound of appreciation, pleasure and enjoyment. Travel with me now to India, where eating with your hands is not only common but also considered preferable for certain foods. There's a technique to it. You use your right hand only, and specifically your fingers, not your palm. You mix the rice or bread with curry or dal, forming a small ball, and lift it to your mouth with your thumb pushing from behind. This isn't careless or messy, it's actually quite precise. The temperature of the food, the texture, the way flavours combine, all of this is enhanced by the tactile experience of eating with your hands. Western utensils create a barrier between you and your food. Indian eating customs remove that barrier, making the meal more intimate and immediate. Indian dining etiquette emphasises hospitality above almost everything else. Guests are served first and encouraged to eat their fill. Refusing food is considered insulting to the host. There's a phrase in Hindi, "Atithi Devo Bhava," which means the guest is God. This philosophy shapes everything about how meals are served and shared. Drift now to Ethiopia, where communal eating reaches a beautiful extreme with the practice of eating from a shared platter. Injera, a spongy flatbread, covers a large plate, and various stews and vegetables are spooned onto it. Everyone eats from the same platter, tearing off pieces of injera to scoop up the food. There are no individual plates, no personal portions, just shared abundance. There's even a practice called gursha, where you tear off a piece of injera with food and feed it directly to someone else at the table, usually a guest or someone you want to honour. This intimate act of feeding another person is a gesture of love and respect. It breaks down barriers between people more effectively than any formal etiquette rule could. In the Middle East, hospitality and generosity define dining customs. Coffee service becomes an elaborate ritual involving multiple rounds and specific protocols. Meals often begin with mezze, small dishes of appetizers that encourage lingering tasting and conversation. The pace is unhurried. Rushing through a meal would insult both the food and your companions. Traditional Middle Eastern dining often happens on floor cushions around a low table, or cloth spread on the ground. The posture itself, Sitting cross-legged or with legs to the side creates a relaxed atmosphere. You can't eat formal course after formal course when you're lounging on cushions. The environment encourages ease and comfort. Mexican dining customs blend indigenous and Spanish influences into something unique. The concept of sobremesa, the time spent lingering at the table after a meal, is central to Mexican food culture. The meal itself might last an hour. The sobremesa could last 2 or 3. This isn't wasted time. It's when real conversation happens, when relationships deepen, and when the community strengthens. Chinese banquets introduced the Lazy Susan, a rotating platform in the centre of the table that makes sharing dishes effortless. Everyone can access everything without reaching or asking for things to be passed. It's both practical and symbolic, representing the circular nature of community and the idea that everyone has equal access to shared resources. Korean dining brings side dishes called banchan, small portions of kimchi, vegetables and other items that accompany the main meal. These are communal and replenished throughout the meal. The number of banchan reflects the formality of the occasion. More banchan means more honour to the guests. It's a quantifiable demonstration of respect and care. What's beautiful about experiencing all these different traditions is realising that table manners aren't about arbitrary European rules. They're about creating frameworks for connection, respect, and community. Japanese chopstick etiquette, Indian hand-eating techniques, Ethiopian communal platters, and Middle Eastern hospitality, they're all saying the same thing in different languages. Eating together matters, and how we do it shapes who we become together. The 20th century saw these traditions increasingly interact as travel became easier, and immigration brought new communities to new places. A child growing up in London might experience chopsticks at a Chinese restaurant, eat with their hands at an Indian friend's house, and use a knife and fork at home. This mixing created people who were fluent in multiple dining languages and able to move comfortably between different food cultures. What emerges from this global exchange is a kind of meta-etiquette, the understanding that different situations call for different manners, and that being polite means adapting to the customs of your hosts rather than insisting on your own habits. If you're invited to a Japanese home, you remove your shoes and sit on the floor. If you're eating Ethiopian food, you share from the communal platter. Flexibility becomes the highest form of good manners. This also means that the rigid Victorian rules start loosening. Yes, there are still formal dinners with specific protocols, but they're increasingly seen as one option among many rather than the only correct way to eat. A casual meal with friends might involve pizza eaten with hands straight from the box. A business lunch might be salad at a desk. A celebration dinner might be an elaborate multi-course affair. Each context has its appropriate customs, and navigating them successfully requires awareness rather than memorization. As you imagine yourself moving between these different dining cultures, the tatami mats of Japan, the cushioned floor of a Moroccan home, the communal table of an Ethiopian restaurant, the formal dining room of a European-style dinner party, feel how each environment invites a different kind of presence. Some are meditative and precise, others are warm and communal, and still others are formal and structured. All of them are valid. All of them have something to teach. The blending of global influences also brings new foods to new places, and with those foods come new challenges for table manners. How do you eat sushi politely? Is it okay to use your hands for tacos? What's the proper way to approach po, with its complicated combination of noodles, broth, herbs, and condiments? These questions don't have single answers. They depend on context, company, and cultural sensitivity. What's delightful is watching how different cultures handle the same practical problems in different ways. Everybody needs to clean their hands before and after eating. The Japanese use oshibori, hot, damp towels. Middle Eastern cultures offer rose water in beautiful bowls. Europeans provide finger bowls with lemon. Americans might just gesture toward the bathroom. Same need, different elegant solutions. Similarly, every culture has developed ways to show respect for food and those who prepared it. Saying grace before meals, offering the first portion to elders, complimenting the cook, and leaving a small amount on your plate to show you've been well fed. These customs vary in detail but unite in purpose. They all acknowledge that eating is more than just a biological necessity. It's a spiritual and social act. Let yourself relax into this beautiful diversity. There's no single right way to eat, no universal code of table manners that applies everywhere. Instead, there's a rich tapestry of customs, each reflecting the values, environment and history of the people who practice them. Understanding this can be liberating. You don't need to know every rule, just the willingness to observe, adapt and show respect. As we drift into the 21st century, your time, the present moment, table manners find themselves in an interesting position. The elaborate Victorian rules still exist in certain contexts, but they're no longer the default assumption for every meal. Instead, modern table manners are situational, flexible, and increasingly focused on practical considerations rather than arbitrary status markers. The pace of modern life has changed how we eat in fundamental ways. Quick lunches at desks, grabbing dinner between activities, eating while commuting. These weren't options in previous eras. This creates tension between traditional notions of proper dining and the realities of contemporary schedules. The result is a kind of bifurcation. Some meals are formal and traditional, others are pragmatic and casual, and navigating between them requires a different kind of social intelligence. Think about your own meals over the past week. Probably some were eaten quickly, maybe while doing something else. Perhaps you had breakfast standing at the counter, lunch at your desk and dinner in front of the television. These meals have their own informal etiquette, not the kind written in books, but the kind that emerges from shared understanding about what's acceptable. But then maybe you also had a meal that felt more significant. Dinner with family, where everyone sat down together, lunch with a friend at a restaurant, a holiday gathering with extended family. For these meals, different rules applied, not necessarily formal rules, but rules nonetheless. You probably put your phone away, engaged in conversation, and paid attention to your eating pace relative to others. This is the dance of modern table manners, knowing when to apply which standards, understanding the unspoken expectations of different situations, and being able to shift gears smoothly. It's actually more complex than Victorian etiquette in some ways, because at least Victorians knew the rules were always the same. Modern diners need to read contexts and adapt constantly. The smartphone has introduced entirely new etiquette questions. Is it okay to check your phone during dinner? To photograph your food? To scroll through social media between courses? The answers depend on who you ask and what the situation is. A casual lunch with close friends might include phones on the table. A formal business dinner definitely wouldn't. We're still collectively negotiating these norms. Food photography has become its own phenomenon. Millions of people photograph their meals and share them online, turning every plate into potential content. Traditional etiquette would probably faint at this practice, taking pictures of food before eating it, delaying a hot meal to get the right lighting. But modern manners are evolving to accommodate this new reality, with some restaurants even designing dishes to be photogenic. The rise of dietary restrictions and food preferences has also changed table manners. Vegetarians, vegans, people with allergies, and religious dietary requirements, all of these create situations that require new forms of consideration. Good hosts ask about dietary restrictions before planning menus. Good guests communicate their needs clearly and appreciate efforts made on their behalf. It's old-fashioned consideration applied to new situations. Environmental consciousness is influencing table manners too. Reducing food waste has become a form of politeness. Using reusable containers instead of disposables. Choosing sustainable foods. These might seem like personal choices rather than etiquette, but they're increasingly seen as part of being a considerate diner and community member. The concept of mindful eating has introduced meditative practices to mealtime. Eating slowly, paying attention to flavours and textures, and being present with your food rather than distracted by devices or thoughts. These practices borrow from Buddhist traditions and contemporary wellness culture. They're not quite table manners in the traditional sense, but they're definitely etiquette for how to relate to food and the act of eating. Tipping culture creates its own complex etiquette, varying dramatically by country and even by city. In some places, tipping is essential and expected. In others, it's insulting. The amounts vary, the situations where it's appropriate vary, and even the method of tipping varies. It's a minefield of social expectations that somehow everyone is expected to navigate without explicit instruction. Family dinner tables have changed dramatically. Where Victorian families might have formal dinners every night, modern families are lucky to gather everyone for meals a few times a week. This scarcity makes shared meals more precious but also less practiced. Children might grow up with fewer examples of table manners, learning them in fits and starts rather than through daily repetition. Yet there's also a counter-movement toward reclaiming the dinner table. Slow food movements, farm-to-table restaurants, cooking classes, and meal kit services, all of these represent people trying to make eating together more intentional, more valued, and more ceremonial. It's as if, having gone through a period of extreme casualization, we're collectively realizing that something important was lost and trying to get it back. Restaurant etiquette has evolved too. The rise of casual fine dining has created spaces where you might encounter amazing food without formal dress codes or elaborate protocols. You can eat Michelin-starred cuisine while wearing jeans. This democratization of fancy food has made high-quality dining more accessible, but also more confusing. How formal should you be in these spaces? Food delivery and takeout have created new situations with their own unwritten rules. Do you tip delivery drivers the same as restaurant servers? How do you tip for pickup orders? What's appropriate when ordering through apps versus calling directly? These questions didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're part of everyday dining life. The pandemic added another layer of complexity, introducing concepts like outdoor dining, takeout cocktails, and virtual dinner parties. Some of these innovations will probably fade. Others might become permanent parts of how we share meals. Table manners are adapting in real time, and we're all participating in creating the new norms. What's interesting about modern table manners is that they're more democratic than they've ever been. Victorian etiquette was explicitly about class distinction. Knowing the rules marked you as upper class. Not knowing them marked you as an outsider. Modern etiquette is more about context and consideration. The goal isn't to demonstrate superior breeding, but to make everyone comfortable and show respect for the situation. This shift reflects broader social changes. We're less hierarchical than Victorians, more global than medieval Europeans, and more diverse than Renaissance Italians. Our table manners need to accommodate all of that complexity while still serving the fundamental purpose of making shared meals pleasant and meaningful. As you think about your own relationship to table manners, notice how much unconscious knowledge you actually have. You probably know when to use formal manners and when to relax. You likely adapt your behaviour based on who you're eating with and where you're eating. You've internalized thousands of small rules without ever explicitly learning them. This is how etiquette has always worked, really. The written rules are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them is an ocean of unspoken understanding about consideration, respect, and social harmony. Modern table manners might seem chaotic compared to Victorian rigidity, but they're actually quite sophisticated in their flexibility and adaptiveness. Let that understanding settle over you like a soft blanket. You already know how to navigate these situations. You've been doing it your whole life, learning and adapting and reading social cues. Table manners aren't a test you need to pass. They're a dance you already know how to do, even if you've never formally studied the steps. As we approach the end of our journey through the history of table manners, let's pause to consider what all of this reveals about human nature. Because table manners, when you really think about them, are about much more than knowing which fork to use. At their core, table manners are about transforming a biological necessity, eating, into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. Every culture that has ever existed has developed some form of dining etiquette, which suggests that this transformation is something humans fundamentally need. We're not content to simply fuel our bodies. We want to make the process meaningful. Think about what table manners actually accomplish. They slow us down, making us eat more deliberately. They create predictable patterns that reduce social anxiety. When everyone follows the same rules, there's less uncertainty about how to behave. They demonstrate respect for food, for those who prepared it, and for our dining companions. They turn eating from a solitary act into a communal ritual. The evolution of table manners mirrors the evolution of civilization itself. As societies became more complex, table manners became more elaborate. As global connections increased, table manners absorbed more diverse influences. As social hierarchies shifted, table manners became more democratic. The history of how we eat together is, in miniature, the history of how we've learned to live together. There's something deeply comforting about this continuity. Your medieval ancestors worried about table manners. Your Victorian great-great-grandparents memorized fork placement. Your parents taught you to chew with your mouth closed. This chain of transmission, stretching back thousands of years, connect you to every human who has ever shared a meal and wondered about the right way to do it. The anxiety many people feel about table manners, worrying about doing something wrong, feeling uncertain in formal dining situations, is actually evidence of how much we care about connection and belonging. We worry because we want to show respect, because we want to be included, and because we recognise that how we behave at the table signals something important about who we are. But here's the beautiful secret that becomes clear when you study table manners across cultures and centuries. The specific rules matter much less than the spirit behind them. Victorian silver arrangements and Japanese chopstick protocols look completely different, but they're both expressing the same values: respect, consideration, mindfulness, and community. You can follow every rule perfectly and still be a terrible dinner companion if you lack those underlying values. This means that good table manners are ultimately about awareness of the food, of your fellow diners, of the context, and of your own behaviour. Whether you're using a fork or chopsticks or your hands doesn't matter as much as whether you're being thoughtful, considerate, and present. The most important table manner, the one that transcends all cultural variations and historical changes, might simply be this: pay attention. Pay attention to what you're eating, savouring flavours rather than mindlessly consuming. Pay attention to who you're eating with, engaging with them rather than being distracted. Pay attention to the moment, recognising that this meal, like all meals, is temporary and therefore precious. When you think about it this way, table manners become a form of meditation. The careful placement of utensils, the deliberate pace of eating, and the mindful conversation, all of these create a structured opportunity to be fully present. In a world that constantly demands our attention and fragments our focus, mealtimes offer a rare chance to be completely here, now, engaged with the physical and social reality immediately in front of us. This is perhaps why so many spiritual traditions include ritual meals. The Jewish Sabbath dinner, Christian communion, Islamic iftar, and Buddhist monks' meals. All of these use food and communal eating as vehicles for something transcendent. Table manners, at their best, point toward this same transcendence. They elevate the ordinary act of eating into something sacred. Even casual modern meals can carry this quality if we let them. That quick lunch with a colleague becomes an opportunity to strengthen a relationship. That family dinner, even if everyone's slightly distracted and someone's checking their phone, still creates a moment of togetherness. That solo meal, if eaten mindfully, becomes a practice of self-care and presence. The future of table manners is still being written. Will we return to more formal dining as a reaction against modern casualness? Will new technologies create entirely new eating situations that require new etiquette? Will global integration create a universal set of table manners, or will we maintain our beautiful diversity of customs? Probably all of these things will happen in different ways, in different places for different people. Table manners will continue to evolve because they've always evolved, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their fundamental purpose, making the act of eating together more meaningful, more pleasant, and more human. As you lie there in comfort, full of new knowledge about how humans have tried to make eating civilized across the millennia, let yourself appreciate the simple fact that you're part of this long tradition. Every meal you share with others, whether formal or casual, whether you follow every rule or make it up as you go, connects you to every human who has ever broken bread with another person. Your table manners, whatever they are part of an ongoing human conversation about how we should live together. And that conversation, that continuous attempt to transform biological necessity into social art, is one of the things that makes us most human. Let's end where we began, imagining a meal, but now with all the accumulated wisdom of human history informing our vision. Picture the perfect meal, combining everything we've learned. It takes place at a table, maybe high, maybe low, maybe not a table at all, but a cloth spread on the ground. The setting is comfortable, whether that means formal chairs or floor cushions or something in between. The important thing is that you feel at ease, able to relax into the experience. The lighting is gentle, candles perhaps, or natural light filtering through windows, or the soft glow of a setting sun. Nothing harsh or clinical, just enough light to see the food and your companions clearly. The temperature is perfectly comfortable, not too hot or cold, with just enough air movement to feel fresh without being drafty. Before you is food that someone prepared with care. Maybe it's simple, maybe elaborate. Maybe it came from across the world, maybe from just down the road. The specifics don't matter as much as the attention that went into it. Someone thought about what would nourish and please and then made it happen. You have the right implements for eating, whatever those are for this particular meal. Fork and knife, chopsticks, a piece of flatbread, your hands. It doesn't matter, because you know how to use them and they feel natural in your grasp. The table is set appropriately for the occasion, with everything you need within easy reach. Around the table are people you care about. They might be family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers who will become friends by meal's end. Their presence makes the food taste better, the experience richer, and the moment more complete. You can see their faces clearly, hear their voices easily, and feel their presence without crowding. The meal begins with some acknowledgement, perhaps formal grace, perhaps a simple toast, perhaps just a moment of shared appreciation before the first bite. This brief pause creates a threshold, marking the transition from ordinary time to mealtime, from scattered activity to shared focus. You eat slowly enough to taste what you're eating. The flavours register fully, salt and sweet, bitter and sour, and the complex middle notes that make food interesting. Textures matter too. Crisp and soft, smooth and rough, and the way different foods play against each other in your mouth. You're not just consuming calories, you're experiencing something. The conversation flows naturally, with space for both talking and eating. No one dominates, everyone contributes. Topics range freely, but stay pleasant. This isn't the place for argument or stress, though real discussion is welcome. Laughter comes easily, along with the comfortable silences of people who don't need to fill every moment with noise. The pace is unhurried. If there are multiple courses, they arrive with enough time between them for digestion and conversation. If it's a single course, everyone eats at roughly the same speed, with no one feeling rushed or held back. Time becomes elastic, expanding to fill whatever space the meal needs. You're present, not thinking about what comes next, not dwelling on what came before, just here in this moment with this food and these people. Your phone is somewhere else, or at least silenced and ignored. The outside world can wait. Right now, there's only this table, this meal, this company. When the meal ends, and all meals must end eventually, it ends gently. There's no abrupt transition, no rushed clearing of plates. Perhaps there's coffee or tea, perhaps just a lingering at the table, extending the experience a few more precious minutes. The acknowledgement that it's ending makes the last moment sweeter. You leave the table satisfied but not overstuffed, nourished in body and spirit, and grateful for the food and the company and the time. The memory of this meal will settle into you. becoming part of the accumulated experience of all good meals you've ever had. All the moments when eating together created something larger than the sum of its parts. This perfect meal doesn't require perfect manners in the Victorian sense. It doesn't need elaborate settings or expensive ingredients or impeccable protocol. What it needs is attention, consideration, and presence. Everything else, the specific customs, the particular foods, the exact setting, are just variations on these fundamental themes. And here's the wonderful secret. You can create this perfect meal, or something close to it, almost any time you choose. It doesn't require wealth or special knowledge or ideal circumstances. It just requires deciding that this meal, this moment, matters enough to give it your full attention. As you drift now towards sleep, let yourself hold the image of that perfect meal. Feel the contentment of a good meal shared with good company. Taste the flavours, hear the gentle conversation, and feel the warmth of connection. Let it all settle into you like satisfaction after eating, that sense of being well fed in every way that matters. All around the world at this very moment people are gathering to eat together. They're using different utensils, following different customs, and eating different foods. But they're all doing the same essential thing, transforming the act of eating into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. You're part of that global community of eaters, that vast human family that has always gathered around fires and tables and floors and picnic blankets to share food and lives. Your table manners, whatever they are your contribution to this ongoing human project of making eating together matter. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow there will be more meals, more opportunities to practice presence and consideration, and more chances to turn the simple act of eating into something approaching art. The history of table manners is still being written, and you're one of its authors. Dream of feasts and quiet dinners, of perfect moments around imperfect tables, of all the meals yet to come and all the ways they'll connect you to yourself and others. Dream of humanity's long journey from eating raw food with our fingers around prehistoric fires to whatever beautiful new dining customs the future will bring. And when you wake, remember, the next meal is a fresh opportunity to make that history just a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more mindful, and a little bit more human. Sleep well, the table is always waiting. Harry Houdini's story begins not with fanfare but with a toddler on a rickety ship bound for America. Born Erich Weiss in Budapest on March 24, 1874, he was the fourth of 7 children to a rabbi father and his wife. The family emigrated to the United States in 1878, landing in Wisconsin. Young Erich, as he was nicknamed, grew up on miracles far less glamorous than grand illusions. His father lost his first pulpit in 1882, and the Weiss family fell into dire poverty. Erich, a small-town boy with lofty aspirations, skillfully juggled his work and survival obligations with his early showbiz instincts. By age 9, he was performing as a trapeze artist and billing himself as Erich, the Prince of the Air, in one of many makeshift tent shows. Even as a child, he seemed to understand that real escape was needed. Escaping hunger with shoe shining and newspaper rounds, and escaping obscurity by wowing circus crowds. The name Houdini was still years away. Erich Weiss spent his early adolescence running errands for theatres and dabbling in gymnastics. At the age of 13, Erich Weiss and his father relocated to New York City, settling into a drafty boarding house situated on East 79th Street. He took on any odd jobs available, even working as a wild-eyed carnival beast man, simply to help his family make ends meet. A rabbi in Appleton, Wisconsin, had once been his father's proud position. Now the future escape artist was dancing on tightropes for spare change. By his teens, he was tall and sinewy enough to make an impression, an athletic cross-country runner turned showman. In 1891, Erich tried to turn his mechanical skill for locks and chains into a magic career. He read the autobiography of French magician Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin, and wrongly assumed that adding an I meant like Houdin in French. Thus Weiss became Weiss, and Erich became Harry Houdini. He later insisted Harry was an homage to his idol Harry Keller, but in truth the name Houdini mostly came from a childhood nickname for Erich. This optimistic renaming did not instantly conjure success. He and his younger brother Theo even formed a vaudeville act called the Brothers Houdini, which flopped so badly they returned to New York near starvation wages. For years, Houdini's career was the opposite of spectacular. He presented himself as the king of cards and performed in the sleazy dime museums. His first magic shows were routine parlour tricks that rarely paid more than a few dollars per night. The couple and their act traversed various theatres, their pockets brimming with talent but depleted by limited funds. One moment they were in Chicago at the 1893 World's Fair, with Hope, Dime and Shimmer. The next, just as quickly, they were boxed into an opium den sideshow. The early 20th century showbiz was a terrifying experience, combining elements of starvation and hardship. Through those struggles, Houdini learned a valuable lesson. Confinement in a mess box posed a greater risk than imprisonment by creditors. He tinkered with handcuffs and shackles in his off hours, convinced there must be a way out. It was little wonder, given his name, that he became obsessed with getting out. He tested keys in his slimy apartment and studied locksmithing using ragged manuals. When Houdini first approached a lock, one friend would later quip, that lock screamed at an SOS by morning. By 1894, his wife Bess, formerly Wilhelmina Rana, was relieved that he was making more money as a doorman and bouncer than he was with his magic. It took a few more years of scraping by before anything resembling a big break materialised. But let's say the stage was set for Houdini to really break out. The year 1889 was Houdini's Houdini moment. He was performing in St. Paul, Minnesota, doing the same card tricks and juggling acts that had entertained Midwestern saloons for a decade. When fate, in the form of vaudeville manager Martin Beck, knocked on his dressing room door. Beck was already booking big novelty acts and needed something new to wow the audience. Houdini demonstrated to Beck his preferred distraction technique, which involved escaping from a pair of prison handcuffs, a feat that would have left most men speechless. The normally unflappable Beck's eyes lit up. "Stick with those escape stunts," he advised, "and I'll get you on the Orpheum circuit." Within weeks, Houdini was performing at the top vaudeville halls across America. The public had suddenly gone wild for the idea that a man could slip through steel restraints as easily as you slip through airport security, and Houdini became their handcuff Houdini. He wasn't the first escape artist ever, but he invented the concept of escape mania. Every evening from St. Paul to Chicago, Houdini lived up to his name by springing free from county jail cells supplied by impressed local sheriffs. Tied in leather straps and dipped into rivers in wooden crates, he'd emerge minutes later dripping but unchained. He was performing escapes that were so physically impossible, newspaper misyorked and girls fainted. One local paper headlined, "If I put these cuffs on, you'll never escape." And Houdini escaped anyway, basking in the headlines and leaving jailers to eat another bite of plain donuts for supper. By the year 1900, Beck had arranged for Houdini to travel abroad, and in London, Houdini rose to even greater fame. In England, he encountered a notoriously sceptical police force at Scotland Yard. The initial audition resulted in Houdini being restrained in the renowned Yard's irons, and he confidently walked out in just 5 minutes. Houdini immediately secured a 6-month contract at London's Alhambra Theatre, where he quickly rose to fame. Americans and Brits alike flocked to his shows, and to Houdini this was no illusion. His salary shot up to $300 a week, a fortune at the time. A young man who once ate beans and rice with stagemates in New York was now presenting gold medals to his mother and renting a $25,000 brownstone in Harlem by 1904. As a nice bonus for poor Mama Weiss, he even bought her a gown rumoured to have been made for Queen Victoria, the proudest hour of the family's history, Houdini later said. By his mid-20s, Houdini had largely overcome his poverty. Newspapers began calling him the Handcuff King, so a title he wore with pride. He was also forthright about his methods. Houdini freely admitted to hiding skeleton keys in his pockets, tucking bits of wire into his sleeve, and occasionally using his teeth to pick a lock. He was genuinely risking his life to escape from jail cells. He studied every handcuff made, and had what one locksmith friend termed photographic memory for tricky locking mechanisms. Not that he needed memorization for long. As Houdini dryly noted in his 19 to 10 book, a simple shoelace loop could open old cuffs almost as cleanly as a key. Every newsboy in New York soon knew the name Houdini. He discarded his old card tricks as easily as one would throw away last season's shoe polish. He was now preoccupied with impossible escapes, nail-riveted packing crates, straitjackets, Berlin police cell turnarounds, and yes, even a manacled swim in a Chicago river once. Houdini had invited the very police he was escaping from to hold him down, and watching them fail by midday was the best free publicity imaginable. If Houdini had charged for being locked up, he probably would have paid off his entire contract in stash of cuff keys. By 1905, the world knew him, and its breathless newsmen wanted more. More danger, more distance, more Houdini. With the handcuff trick safely under his belt, Houdini needed a new way to surprise the world, and when it came to upping the ante, Houdini was a natural risk-taker. Around 1908, he retreated from handcuffs in favour of dramatic water escapes. The milk can escape, his first major liquid act, involved Houdini padlocking himself inside a massive milk can filled with water and challenging an audience member to seal the top. Then seconds later, he'd pop out like he'd never skipped breakfast. The stunt was so successful he took it overseas immediately, and crowd members began betting whether Houdini would dangle like a drowned insect or slip out victorious. Spoiler: Houdini won every time, much to the disappointment of the booing skeptics. Once the milk can became well known, imitators crept in like moths to a flame-proof cloth. Houdini, never one to be outdone, went around building more elaborate traps. In 1912, he unveiled what would become his most infamous gimmick, the Chinese water torture cell, which Houdini himself preferred to call simply upside down. For that purpose, he commissioned a custom tank of mahogany and steel. With a thick plate glass window and plumbing fixtures, in effect a giant aquarium on its side, he would be spread-eagled and dropped in head first, feet first, eyes only on the crowd. As water poured in to fill the cell completely, every spectator expected him to drown. Instead, Houdini held his breath, over 3 minutes in fact, and unlocked his way out while completely upside down. The act was so spectacular that audiences believed the illusionist had a fish-like appearance, and it remains one of Houdini's greatest triumphs to this day. Along with water feats, Houdini delighted in airborne escapades. No tall building was safe as long as Houdini was in town. One early stuntman in Leeds, England, showed him bound in a straitjacket and then hoisted by his ankles 200 feet up a crane above the crowd. With thousands watching, he would wiggle free in plain sight, a stunt that drew comparable ticket sales to a Beatles concert or Super Bowl today. In New York, police actually banned him from dangling from high-wire offices, so Houdini chartered a tugboat and performed his packed cabin overboard stunt in the East River on July 7, 1912. They nailed a crate around him, sank it, and then Houdini squeaked himself loose underwater before anyone ran to find the phone book on how to pronounce subpoena. Even death-defying wasn't enough without death itself. Houdini became equally famous for his buried alive acts, although those performances even gave him nightmares. In a 1915 stunt, he consented to bury himself under 6 feet of dirt, using only his arms as excavation tools. The ground compacted around him. Halfway down, he began clawing rapidly, only just managing to break the surface before panic took hold. He emerged in a nearly comical jumble of dirty hair and frantic apologies. It was rumoured afterward that Houdini's emergency call was, "One Houdini please, no rush." Reporters frequently questioned whether Houdini was ticklish or had a sidecar attached due to these and other coffin tricks. Typically, Houdini would joke that the obituary column posed the greatest threat to his life. No matter how elaborate the trap, Houdini insisted on transparency. Before some tricks, he'd even strip down and invite the audience to feel his biceps or punch him in the gut, proving he had no hidden keys. For his straitjacket escapes, he sometimes wore nothing but a G-string. In the torture cell, he made sure everyone saw him chained up through glass. One wag quipped that Houdini had nothing to hide. In fact, he practically showed everything off stage. These tactics built his image as a straight shooter, or bare straight shooter more precisely, in a business known for hocus pocus. Journalists lauded him as the only magician who performed without the veil of deceit, not realizing Houdini had written that line himself on a poster. In any case, if Houdini had a motto in the trenches of public stunts, it would be, "We may waterboard me, but we won't water skip me." Thus, Houdini consistently elevated the standard and the anxiety of ticket holders until newsboys began promoting the next Houdini spectacle. By 1914, Houdini's signature escapes were polished and timeless. Critics noted that even his old milk can act looked different. He would now sometimes float an iron grill inside it, raising the difficulty. Legend has it Houdini discarded the grill later because the bars looked too helpful, like accidentally giving a ladder to someone who's supposed to be trapped. The torture cell itself underwent refinements. By the end of his career, Houdini travelled with a spare set of locks, chains, and even a second cell in case of emergency. Imagine yourself jammed head first in an iron coffin of water, with no key and a ticking clock, he liked to say on posters. It borders on the supernatural. The public believed him, though naturally no one was ever quite sure how he did it. Houdini's sidekick and wife Bess often co-starred in a minor role during these moments of theatrical faith. She handled the props, managed the timing, and once nearly fainted when an assistant accidentally locked her in a safe on stage. She recovered just long enough to signal Houdini to open it. Afterward, she quipped that if Houdini had failed, she'd have to update his act to the cremation cell. In every incredible stunt, Bess was quietly in the wings. The real Houdini often joked that behind every great escape artist there was an even greater stage manager. So while Harry starred in the Cell of Doom, Bess was the silent secretary of magic, making sure Houdini's solos had a solid encore. Houdini's stunts had become a full-time job of being otherworldly. But the world was certainly watching. Newspapers and fans bellowed "impossible" at every escape. The law enforcement establishment treated him with a mixture of admiration and embarrassment. Los Angeles police insisted he was a humbug, then grudgingly hired him to escape from the LA jail. He turned the entire planet's jail system into his toolbox. To Houdini, these were hard lessons about locks and human nature. If you bend the rules just a bit, or break the lock, everyone will ask you to break free next. It was like the ultimate game of tag, except Houdini was always it, and chains were just part of the catch. By the late 1910s, Houdini's name had international cachet. He was rich and restless. There were no more dime museums in New York paying him by the burger and fries. Now he entertained kings and commoners. He continued to tour constantly, in Great Britain, Europe, Russia, and the Netherlands. And everywhere he went, Houdini challenged local police to one of his escape bouts. Every city became a stage, every prison a proving ground. In Moscow, for example, he escaped from a boxcar bound for Siberia. The key supposedly was kept at the North Pole. With each new country conquered, he collected souvenirs, orders from ministers, official certificates of escape artistry, and sometimes even a lawsuit or two. He once sued a German officer for claiming Houdini only escaped by bribery. Houdini proved the man wrong by popping open the judge's safe with the court's own keys. Newsreels eventually lured Houdini to the movies. He starred in a couple of early silent pictures in 1918 to 1919, like The Master Mystery, where he beat up a robot and got into a biplane chase. Audiences scratched their heads, though. Was this an action film or a really weird magic show? Ultimately, Houdini found film less lucrative than vaudeville. As he told the press, his box office receipts beat Hollywood's silent charisma, so he returned to live audiences. He also had another pioneering gig in the skies. In 1910, he became the first person to pilot a powered airplane in Australia. "He's lifting off more than just our spirits," a reporter punningly wrote. Houdini was always seeking new challenges, whether it was digging through dirt or scaling clouds. Offstage, Houdini's fame brought him a celebrity lifestyle to match. He joined organizations of magicians, became president of the Society of American Magicians in 1917, and insisted on professionalism among his peers. His Harlem brownstone at 278 W to 113th Street became a museum of sorts, filled with rare tricks, mystical oddities, and books on every bit of occult nonsense he wanted to debunk. He bought a snazzy car and a custom-lined suitcase of locks and picks. In a humorous act of generosity, he reportedly spent fistons on a ceremonial gown purportedly tailored for Queen Victoria and threw a grand party to showcase a mitt, all to ensure his impoverished mother could be the centre of attention at the ball. "That day we could kill each other laughing," Houdini later said. For once, he had shown up high society and their jaws had hit the floor at his wildness. Throughout the 1910s, Houdini was touring roughly like a rock star. By 1920, Houdini was earning a salary significantly higher than that of an ordinary stage magician. People literally travelled to his show, even coming on pilgrimage when Houdini arrived in a city. He had realised that by turning every performance into the biggest stunt ever, he could keep the crowds coming back. So he did. And in a way, Houdini had become that rarity among entertainers, a guy who was famous primarily for surviving things. Yet for all the flash, one aspect of Houdini's persona remained personal. Even at the height of fame, he was curious, almost wistful, about the fringes of existence. He himself once admitted that he'd love nothing more than a moments contact beyond with his beloved mother, who had died in 1913. So as 1920s optimism flourished, Houdini quietly became the moonlighting skeptic. He would attend seances in secret, take on private investigations of mediums, and write articles exposing the machinery behind ghostly tableaus. In short, he was determined to apply his escape artistry to the spiritual realm. But first, one more leap, the biggest one yet, was about to unfold. Even people who thought Houdini's stunts were hokum respected that his battles against phony spirits were remarkably sincere. In contrast to other magicians who casually pretended to be mediums on stage, Houdini had no desire to deceive. By the early 1920s, he had seen too many families ruined by con artists calling out from the void. On one hand, he was the showman who managed to smuggle himself into a floating tank, drowned, and miraculously survived. On the other hand, he was a grieving son, having promised his mother on her deathbed that if anyone in the family could communicate with the dead, he would be the first to test it. What transpired was Houdini's most significant act to date. He transformed into the undead's most terrifying adversary. Along with his wife Bess and a secret cadre, the most famous being a lady named Rose Mackenberg, a real-life ghost detective, Houdini set about exposing human leeches who claimed to talk to the dead. They attended seances undercover, even sabotaging staged levitations and phony knockings. They documented cunning tricks like smoked meat used to spur ectoplasm, sticky bandages smuggled up sleeves, and hidden colluding accomplices. When newspapers of the day ran stories of hoodoo, Houdini often quipped that at least the ghost stories had actual ghostwriters, as he could barely find anyone willing to donate even a dime. Houdini's fire for this crusade came to a symbolic climax in 1926 when he testified before Congress. It was a rare appearance outside the stage, a stiff legislative hearing room instead of a vaudeville theatre. Houdini, accompanied by Senator Arthur Capper, boldly declared that spiritualism was a complete scam. He was not joking, he was a magician who had made a career out of deceiving death, and he boldly declared that these mediums should be ashamed. Society was transfixed. Newspapers called it uproarious and the apex of Houdini's anti-spiritualist crusade. He even supported bills to criminalize fake fortune-telling and phony spiritual communications. Observers were aware that Houdini had previously performed fake seances on small vaudeville stages solely for financial gain. But that was a long time ago, and now the focus was on the psychic charlatans. He felt a bit of irony and sometimes joked, "I put the ghost in Ghostbusters," to audiences. In truth, this mission wasn't about laughs, it was deeply personal. Bess and Houdini had agreed on a secret code, Rosa Bell, the title of Bess's favourite song, to confirm whether Houdini could truly communicate from the other side after his death. So far, every message from the spirit world would have been hogwash to him and him to us. Houdini also wielded his fame and organisational power in more direct ways. From 17 to his death, Houdini served as the president of the Magicians' Union, Society of American Magicians, urging his fellow magicians to expose frauds and to avoid joining the psychic movement. If a medium dared lecture him, Houdini would challenge them on stage. He famously offered $10,000, a small fortune, to anyone who could perform a real spiritual feat he couldn't explain. Unsurprisingly, he never wrote any checks. He frequently asserted that claiming it was all real was just as unethical as claiming the Titanic was unsinkable, and we all know how that turned out. The public found Houdini's switch to ghost-busting both fascinating and confusing. Here was a man who'd escaped death physically, now chasing after fake death claims. Some newspapers played along, dutifully reporting every sneer he made at so-called spiritual journalism. Others grumbled that Houdini was murdering market share for mediums. An editorial openly questioned whether Houdini saw himself as a hero or a villain. Throughout it all, Houdini never utilised his magic to solve this problem. Instead, he relied on basic sleight-of-hand knowledge and forensic intelligence. Houdini maintained a clear perspective in a world of deceit. There are tricks in every trade, and no one is more greedy than those who trade on the dead. Houdini's crusade gave him a new identity. Not just escapist entertainer, but public educator. He went on lecture tours, not only on how to break locks, but also on how to spot a fake medium's tacky gimmicks. For instance, he once walked on stage at a big spiritualist convention in tears, only to yank off his sham crystal ball and show the camera inside. People want something to believe in, he'd say, but at least they should know if it's a dollop of egg or an echo of the real thing. In these interviews, he called charlatans crooks and liars, and to some, he was the very definition of a fanatic. However, for many others, particularly the grieving widows and widowers, he emerged as an improbable defender of reason. He brought in any expert, psychic or not, who had evidence of the afterlife and tested it under harsh light. He even brought in trained stage hypnotists to test mediums claiming trance states. This all culminated in a congressional hearing in 1926, after which Houdini felt vindicated that at least lawmakers were listening. He would brag years later that he had become history's first professional ghostbuster, decades before Ghostbusters hit the pop charts. Houdini didn't anticipate the intense personal nature of this battle. He unintentionally stirred up controversy by becoming both a celebrity investigator and a subject of tabloid curiosity. Newspapers reported with relish that Houdini was arrogant, unscientific, or just plain superstitious. Some even claimed the devil had cursed him at one séance. Friends from his youth saw a change. The man who once joyfully bowed to his audiences was now hostile toward clothing horses of the occult. He argued openly with old friend Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the Sherlock Holmes author, who had championed spiritualism. Doyle called Houdini a blasphemer for exposing mediums. Houdini called Doyle a fool for believing them. Their friendship, once built on mutual respect, fractured on fraudulent phantoms. Despite the growing friction, Houdini admitted he himself wanted a sign that maybe there was something beyond, but only if it was genuine. As president of magicians, he asked colleagues to help craft the ultimate sitting. Before his first wife's death, they agreed on that secret code. The early séances Houdini and Bess held on Halloween each year became legend. Year after year, she announced there was no message. Every time the telephone rang on those nights, Houdini's heart would skip. However, Houdini's final performance in 1926 revealed something about him. A man who had defied every possible trick was now anticipating that he would approach death like any other challenge. And yet, like any outstanding showman, he would only tell the ending after the final curtain. Houdini's distaste for spiritualism had a consequence. True believers in the movement no longer saw Houdini as the gentle juggler from New York, but rather as a charismatic figure. Certain journalists began printing that Houdini had become a villain, like an official family exterminator at every funeral. Some spiritualist leaders took it personally. After all, Houdini had millions of dollars, fame, and a loyal following. When he exposed their tricks on national radio, many mediums retaliated by attacking his character. Conspiracy-minded gossip columns suggested Houdini only took on mediums because his own psychic powers were weak. The irony being, of course, that Houdini explicitly denied having any mystical powers other than what any talented locksmith and beastman might possess. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was perhaps the most enraged public figure among Houdini's upset constituency. The two men had been warm acquaintances. Doyle even participated in séances with Houdini's mother in 1922, until Houdini began mocking Doyle's beliefs. Doyle, who'd risked a claim by publicly endorsing spirits, felt personally insulted when Houdini compared metaphysics to a cheap parlour trick. The rift became bitter and enduring. Doyle persisted in attending spirit gatherings and publicly declared Houdini a heretic, even associating him with supernatural curses. One sensational headline had it, "Evil spirits put curse on Harry Houdini." A joke Houdini himself read with weary amusement. The friendship never recovered, and the image of Doyle as a true believer versus Houdini as the ultimate doubter became a literary trope. Sherlock Holmes versus Houdini had a lovely ring to it, the tabloids noted. The feud burdened Houdini behind the scenes. He often confided in friends that he truly wanted spiritualism to be real. He had nearly started the ghost wrestling course himself, but Doyle's dogmatism pushed him away. Still, Houdini channeled frustration into action. He had city newspapers keep publishing the spiritualist victims wanted ads, disguising himself to get invitations, then reported back to the public the silly ways mediums tried to fool them. To Houdini's credit, even when he poked fun at séance theatrics, often with a pun or two, he never got mean-spirited. He liked to say, "We all need a touching word after we lose someone, but let's make sure our touching words aren't glued on by trickery." Not all blowback was public debate, though. Some of it was deeply personal. Bess, Houdini's wife, took the brunt of their shared obsession. Although she supported his crusade, she also desperately yearned for any sign from beyond that would indicate her husband was still with her if he died first. Every Halloween from 1926 onward, Bess sat in darkness holding Houdini's coffin key and singing their secret song, waiting for Rosabelle Believe, their prearranged code. Year after year, there was no response. In 1936, a decade after the promise, Bess publicly declared that Houdini had indeed never reached out. She said, 10 years is long enough to wait for any man. This tearful final séance made headlines. Some people wrote it off as the end of a gimmick, but magicians still hold silent sessions at his grave to this day. However, in 1926, life continued with its usual peculiarities. Houdini continued touring and lecturing. The world still adored the escapist showman on stage. Yet those who knew him could see a seriousness in his eyes that hadn't been there in the old days of card tricks. Every new bill for a séance-critical lecture and every press interview about medium tricks added to an invisible tally he kept in his mind. At night, he was said to have had unsettling dreams about being restrained or drowning, nightmares no one could applaud as they did his on-stage escapades. But still, every morning he put on his costume as a tabloid publicity photographer and lock enthusiast. He joked in private letters. To defeat death is one thing, to defeat those who profit from death's scare tactic is another. The public, for its part, had mixed reactions. Many admired Houdini's honesty and backed his legislative efforts. Some religious newspapers even published his cynical gags. For example, Houdini wrote that if fireflies came out only after someone died, people would buy electric lights instead of hiring mediums. But a portion of fans felt mildly betrayed. After cheering him in applause lines for years, a few older admirers were puzzled at seeing his name on exposés of their favourite mediums. Magician colleagues either applauded his integrity or grumbled that he was attracting too much controversy. Society's magazines began publishing articles such as Houdini Slays Fairy Photos and Holmes Creator Seaver's Ties with Houdini, which gave the public the impression that he was a magician turned cop. Even Houdini's own press agents had to scramble. They shifted headlines from Houdini's Wild Rides to Houdini's Wild Sights, where wild here meant decidedly unimpressive magic without see-through trickery. Some days he waved off the dust-ups by announcing a new escape challenge, like dangling from a plane, and the media happily obliged. On other days, scribblers would ask him if his fight against ghostlies meant he now believed only in himself. Houdini would laugh and say, "If you can survive being locked in a safe and then thrown from a plane, the only thing you're sure of is gravity." Despite everything, Houdini appeared to accept the consequences. It was the nature of a showman to feed on attention after all, and nothing attracted headlines like Houdini versus the unseen world. Still, he knew his legacy was shifting. He wrote later that he wanted to be remembered not for tricks or big muscles, but for fighting scams. In his heart, he hoped people would credit him with something deeper than just 1,000 straitjacket escapes. As the critics sneered and the spiritualists hissed, Houdini honed his wit and picklocks, determined to end this act according to his own terms. The final act of Houdini's life unfolded like a scripted nightmare of his own. On October 9th, 1926, performing in Albany, New York, he injured his ankle during a trick, a reminder that even a Superman has the limits. He hobbled through shows until doctors advised rest, but Houdini, ever proud to deliver the show, shrugged it off, saying, "A broken ankle is not going to stop Houdini." Then came Halloween, 1926's prelude. While resting in Montreal on October the 22nd after a lecture, a member of the audience, a punch-loving medical student, asked Houdini if he was as tough as rumours. "Knock me out if you can," Houdini joked. The student, Dr. J. Gordon Whitehead, obliged with a series of swift blows to Houdini's stomach, landing several before Harry could tense up. Houdini gasped but laughed it off. He called it a fun experiment, telling reporters later he'd felt nothing but an empty pain. That evening he boarded a train for Detroit, attributing the discomfort in his gut to that playful punch in his stubborn foot. On October the 24th, Houdini's show in Detroit began with an uncharacteristically slow start. He complained of cramps and cold sweats. After a late-night performance, which he insisted on doing despite temperatures spiking to 104 degrees Fahrenheit in his dressing room, he collapsed backstage. A doctor diagnosed acute appendicitis and urged immediate surgery. Houdini, known for pep-talking his body, reportedly grinned and said, "I'll do this show if it's my last." But by 6 a.m, he he could no longer delay. Houdini was rushed into surgery. The appendectomy revealed a ruptured appendix had sent infection, peritonitis, coursing through his abdomen. The great Houdini now fought for his life with novelty anti-serums and multiple operations, but the escape artist met a foe he couldn't outmaneuver. On October the 31st, 1926, Halloween, he finally passed away, a 52-year-old man who had braved death for our entertainment. His oft-reported final words were a hushed, "I'm tired of fighting." The world was stunned. Newspapers published gloomy headlines. The master of escapes had vanished, possibly due to a cunning move or a stroke of fate. The official cause listed was peritonitis from a ruptured appendix. But already the legend of Houdini needed an even more spectacular finale. Many whispered that the friendly jab in Montreal had been more serious than Houdini let on. A few doctors of the era indeed speculated that Whitehead's blows had caused the appendix to burst, while others argued the situation was mere coincidence. The truth remains something we'll never fully know. Even some modern medical journals debate how often belly trauma actually causes appendicitis. We do know this: the surgeon discovered no abnormalities apart from the spread of infection, and Houdini's family discreetly maintained to us that it was merely a tragic accident. But for the public, the timing felt eerie. The man who spent his life escaping death had been tricked by our one natural enemy, time. Millions turned out to silently imagine Houdini's version of the last great escape on that dark Halloween. Biographers later noted it as a poetic, if tragic, symmetry. Houdini's final moment occurred on the Night of Spirits. While doctors tended his body, Houdini's mind reportedly raced to that final promise he'd made to Bess. Between operations in his hospital bed, Houdini mumbled the code Rosabelle, believe, fervently hoping for a response. Alas, he never came through. In fact, by some reports he asked for his notebook to jot down any bizarre occurrences, as though expecting us at a ghostly pen to answer him. On November 1st, under the watch of his stunned wife and 2 brothers, Houdini let go of his mortal frame. The world lost not just an escape artist, but a showman who had always insisted on reality. The news of his death disseminated swiftly, akin to wild smoke emanating from a fog machine. Movie houses dimmed lights. Theatres held brief memorial shows. Across the globe, magicians knelt, severing a straitjacket on stage and observing a moment of silence. Indeed, Houdini had vanished from the realm of life, leaving a legacy of unresolved mysteries. Did his last heroic act lie in hunting out any phony mediums, or in proving that even the greatest man must someday give in to fate? That remained a question for the midnight philosophers. We are aware of how people remember him. As promised, Bess held one final séance a decade later, and on Halloween 1936 she declared Houdini did not come through. Every year on that date, magicians still gather at his gravesite, or, when the city says no, gather elsewhere, to honour the legendary escapist. They close their eyes, they whisper the secret song, and whether a breeze stirs or not, they say it in unison. Rosabelle, believe. It's tradition, part tribute, part hope. Houdini himself would likely be amused by it all, perhaps making one last wonderful escape with a sly grin. For nearly 3 centuries we have never really known how he pulled most of his tricks off, and perhaps that mystery is fitting. Houdini left no key to the afterlife behind, only the legend of his earthly feats. He remains a figure who cheated the Grim Reaper on stage time and again, and who wrote, in effect, an obituary for mediocrity every time he won. The individual who had experienced life in a unique way imparted a final lesson to us. Sometimes the greatest escape is not from chains or water, but from the ordinary.